Because, I mean, personally, I think that, hey, Tao, were you in love with Praveen at one point?
No, the thing is that it's the first time I've ever got him fucking straight-headed in like 4 years. So I thought I'd ask him while he was fucking straight-headed, you know what I mean? Because usually he's pissed and I just get a lot of fucking slobber out of him, but, you know.
It sounds to me like you was in love with Praveen.
Hey, guys, I got a question. Anybody think they can answer it?
Well, give it a go.
I mean, given that it could be a question on literally anything with that opener, maybe?
Oh, okay.
You remember the guy on the internet I listened to?
I'm specifically interested in Scott's opinion, actually, but either way, so my question is, do we ever see the geometric horizon?
Okay.
Did you bring that citation that you want to go get?
Do we ever see the geometric horizon?
Ask Praveen.
Not unless you're fucking heliocentric, you won't, will you?
Do we ever see the geometric horizon?
I think we do. People disagree with me, but I think we do.
Oh, when do we see it?
You're looking at it geocentrically or heliocentrically.
On those rare days when there's no refraction.
When there's no refraction?
Yeah.
When is there no refraction, Scott?
I couldn't point to a day and tell you there was none, but I just feel like over all the many days that there have been, I suspect that there are some days in which there's basically no refraction. Refraction is so minimal that it might as well not be there. Negligible.
Okay, so you feel like there would have been a day where there was basically no refraction.
Yeah.
So
always going to be a refraction.
you think that means that you would actually be seeing the geometric horizon.
That's
Sorry,
right.
Scott.
Branch, calm
Don't
down.
say that shit.
Bro.
Remember, Scott, you're talking to
It's just my personal opinion. It's okay. It's just what I think.
Well, no, there's a very particular reason why this is your opinion, Scott, and we all know what it is. So you're saying we do see the geometric horizon, right?
Well, what's the reason?
I think that there.
And the reason is because he doesn't want to absorb that claim because he's scared of what comes with it.
Guys, this is a flat earther. This is a flat earther with a bow to pick.
Yeah, okay, fine. We know who it is. We know who it is. We're just answering his question.
Oh my gosh,
I'm just answering it honestly. I don't have any idea what you're referring to right now.
You don't know what the geometric horizon is?
No, I don't know what dangerous thing that I'm trying to avoid that you're referring to.
Can we just mute Branch maybe because I can't hear him.
Shut up.
All right, so, dude, Scott, can I get a yes or no question? I mean, answer, please, dude. It's like, do we see the geometric horizon? You said, I think so?
I think so.
Okay. Well, that's obviously insufficient, isn't it?
No, why?
I'm telling you my opinion. We see it, but I asked you, when do we see it? And when do we see it? And you said when there would when there would be no refraction, which doesn't exist. So any other Globers in here, Scott, show that he's tapping out.
I think it would exist. And remember, all you did was ask me my opinion. There's no context in it.
No, I said, we see the geometric horizon?
I know, and I told you what my opinion is on that question. There's no context here. So why
okay, Scott's tapping out and running away. Would anybody?
Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. Witsit, don't interrupt me. Why do you think that that's something you can respond to with, well, that's not satisfactory? When you have no context, you ask me a question, and I've answered the question.
You don't understand the context of it?
You haven't given any context for it.
Well, you've had this conversation like 30 times, though, Scott.
No, I haven't had this conversation.
Okay, well, for all the other people, and apparently Scott, who has amnesia, in the globe Earth model, there's something called the geometric.
Hold on,
you look how nervous he is, guys. Isn't this pretty telling that your priest is so nervous?
I'll let you move on. Hold on. I'll let you move on in just a second. Did you bring that citation that you left to go get?
What citation? I didn't leave to go get one. I couldn't talk, so I just stopped.
You said you were going to get a citation that would tell us about how.
Yeah, DirecTV admits that it uses antennas.
Is that all you were going after? Of course they use
can anybody answer the main question here instead of diverting? Because Scott's super nervous. Someone save him. Someone throw a life jacket to your little priest.
I'm not nervous. I just want to know if you have brought the citation.
No, you're changing the subject. You are nervous.
Yeah, it's a subject that you were
He didn't answer me. Do we see it? Yes or no?
Talk about running.
How am I running? I've been asking this. Okay, now listen. You think we do?
Where's the citation, dude?
Okay,
where's the citation?
This is funny. Yeah, is this being recorded? So y'all have no shame. Y'all just talk
Right.
crazy and expose yourself to
Dude,
be liars
I
while
gave
you
you
know
an answer to your
things are
question,
recorded.
and I want to know where that citation is. Why can you not just deal with those two things? I gave you your answer. You got it. Done. Now,
No. Listen, that's not how this works, Scott. So you want it to work because you want to be a liar, but you know that wasn't a sufficient answer because if you're saying yes, we see the geometric horizon. Well, I can't explain it without you shutting the fuck up, could I, Scott? So if you are saying that we see the geometric horizon, provide the evidence of when we do that, please. When is it? Or you just make random subjective claims like, yeah, we see it, I think, but I couldn't tell you when because the whole atmosphere wouldn't have to exist.
But listen, you just asked me out of the blue. You said,
yes
hey,
or no, do we see it?
Oh, listen, let me answer without you interrupting, dude. You asked me out of the blue, do we ever see the geometric horizon? My answer to that is, I think that we do. Now, why do you think that the next appropriate thing to do is to start demanding evidence? I'm just giving you my opinion. You asked an opinion question, I gave you my opinion answer.
Okay, can you substantiate or prove that we ever see the geometric horizon, or do you have to just assume it's there? Right, so you agree that the horizon is actually apparent, but sometimes you're saying that maybe on one occasion with quote-unquote no refraction, it would be really, really close to the geometric horizon.
I'm basing it on the law of large numbers, basically.
Trying to have a conversation.
Okay, chill.
Do we ever see the apparent horizon?
Yes, that's all we see.
Do we ever see the apparent horizon?
I already answered your question, you clown.
Do you see the
That's all
horizon?
we see. I answered it twice.
Well, the necessary antecedent for an apparent horizon is a geometric horizon, you idiot.
Okay, so you claim a geometric horizon.
The necessary antecedent for an apparent horizon is a geometric horizon.
That isn't true, actually.
It is.
So, no.
To have an apparent horizon, you must have a geometric horizon.
You're not very smart. So if you stand at the end of a long hallway,
I don't think you're very
walls
smart.
will converge.
How do you have an apparent horizon?
The ceiling and the floor will... Nicely said, Paul. Is that why you have to cut me off?
How do you
have
an apparent horizon without a geometric horizon?
Hey, what? Hey, yes, because the geometric part is a shape claim, right? And as it is relevant to this conversation is the shape claim of a sphere, which is the geometric horizon being an Earth curve. Now, if you stand at the end of a long hallway, a flat surface, there you go, interrupt me. You're a clown. You're scared to hear it. You're living in cognition.
You're
you need to wake
to
up.
answer my question.
Scott, the person that...
Why is it called
I
an
asked the
apparent
question,
horizon?
and I've already answered your question.
Why is it called an apparent horizon?
Because it isn't an actual location. It's an optical effect of a convergence.
Why isn't it an actual location?
Look, y'all have to keep interrupting me. You're spiraling already.
You fucking idiot.
Well, the geometric horizon is not curved. It's flat, and it rises up toward the level of the eyes. It doesn't drop away.
That's funny.
And so you're talking about
whole gangs, the whole horizon.
Right, no. Listen, why do we have to obfuscate so much? I'm asking you, do we ever see the geometric horizon?
But we see an apparent horizon for which the necessary antecedent.
That's an assumption. That's what's in contention. It's called a begging the question fallacy. If you can't debate beyond a fourth grade level, shut the fuck up. Someone else jump in.
Third grade, apparently.
Says the person that doesn't know what a begging the question fallacy is.
Well, you don't seem to know what one is either, because
I'm saying, do we ever see the geometric horizon?
The necessary antecedent for an
someone else
apparent horizon is a
it's
geometric
an apparent horizon
just like
because
the necessary antecedent for a filet mignon steak is a cow.
But you still don't see the geometric horizon.
Stop fucking muting me, Scott.
Just
I
like
didn't mute you, you fucking idiot. Stop accusing me of stuff that I didn't do. Jesus Christ.
Okay, well, whoever's in the room muting me, stop doing
people when other people have started a sentence and are being talked over.
Except when it happens to me.
It's going to happen to everyone, including you, Witsit. So hold your tongue.
Rick,
except when I get interrupted, right?
Right now, Rick.
Because there would have been 10 Grovers already muted.
Everybody. All right?
That's crazy, because I've never been able to get a sentence out. But okay, cool. So what I'm simply asking... Okay, well, if you be fair, I'm on your team, dog. That's all I want, fairness.
The thing is, you're never going to get
it's very simply,
you're never going to get a sentence out when you start them in the middle of someone else's.
Yeah, so do we see the geometric horizon, yes or no?
Rarely.
You got an answer.
Do we see the geometric horizon, yes or no?
Rarely.
Okay, no, we see the apparent horizon, right?
We see an apparent horizon.
So how do you know there's a geometric horizon if all we ever see is the apparent one?
The necessary antecedent for an apparent horizon is a geometric horizon. We don't have...
Okay, but not a curved geometric horizon now, huh? No, there's a physical piece of land underneath you, Okay, and a plane will create the illusion of convergence once you reach your limit of perspective. This is provable and recreatable. Now you're claiming a physical curvature.
I haven't seen you do that.
Okay, well then you're just a liar. If you've never stood at the end of a long railroad or hallway,
that doesn't demonstrate what you claimed.
I claimed convergence due to limit of perspective over a flat surface. How does it not demonstrate that?
It doesn't demonstrate it because
literally
that's not
does exactly
it's his response because y'all are knocking it out of the parks. So, do we see the geometric horizon? Yes or no, or do we have to keep obfuscating?
Reasonable response to
If you say yes, can you please provide the evidence of when we see it?
Which
no, because I don't know when we see it. I just think it's likely that we do.
So if you don't know when we see it, and we can't substantiate when we or if we do see it, then how do you know that there is a geometric horizon there in the first place?
Well, I don't know for it's a necessary antecedent, as Paul says, for a apparent horizon. But I also don't know for absolute. I also hold on. We're not interrupting.
You're just lying, though, Scott.
Remember? So as I'm not lying, I'm telling you that's true. You can't have an apparent horizon without a geometric horizon.
A minute ago was an opinion.
I suspect that it's very likely that we've seen geometric horizons. But
no one cares what you suspected, dude. You think that you can go into a space to...
Stop interrupting people. Just let people finish, and it'll be much calmer, and then they'll let you finish.
You just keep obfuscating, man.
I don't. I'm just getting 2 sentences out. For fuck's sake, dude. Just relax.
Finish. Sorry.
I don't know when we would see the geometric horizon, but I suspect because of the large number of days, there'd be some that we do, and I would not be able to identify which ones they are.
Okay, so if you can't identify which days they are, which means you can't substantially in any way claim to know when the geometric horizon is visible, if you never see the geometric horizon or can definitively establish when you do see it, how do you know it's there?
I don't know for absolute certainty. I'm telling you that I think it's likely that we see the geometric horizon.
Oh, so you don't know that there is a curve of Earth because there.
But I do know it's there in order to have a apparent horizon. You have to have a geometric one. Because the apparent one is based on the geometric one.
Does it have to be a curved Earth?
Yeah, it has to be. Yeah, I think so.
Wait, are you gonna stick with that one?
You said have a horizon looking over a corner, but Earth doesn't have corners.
No, actually, the hallway will appear to converge, as will railroads. So anyway, we all know that over a flat surface, there can be an appearance of convergence relative to the observer height and whatever the atmospheric conditions you're viewing the parallel lines through, right? Okay, so we know that can happen, and that the horizon is horizontal. That's actually from the fucking word horizontal, right? And we know it's just an apparent location, but you claim it curves in any and all directions. So that horizon is actually curved, and straight ahead is actually curved, and there's a physical obstruction, and there's a certain rate in which that should present itself because it's called the geometric horizon or Earth curve, right?
That's right.
Okay, so my question is, how do you substantiate that it's there? Because the question is the Earth actually this magic ball they all told us with certain metrics, right, and certain diameters, certain dimensions? So please tell me how we know.
It's not
the very give me one.
The very fact that you can actually see an apparent horizon.
He keeps saying that. You're gonna let that.
Hey, Witsit, let him finish what he's saying.
The very fact.
Let him finish what he's saying.
Y'all said the same thing 5 times, okay. Scott.
Guys, you're not letting people respond. Just let him finish what he's saying.
Just let him say the same thing that's on.
Will be next. I haven't heard him say one thing because you keep interrupting.
I heard what he said. You can't have the apparent horizon without the geometric horizon.
Okay, guys, let him say it. Phil, go ahead. And then you're next, other guy.
All right. So the very fact. So Paul. So Con the space router is correct. The very fact. If you cannot talk about seeing an apparent horizon without the existence of a geometric horizon, for which the apparent horizon is the distortion.
This guy still doesn't understand.
Otherwise, it will be like seeing the shadow of a cat without a cat existing.
Imagine thinking that this was smart right now.
Excuse me.
Yes, OG, you're next. OG. You're next. Hold on. Okay, thanks, Phil. Okay, go ahead, OG. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, first of all, as far as the definition goes, the geometric horizon is the apparent horizon. Show me that the geometric horizon is the apparent horizon is the antecedent for the geometric horizon. Because if that's the case, that means it can't be measured anyway.
You got that the wrong way round, dude.
Not really, mate. How do you know which one's which?
Consistently lost.
How do you know which one is which? The geometric horizon is the horizon points at which we don't count for visual refraction.
Oh, when is that?
Oh, when is that? Yeah, wait there.
It's
Scott,
not when that is. That's what the geometric horizon is.
Okay, can
there you go.
So think about it like this. If we're seeing a horizon, it's either apparent or it's geometric.
No, if we're seeing it, it's apparent.
If it's geometric, let me finish what I'm saying. If we're seeing a horizon, it's either apparent or it's geometric. If it's geometric, we have the geometric horizon. If it's apparent, well, what does an apparent horizon mean?
That we see it.
It means that it's a distortion. Witsit, what is your issue? If you can't let people finish, it's going to be untenable.
Just monologuing, obfuscation like a 5-year-old.
Dude, I've talked you come in here so amped up. I've literally talked for 10 seconds.
Scott, no, you just haven't responded yet, bro. You just obfuscate over and over.
Interrupted 3 times.
Red herring.
I'm making a point.
Fallacy.
Just be quiet. Go ahead, Scott.
Because you keep interrupting.
Okay, please reiterate your obfuscation for the remedial midgets here.
Shut up.
This isn't obfuscation. It's a point. It's a valid point. Stop being such a dick.
Well, if I've already rebutted it, then it's stupid as fuck.
Oh my Christ almighty, dude. What is your issue? Where's
finish,
Rick?
Scott.
I thought you were muted doing this.
Just finish, Scott.
Yeah, all right. So if you're looking at a horizon, you either have an apparent or geometric horizon. All right, if it's geometric, you got the geometric. If it's apparent, what does that mean? What is an apparent horizon? Well, that is a horizon that is being distorted because of refraction from its normal physical geometric place. So the antecedent, that's why I keep saying the antecedent of it is that it has to have a geometric in order to be distorted.
Yeah, we get that, Scott.
That's actually the very question, bro.
Jesus Christ, with
oh, dude, bro.
Just go ahead.
$10,000.
Okay, so I'm getting muted, but simply, dude, you didn't. You've done the same thing. You've said the same answer 4 times, and it's not an actual answer. So how do you substantiate the physical? Oh my God! How do you substantiate the physical claim of the geometric horizon? Now what? Wait up! Where's the mute on Scott now, bruh? Where's Scott's mute?
You don't like it, do you?
Mute Scott.
Well, you're monologuing with it. You were taking so long. You were monologuing for so long.
I got muted though. You're still talking like a little bitch.
You did not get muted for a long time.
I got muted the whole time you talked, Scott.
Then why were you interrupting me the whole time? How is that possible?
I didn't. I was muted. Okay, so can I respond, please? So you just said that the apparent horizon, right, which is the one that we see, the only one that we ever see, is actually just a refraction, right, from the physical location of the geometric horizon. So all you did was blindly and basely assert the very thing in contention. That's a begging the question fallacy. Substantiate the physical location claim. When do we see the geometric horizon? If you don't know when we see it, how do you know it's there?
I just told you that.
No, you did it. You just reaffirmed begging the question.
Well, let me ask you a question. When you see an apparent horizon, what do you think that means about a geometric horizon? Do you think you could have an apparent without a geometric?
Well, the apparent horizon is horizontal, isn't it?
There's no difference, even in your definition, the only definition that I've seen, the few definitions that I've seen, the apparent horizon is the geometric horizon. The problem with that, though, is that you can't measure to it.
Well, wait, when you say it is the geometric, what do you mean by that? I don't think that's something that's held by all flat earthers.
When I said the definition, I meant we can go to the definition and actually read what I just said.
Sounds like you
okay, let's do that.
Well, actually, what let's do is substantiate your physical claim in the first place, because we all know where this is going and you're afraid, and that's why you're obfuscating, because I'm asking a simple question. This is the first. Scott, do you agree, bro, that this would be the first? Scott, do you agree this would be the first honest line of questioning if someone wanted to know the truth about the shape of the Earth?
No, I don't think this would be the first line.
So you're just dishonest about the whole conversation, then. So what do you have in this? You have monetary incentive, or?
But can I just respond to OG? When you say it's the same, apparent and geometric, isn't apparent if it's distorted? If refraction is making the actual location different than it is, don't we call that one the apparent? And then we say where it was originally, the actual physical location is the geometric. Doesn't that make them different?
Makes the actual location different than it was. What does that even mean, bro?
Both sides appear to be saying that the geometric and apparent horizon are one, but the base assumptions are different. The Globers are saying that there is some sort of globe obstruction that is a curved obstruction off of which you're getting apparent horizons that are refracting. The Flat Earthers are saying that it is a flat plane that is ramping up to the level of the eyes and being represented optically for the observer. So you have 2 different bases for the shape that is giving you the horizon. is
so
it
how did
flat
you ever
or
know
round?
how did you ever know the location of the geometric horizon in the first place?
It's a good question, isn't it?
Right. All right. So
yeah. So how did you originally get the radius value?
How tall you are.
Did you use? Sorry, good.
It depends on how tall you are.
So yeah, of course it does. Yeah, of course it does, bro. But I'm saying, like, where did you? They reverse engineered the optic limits of
let
the
him come
eye.
through. Witsit, let him come through. It depends on your observer height. You're correct. Now, based on the formula and your observer height, if the distance to the horizon is way further than the math dictates it's supposed to be, then what?
We have refraction.
But how did you ever know that there was a physical horizon?
No. There's always refraction, Scott.
Well, then we have refraction that's significant.
Oh, significant refraction. Is it aggressive?
If you want to use that word, you could.
Is it gargantuan?
Well,
we seem to get new adjectives from Globers every time, but they never actually specify with reality what a real type of refraction is.
Scott, you said you were telling the truth. Scott, you said you were telling the truth the second time you said about the geometric horizon. The first time you actually stated that actually you feel the horizon is probably this way, and it's your opinionated opinion.
Yeah, that we
which
see
one is
it.
it, dickhead?
I can't prove that we see it.
So how do they ever know that?
Well, I'd
Don't want
like to
this to get
talk about.
passed, Bob.
I would like to talk
Go ahead.
about the refraction. What refraction? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
We're talking about the looming. It would be the type of refraction.
Oh, you're talking about looming. Timeout. Let's look at the definition of looming, because even with images on Google, you have objects refracted above the horizon, not the horizon being phased through physical objects to appear further.
Well, the horizons can also loom, though.
Oh, that's just a claim that you made.
Let me see the citation for that, because any citation that I can get is respect to the horizon.
And how is looming going to make it extend further back through objects?
I think most definitions of looming will include the allow for the water itself to also loom.
So when you say refraction, are you talking about terrestrial refraction?
I'm talking about refraction.
No, you are, though.
No, because terrestrial refraction refers to a slightly different thing.
No, it refers to refraction on the terrain of the Earth. That's what terrestrial means.
Stop trying
No,
to add
it
word
refers to
salad
refraction
there.
that's following the curve. Of the Earth.
You don't even. This dude just said terrestrial refraction is word salad. Okay, so literally, if you're saying that the reason
is not word salad, but it refers to refraction that follows the curve of the Earth. It doesn't mean any refraction on the surface of the Earth. That's not terrestrial refraction.
Okay, actually, so when you're telling me about the location of the physical Earth curve, the terrain of the Earth being moved, you're invoking terrestrial refraction because you're saying the terrain is being moved.
Well, let me tell you why, Scott. I'm sorry.
There's a definition. 7/6 R.
Hold on. Let me tell you why there's a problem with not using terrestrial refraction and using looming. Because again, if the horizon is supposed to be, say, if you're 1 foot off the ground, 1.2 miles away, if you say that that's looming, the only thing that it can do is appear higher, but it's not going to appear behind an object that's behind 1.2 miles or further than 1.2 miles.
Everything that is physical, that is beyond the horizon normally, could be loomed up, including the actual surface of the water. So all that stuff could be loomed up a certain amount. And if it's loomed up a certain amount, it's going to appear as if the horizon is
But that's why you guys invoke. Hold on, that's why you guys invoke in. I don't want to put words in your mouth. Downward refraction, because you see, if everything is loomed up, then why is the horizon again beyond? Say the oil rigs in the Black Swan, beyond. If it's supposed to be 1.2 miles, but it's actually 10 miles, and it's beyond the oil rigs, and everything is being loomed. I wasn't done. I'm just trying to make this as concise as possible.
Yeah.
So if everything is loomed up at the same time, then you would still get a horizon that's in front of the oil rigs that would also have to be loomed up.
Because the surface of the water that's beyond the oil rigs, I'm telling you, the surface of the water that's beyond the oil rigs is also loomed up. And so that creates a new horizon that's beyond the oil.
Well, why are we letting him? This is what he wants. Scott, can you? I want you to answer my questions without obfuscating. So, are you invoking terrestrial refraction? Yes or no?
No, I disagree with your definition.
Okay, so what is terrestrial refraction? I'm slightly wrong. How so?
Terrestrial refraction is refraction that follows the curve of the Earth. That's different than any refraction on the surface of the Earth.
So are you saying
refraction actually carving with the Earth, whereas this could be looming that's not curving with the Earth, it's just a strong looming, that would not be terrestrial.
So you're saying this refraction is on the surface, isn't curving with the surface of the Earth?
Potentially, right.
Oh, potentially.
It's on the surface, terrestrial.
No, actually, that's what it means.
Because it's on the surface.
No, if it's about the surface itself, listen, my friend, stop strawmanning me. If it's about the surface itself moving, listen, man, it's not about something on the surface. If it's about the surface moving, that's the terrain, the terra firma, the terrestrial refraction.
I think that's not the right definition.
No, it's objectively the right definition, Scott.
Hold on. Just let me finish what I'm saying. I think terrestrial refraction refers to light that is bending, and it's bending at the same rate of the curve of the Earth. And that's different than what we're necessarily talking about.
That's not actually true. It's 7/6R. Right?
Yeah, that's the surface. That's the curve of the Earth. So light that does that is terrestrial.
That's not the curve of the Earth. The 7/6R isn't the curve of the Earth.
It is the curve of the Earth at a level above the Earth. So yeah, it is. You can. It's an approximation for it.
Okay, and now what that approximation comes from is an attempt to fluctuate it to account for change in the perception of the terrain, right, Scott?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
So you don't know what terrestrial refraction is, but actually, whenever you respond to Black Swan with refraction, when you respond
to be relevant to what I said,
when you respond to Black Swan with invoking refraction, inherently you're invoking terrestrial refraction because we're discussing why the surface of the Earth is physically moving too far away.
Because for it to be terrestrial, I claim it has to follow the curve of the Earth.
You can't just keep saying non sequitur dumb things over and over. What do you think you're accomplishing?
Let's take a look at it.
That's the person who keeps bringing up Black Swan, which has been debunked like 1,000 times over.
Oh, yeah. How so?
What do you mean, how so?
Yeah, you should probably shut up, I would guess, huh?
Yeah, you got that picture from one day,
well,
one particular day, one particular picture.
That's not even. I'm sorry, sir. I have
it's happened
other pictures.
I don't mean to cut you off, but there's actually more than 3 videos, probably about 5. And then there's also another observation at 3 feet where the platform is 19 miles away and the horizon is behind that. So
yeah, and there's pictures showing the actual sharp horizon.
That's not an address. I address your point.
No, he doesn't even know what Black Swan means.
There was only one, and I said
know what the Black Swan.
What does it mean? What's the logical premise?
What's the argument?
It's a rarity because swans typically come in white.
Okay. So what's the logical argument?
Well, the logical premise would be that on a flat Earth, the horizon can never appear in front of an object, and yet we see that.
Nope. That's a cool straw man. What a dumbass straw man.
You don't even know
what it's that the geometric not a straw man. It's that the geometric horizon. Yes, it is. No, that was a straw man. So, yes, I do. Yeah, you're misrepresenting our argument. That's called a straw man.
Tell me what a straw man argument is.
Whenever you misrepresent someone else's argument.
No, that's
okay. Do you guys let this guy talk like just freely here? Like he just allowed to do this? This is what y'all.
Well, you're allowed to talk freely here.
Yeah, but I actually make coherent, substantive points.
Yeah. How long have you been talking? How much?
Dude, are you hammered, drunk, or something?
He's hammered.
You're hammered. You can't even speak. You're slurring so bad, bro. Chill.
Well, come on, guys. There's nothing wrong with getting drunk and being drunk.
No, there's not. But there's something wrong with being drunk and jumping in and diverting and obfuscating like a remedial mental.
How about just taking it down a notch? Just relax.
Because you're nervous, Scott, and you want them to obfuscate.
I'm not.
How about Scott have a 1v1 cordial conversation where he actually answers my questions for once?
Or that's fine, anybody. But yes,
don't answer any questions.
Okay, so 7/6
I can mute this whole room and just let you and Witsit go at it, Scott.
If this is going to be 1v1,
whoever, I don't want to hog the mic as a problem, but I'll have to do it, but I don't want to be.
I'll give you guys like 10 minutes at each other if you want.
Scott, I will accept. I will accept if you concede that you're scared.
Let's do it. 1v1.
What is your issue? Why can't you just be normal?
normal, as in like actually just answer my questions honestly instead of immediately imploding into obfuscation mode? I'd be super chill. No, dude, I haven't got a straightforward answer to 4 questions. I haven't got a straightforward answer.
You get honest, straightforward answers. You just don't like them, and then you accuse me of
no. Straightforward answers, bro. I never do. I never get them. Okay, how did you get the radius value in the first place? Let's see how straightforward you get.
Wait, the radius value of what? Of Earth?
Yeah.
I got it from a book.
Okay, how did we get it in the first place? You think that it's right? You think it's correct. How did they get it?
Different methods. There's a lot
how
of
did they get it
different
in the first place?
The modern method.
Modern
in the
is
first place. The very
first
first time,
place, Scott.
I don't listen. I don't know the answer for the very first time. I know early times included things like Eratosthene and included things like actually, I don't know other than Eratosthene how they did it.
Okay, Aristophanes didn't have anything to do with the radius of the Earth. So do you not know where the radius originally came from? Because you claim that we're stupid for not believing your religion.
He did have something to do with the radius of the Earth. He could figure out what the radius is from what he did.
Okay, so it's Al-Biruni.
Okay.
So you don't know your own religion, but Al-Biruni is attributed to discovering and establishing the radius. Do you know how he did that?
How did he do it?
By measuring angle dips to the horizon.
Okay, that works too, yeah.
Well, it doesn't work if we just establish that we know it's an apparent location and we can't differentiate when it's apparently the geometric one there, right? Because we can never see it.
How accurate was he?
That depends on how far off the apparent is from the true location. I'm sorry, can I just say things without you interrupting?
That other dude jumped in. I was telling him to wait, man. Calm down, bud. You're spiraling.
You could just stop talking a little bit, really, because you just never stop talking.
No, you just like other people jumping in and poking me, but ignoring them.
I don't care if other people jump in.
Just respond to the point, Scott. No one cares about your feelings.
I already did respond to the point, and you
what
need
was
to
my
stop
point?
overtalking people. I just responded to it. I said that's cool. That will work, and it will depend on whether the apparent horizon, how far off it is from the true horizon, as to how error-ridden his method will be.
The true horizon is what's in contention, Scott. Are you that incapable of keeping up, or that's your fifth begging the question fallacy?
Are you gonna just talk like a normal person?
Yeah, you're begging the question. That's a fallacy. That's what's in contention. You said compared to a standard of accuracy. If you have a standard of accuracy, the standard's in contention, Scott.
You said, how can that method work if we're looking at the apparent horizon? I'm telling you, the method will be, the error rate of that method will depend on how far off the apparent horizon is from the true horizon. And so
okay, but it's just a guess, right?
That question will determine how. No, that's not a guess. That question will determine what the error rate of his method will be. Now,
no, to determine the error rate, you have to have a standard.
Oh my God, you just can't let people.
You can't respond to that, can you?
I just was. You just interrupted me.
To have an error rate, you have to have a standard to compare it to. That's what an error rate is.
I'm saying that there's a differential between the apparent and the true horizon, right?
But you're reifying
it's going to be. Hold on, dude. Just stop and let other people finish. Okay. So there's going to be some differential there, and that differential is going to dictate how far off the method you just described is. That's very simple and straightforward. Why you don't say, yeah, that's true, is beyond me.
Okay, because the very thing in contention is the standard that you just said you compare it to. So you're saying, well, we'll know if it's accurate because we'll compare it to what it really is. Well, what it really is what's in contention. You're begging the question. I just said that, and then you looped your response begging again.
That's not what I said. You said, how is that going to work? And I said, well, here's where the error rate will come from. Now, I don't know exactly the way in which I think that we're going to figure out how far off the apparent is from the true is by doing measurements over and over and over. And by getting the radius from a different method, say a modern method, like looking out from space. Now we have that number, so we can say, okay, that number is good. Then
looking
we can
out
look
from
and say,
space.
okay, hold on. Now we can look and calculate what the geometric should be. Then we can look at the apparent and see how far off it is.
So you looked out, you measured the radius of the Earth from space?
People did.
How?
By looking.
By looking? Okay, so
Al-Biruni used... They took a picture. They know the distance from that picture. They can figure out what the width of the sphere is and determine.
You told me the reason the land masses were so disproportionate in some of the pictures was because of the angle. So if the angle was off, it messed up the whole measurement. You're talking. You seem to not be keeping up with your own claims.
You can't use a bad angle. You have to use a good picture. So you have to go out far enough to get a good picture.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, what's the angle that would ensure accuracy?
The angle, if you go out far enough, the angle won't matter, just as long as you can get the whole hemisphere in.
So why can't we get full pictures without disproportional land masses then?
We do. We have them all.
No,
over
we
the place.
don't.
We have thousands.
So anyway,
Yes,
no,
we
they're
do.
different on everyone.
We
The
do.
landmasses
They
are
come
different.
from-
Y'all
they
say
come
it's
from the
because of
Discovery
angle.
Epic satellite. They come from the Discovery Epic
Okay.
satellite. They come about 14 a day, and they've been doing that for years. So we have thousands of them.
So the only way that you think you can establish the radius claim is from space.
No, I'm saying that's how we can figure out how far off the apparent is from the geometric.
So that means, well, to figure out how far away the apparent is from the geometric, you're going to have to establish the physical geometric definitive metric, which is what's in contention. And you just said you went to space and you measured the radius from space.
Yeah.
And of course, we know Al-Biruni's methodology is inefficient because it was the apparent horizon he was using. So he was measuring angles, dip angles, to literally an apparent location that had nothing to do with the physical curve. So then we fast forward, and you said we can. So are you saying we didn't know the radius for sure until we went to space and did it?
That's right. In fact, yeah, I'm sure we're constantly getting more and more precise measurements of it. So even now, I bet you we don't have the most precise measurement we could have. But Al-Biruni was certainly off by some degree, I'm sure. I don't know how much, but I bet you he didn't get a perfect answer. And so it's not until we can go out and look in space and then get a different source for our radius and then compare that against the apparent to figure out just how far off we're going to be.
So you're saying to see if the surface of the Earth is curving, the most efficient way is to go out into a second law of thermodynamics violation, depend on authorities, to look at something from a distance, to subjectively interpret landmasses from a presupposed angle, and then tell us the radius, as opposed to actually measuring the Earth itself?
I don't think it's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
So we shouldn't measure the Earth itself to figure out if it's curving? We should go to space and let NASA tell us by looking at it from a distance?
We're looking, when we go into space and we turn around and we look at it, we are measuring the radius of Earth. We're looking at Earth, we're measuring it.
Well, you just said that they go to space, they look at the Earth, and then based on the land masses, they can figure out the radius. Well, that would require the dimensions of the model, wouldn't it?
Not based on the land mass. Not just
Okay,
by
can you
looking,
provide the
knowing
document?
how far away you are.
Sorry.
Not knowing how far away you are, and by looking, you can figure out what the width is and then figure out the radius. So
All right,
from there, you can come back to Earth and look at the apparent.
Would you like to provide the documentation where in which they went to space and measured the radius, please?
I don't know offhand. I'm sure it exists, though.
So you just made that up?
No, I think that's something that I know to be true.
Okay, so you made that up. Al-Biruni
I didn't
was
make that up,
inefficient.
dude.
Okay, so provide the evidence, or
every single thing I've learned
dismissed. Baseless assertion, and it's stupid on its face.
It's not baseless assertion.
It is
by the way,
stupid
speaking of that,
on
where's
its
that
face, though.
that you're going to go get?
No, time out. Why are you trying to? You're imploding. You're imploding. I'll get the citation about the satellites, dude. You're imploding.
Yeah, you will. Well, then I'll get the citation you just asked for when you get yours.
Scott,
okay?
I sent 30. I sent over 30 citations last night. Scott, I sent you over 30 citations last night. You haven't sent me one. How about that?
You only asked for one. You just asked for one. And by the way, I sent you like 9 last night, so I don't know what you're talking about.
No, you didn't.
But you just asked for one, and when you get the one that I asked for, I'll get you this one. Seems fair.
Okay. I'll never get it. But so anyway, so are you saying there's no other way to substantiate the radius? Because if you're just looking at the distance of land masses, you have to have the dimensions of the model to compare that standard to, which is a reification of the very thing in contention. So Al-Biruni's inefficient. Going to space, yeah, if you're telling me you're looking at the land masses from a distance of a ball in space, you have to know the dimensions of the ball to then deduce the radius relative to the land mass that you can perceive at whatever angle you're perceiving.
You don't have to do that.
Okay, how so? No, it's not sufficient.
I'll tell you. I just told you before, though. We said this already. You seem to forget. You go into space. You know how far away you are from it. When you take the picture, you'll be able to use that information to figure out how big the thing is in real life. You know your distance, so you know what the angular size reduction is going to be, so you can figure out what the actual true size is going to be.
So we have to believe NASA, though. So can we? So you're saying, just to clarify, we didn't actually know the radius for sure until we got to the point where we can trust NASA, who went to space and did it in the 70s, or probably in the 21st century. You haven't even specified your claim. I still think you made it up.
In the 80s and 90s, and I'm sure they've done.
Okay, so in the 80s, so we didn't know what the radius was definitively until the 80s.
Even now, we probably don't have as precise an answer as we can have.
Well, how much could the radius be wrong and the model still be right?
Well, not very much, but it still can be wrong. We're always
less than 1%.
Precision. Sure.
Less than 1%. So we need to be within 1% accuracy. So our definitive physical claim of the radius needs to be pretty stringent, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I believe that
that would mean our entire cosmological understanding was off.
No,
but what I'm saying is
we've been within 1%. I believe we've been within 1% for a long time.
Okay, well, trust me, we get it. You have a lot of beliefs, right? But we're trying to empirically substantiate this. Yeah, I don't think it's true because in order to say that's within 1% of the radius, you would actually have to have the objective standard to compare it to of the radius.
So Nick says
beyond circular, medial, it's laughable. Okay, how did wait? But
we have it with about 0.3%.
How would you know that if you don't know what it actually is?
So I'm literally going to measure it right now.
No, I know why. Because if it was more than that off, then it wouldn't work.
No, it's use statistical methods.
No, if it was more than that off, the model wouldn't work. Gravity requires the number be within 0.3%. You people don't know your own religion, dude.
Why do you think it needs to be within 1.3%? Where did you get that from?
Because, the gravitational orbits, the relative bodies, the sizes are the distances between land masses, the day and night cycle. All of this is dependent upon the radius value.
Where did you get that? If that's more than 0.03% off, it will not work.
Well, he invoked that, which would mean that's why that's set there. I know it's less than 1%. So tell him whatever he just invoked. Read it. I guarantee you that they'll tell you, we know that it's within this because of what the model is. It can only be this far off. We know that much. We just haven't quite figured it out yet. Oh, you think I'm wrong. You just basically said that. You basically just said that.
You just backed off of. You just backed off.
Wait, no, I haven't backed off anything.
Yeah, you did.
Okay, yeah, because listen, Scott, are you not listening?
And then I asked, where does that come from? And you said, well, I bet it says it in the article.
Okay, so the dude that just invoked the article, does it say that it's within 0.3% and that we know that it's within 0.3%? What up, Dan? He just said that, right?
What? What are you saying?
So the article said, I think you said it, right? The article says that
It was Nick.
Oh, sorry, bro. Okay, so whoever posted the article says that it's within 0.3%, correct?
Yeah, I said our radius measurements within 0.03%.
How do they know that?
I think they probably know that from statistical methods because we're zeroing in on the answer, so they can sort of figure out.
So calculations. You do know that was what my argument was, right?
No, I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, my argument was that based on the mathematical confinement of the calculations, it can only be 0.3% off.
Well, that's different than what I said.
Well, mine's just objectively true, and it dismantles your religion. Would you like to respond to it?
I don't think that's objectively true.
Oh, well, you don't think?
Oh gosh,
it's objectively true. You know.
I'm sorry that your baseless assertions aren't accepted as fact.
Oh, that's a nice self-projection. Who said that we measure the radius from space?
In
the 80s or 90s or something.
Sure,
so what I'm asking you, is there any other method until the 80s where we have to just trust NASA, who are provably liars, or can we independently verify? How did we measure and establish the radius? How can we do that without appealing to NASA?
There's a lot of different ways we can measure the radius. I know that we also can use seismic graphing. I also think we can do it using Foucault's pendulum, to be honest with you.
Do one at a time, man.
I think you should. I'm just giving you a list. I think we can do it using Foucault's pendulum. I have to think about this, but I'm pretty sure we could do the reverse calculation on that. I think that they do it with seismic, with seismic readings, basically, like seeing how fast the seismic waves go through the earth.
Okay.
I bet there's other methods that I'm not aware of.
Okay.
I'm sure other people know some.
Okay. Well, of course, seismic waves. You measure vibration activity, then map it out on the geoid spherical assumption. So it seems like you need to research things you talk about. I'm surprised you haven't got around to supposedly measuring the Earth. It's 21st century. Have people not measured the Earth to be a ball yet? Foucault's pendulum. How would that prove the radius of the Earth?
Well, if you look and see what your precession is at every latitude, you're going to get a size.
That presupposes axial rotation as the cause.
Well, what other cause could it be?
That doesn't matter. You have to substantiate that it's the cause. In fact, there's evidence.
Well, this is how science
because
works.
So you're trying.
In the absence of another.
No, I just addressed it.
In the absence of another cause, we presume that this is the cause, and it makes perfect sense and it fits. Now, it doesn't guarantee that it's the cause. You're right. It could turn out that it's I don't know, angels that we didn't know about or something. Right? It could be magic. We don't know, but it certainly is most likely to be the cause.
So you're saying that
else would cause it.
We can establish the radius with the pendulum.
Yeah.
Okay, actually, that's not true because you have a different rate of precession. Oh, you're interrupting me. You have a different rate of precession, right? That doesn't actually give you the specific metrics or the size. You can just map that rate and differential out within the size. Try again.
No, I think it will. If you get the precession at different latitudes, just listen with it. If you get the precession at different latitudes, the difference in the precession at each one of those latitudes will allow you to back calculate what the radius is. I'm certain that's true.
How?
Well, the same way that you would forward calculate it, because the precession is dependent upon the size of the ball and the speed of the rotation.
Okay, so you're basically saying that you're reifying and begging the question, and you actually thought that was sufficient.
No,
so is there another way that we can... I know that I'm doing this for the third-party viewer, not expecting you to be honest or concede. So do you have another way to establish the physical...
You don't know what to say.
Well, I know intelligent people can listen, and then they'll make their own decision, right, Scott?
Well,
right, so...
It's not reification. It's not reification. It's a valid method, and it works. But I'll let you move on to somebody else if you like. But
axial rotation presupposes causation. So you have no other ways to substantiate the radius, is that correct?
We have lots of ways. I've given you like 7.
You haven't provided one sufficient one yet, though.
4, 5. They're all sufficient.
But none of them were sufficient. I explained each of them step by step.
No,
yeah, they all require seismic waves.
Reification, one's not. The other one you just sort of mocked generally without really saying anything. Seismic waves, you just said, I don't know what you said. You just said they moved.
See, look, he just now said he doesn't know what each of my rebuttals was, but he knows they're wrong. And it's all recorded.
I only said that about the seismic wave.
This is recorded, Scott.
Well, what was your rebuttal? I don't think you made one of those seismic waves.
Okay, so seismic waves, you're measuring the vibration within the earth and mapping that onto a geoid spherical assumption. Objectively. So that was, I didn't say anything, I just skipped over it. That was what you said happened. That was your recap.
Yeah, but if
then you told me you went to space.
Listen,
then you went,
if that geoid is matching the one that you see from space and matching the one that's on Foucault's pendulum, then this together is a incredibly compelling evidence.
So everything requires NASA's to go into space, is that right?
No, that's not what I said.
Well, every single time it comes down to it, you have to say, well, we know this because NASA went to space. Every single time.
That's not what
you said it 5 times.
I just said
you literally just said that word for word.
No, what I said was our methods match each other. They all confirm each other. That's incredibly compelling evidence.
Yeah, okay, that's a cool story. So there's no independent frame of reference, presupposed causation of the movement, right, of the pendulum, actually the precession, because you have to start the movement yourself. Yeah. So there's no actual scientific correlation. It's just a presumption of axial rotation. To then use that assumption to reverse engineer the ball. Oh, yeah, okay.
The axial rotation, else, like we don't know about, right? That's always possible.
Hey, to know the rate of to know the axial rotation, do we need to know the size?
No,
so you invoke the circular logic.
I'm saying that you can derive the size this way.
But you said we could use but ironically, to even know what you're measuring with the pendulum and mapping it out, you have to know the size. You just don't understand your claim.
No, you don't. All you need is the pendulum data. All the different latitudes, and then you can back engineer. You can reverse calculate to see what the size of the radius is.
How do you know what the latitude is?
Well, you have to look wherever you do it. You have to do the experiment at latitude. Then you have to pick it up and move to a different latitude.
So is this mapped out on certain dimensions?
Pick it up and move to a different latitude and do it again. And then when you have all that data, as it changes across latitude, it'll give you some information that will let you to figure out what the radius is.
But if you know the latitude, then how did you map out the latitude if you didn't know the size?
What do you mean? If you just look at what your latitude is, you just...
Oh my God, Scott, what's the antecedent relationship? What's the antecedent relationship to latitude and longitude?
What do you mean?
What's the antecedent relationship to you dumb. What is the antecedent relationship?
To longitude and latitude.
I don't know. What is it? What are you referring to?
Oh, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, this is crazy. You don't need to know the size.
When you ask a vague question like that, when you ask a vague question like that, it's impossible to know what you're referring to. And you don't need to be rude about it. Just give the answer.
I asked very specific questions, so that's convenient. We don't have to worry about that too much.
Well, I'm talking to the guy who was just talking.
Longitude and latitude.
Of course you are.
Where does it come from?
Of course I am.
Where does longitude and latitude
What did you say, Crackville?
Where does longitude and latitude come from?
You're really low.
Where does longitude and latitude come from?
It's a man-made system that we overlaid.
Overlaid on what?
On what?
On the surface of the Earth.
Oh, so on the dimensions of the globe model and contention. Thank you. We finally held your hand and walked you through your back.
That's what I was saying.
So if you check the latitudes, If you check the latitudes and you go forward and do the precession, you're going to get different answers. Now, what does that mean?
But the pendulum is what you're trying to derive.
We're not here to discuss what you think the pendulum means.
Wait there.
You guys are all talking at once now. You're getting so excited. I can't understand anything.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Listen, we just both spoke at the same time. Scott, you're using the pendulum, okay, to derive your radius at this point, are you not?
Yes. I'm saying you could use the pendulum data to derive the radius, correct?
Yes. So what would you need at the beginning of this process in order to use longitude and latitude in order to use the pendulum, Scott?
Nothing.
Oh my.
Well, what do you think? What do you think the answer is?
You're
I don't know what you think the answer is.
dude.
The dimensions
tell me what you think
of
the
the
answer
Earth
is. If
in
you ask a
contention.
question I don't know the answer to, I can only tell you the truth. Now, if you have an answer,
we've given you that.
say it, dude.
We've given you the answer 3
I'm
times, Scott.
I'm talking to Crackvillian. Say what the answer is. What do I need to pay priority? Because if you say the radius, you're wrong.
Listen, right? You need the dimensions of the Earth.
Wrong.
Don't you?
Wrong. I just told you.
So what are you mapping it out on?
If I thought you needed that, I would have not brought this whole thing up in the first place.
So what are you mapping it out on?
You just said you don't know.
If you have the precession, you check your latitudes, then you can use that to reverse.
How can you check your latitudes?
Where do you map the latitudes on, Scott?
Because that already exists. We have latitudes and longitudes, right? They exist either on the globe or on a.
No, those are arbitrary lines, Scott. Those are arbitrary.
No, they're not arbitrary lines. They have a fixed distance from each other.
But they're arbitrary, mapped out onto the dimensions of the Earth.
Latitude line is 69 miles from the next latitude line. It's 69 miles from the next latitude line. So
how did you know that?
It's just a way to because it's man-made. It's by definition
based on the Earth being a sphere.
It's not. It doesn't matter. It's 69 miles north is the next latitude line. No matter either in both cases.
Okay. So how did you map out the longitude and latitude? What did you map it onto, Scott?
Definition. It doesn't matter. A flat plane if you like.
That's what I said.
Mapped onto the globe, but it doesn't matter because it's 69 miles. 69 miles, you put a new latitude line. Now you do this experiment on each one of those, and then you get your data, and now you have different answers for every single one of those latitude lines. What does that mean? You can use that to back calculate that we're on a sphere of a certain size.
Oh, Scott. Okay. Whenever you interpret the datum, as you like to say, the pendulum datum, right? As you interpret that and the precession, you're going to compare that to the latitude layout, right? And then you're going to compare that to the dimensions of the axial rotation that you're trying to figure out, right? So you cannot tell me, yes, if you need the dimensions, if you need the dimensions with the precession to figure out the axial rotation, then you certainly can't reverse that. Okay, well, anyway, here's the deal, man.
How many different ways are we going to say this? You guys keep just insisting this is true, but you're not saying why. You're not giving any reasons. You don't need them. All you need is the precession data.
Scott,
that's all you need, and what latitude you're on, and then you can derive the shape of the line. You can derive how big it is.
We can derive the size of the Earth.
Why are you so scared that you can't just be quiet while I make a point? Why
You're
do you have to talk every
self-projecting.
time? I'm not. You're doing it every time, dude.
That's not true.
Well, listen to the playback.
Okay, so would you like to actually listen to the problem here? You're saying that we can physically substantiate the physical claim of the radius value within an accuracy of 0.0 or 0.3%, right? Because your whole model relies on that, you just didn't know it. Right, 0.03. 0.03, it's even worse.
And it's
Jesus
not because
Christ,
the
yeah,
model relies on it. It just happens to be how close we are.
How would you know that without knowing the objective standard? It's because that's the confinement in which the model can't be accurate if it's off.
I think
you don't even understand.
I think they use statistical methods to figure out that's where they're converging.
Yes, no, they're using calculations based on the model, bro. Like, it can only be so far off.
How do you know that?
So you don't understand. Okay, you don't understand.
I do understand.
It's just
I think you just make stuff up as you go.
Okay, well, go research it.
I don't know what your issue is. You've gotten good answers. You don't like the answers, so you're scramling for something to say.
Okay,
can I? Okay, here.
Wait, real fast. Let me say this. Scott, you said I got good answers, right? I asked you, how do we substantiate the radius claim? The mainstream story with the science communicators that are the top proponents of your religion says that Al-Biruni came up with it by looking at the horizon. Now, y'all are a little ahead of them because you know that we've debunked your bullshit about a physical one. So now most of you say geodetic surveying. You don't understand that, so you didn't invoke it, but you didn't let that shy you away from invoking going to space because you knew you didn't have to understand it because you could just point to NASA and never actually cite it with specificity. You then said, I think the pendulum proves it. So presupposing axial rotation as the cause of precession of a pendulum, then mapping that out onto a latitude with presupposed dimensions, or whether or not that isn't true, doesn't have anything to do with it, because you still have to presuppose axial rotation.
So that very frantic retelling is not very accurate, but you can do it that way if you want.
Yeah, well, that was objectively what happened. So, do you have any other evidence of how we measured the radius?
Listen, I want to ask Scott something. I want to make sure that he actually understands what we're fucking talking about here. Scott, do you not actually understand that when we were saying about longitude and latitude, right, that your methodology for finding the radius of the Earth at this point is what? You're using the pendulum, okay, to do so. We're saying that the other systems are not good enough, right? The issue is you haven't mapped out the Earth already because you haven't got the radius, you haven't got the circumference, right? So how do you know the different distances, for instance? You haven't mapped this out yet because your methodology hasn't been established.
We have several different methods where we get a radius, including the pendulum method. The pendulum method makes use of precession. You get that data, you can use that to back calculate the radius. You can also get the radius from looking at it from space. You can also get the radius from using seismic waves somehow. I don't know quite how they do it, but you can do that. Then you can use Alberuni's method. And now you can look at all these methods. Are these guys, hold on, crack villain. Are these all confirming with each other? Are they agreeing? And when they do agree, that's compelling evidence.
No, that's just called an appeal to consensus, basically, isn't it? Like the majority.
No, that's called repeating an experiment and getting the same answer.
No, yeah.
Presupposing the sphere, and then you get the same answer.
Yeah.
If you get
same
the same
thing
answer,
that Alberuni did, right, Scott?
Now, when you always have to presuppose the
if you
sphere
try
in each
different methods
instance.
to get at some piece of data, and you get the same answer with different methods. That's very good evidence, guys. I don't know why you do that.
Not they all require the assumption you're trying to prove.
Wait there.
But they don't all require that.
Scott, it is presupposition, mate. Even Alberuni, he's using spherical trigonometry on something he doesn't actually know is a sphere, right?
It's not presupposition when you go into space, turn around, and take a picture, though, is it? Is that presupposition?
What do you say?
Yeah, he's saying that the only way to establish the radius value is to go to space. Yeah.
No, we have all these methods we've used to establish it. We've been over this. They all can agree with each other. They all agree with each other, and they all aren't presumptive of the fact that we're on a sphere. At least one of them makes no presumption.
So you agree that would you agree that geodetic surveying? Hey, would you agree geodetic surveying doesn't prove that the Earth's radius?
I don't think anything proves anything in science. I don't think
okay, well, without your semantical diversion.
Measurements don't prove things. So does it establish that with high confidence? Yes, I think it does establish
geodetic surveying does?
Yeah, yes.
Why didn't you invoke that then?
Oh, that's another good method to do. Yeah, we can.
Because you don't understand it. You haven't understood any of your claims, Scott. I thought you were like the priest here.
You're just being silly.
I thought you were like the leader.
You're just being silly. I'm not a leader of anything, but I do understand my claims. You're just being silly. You don't know what to say. You have no response to the things I've said, so you're scrambling for insults now. That's what you always do.
I've responded to everything you said, and actually the way that you
adequately. You haven't really made any sense to any of the responses. I've given you a story that makes perfect sense, and you have just ignored it.
You're just gonna interrupt me again. Here we go. Yeah, there you go.
Let's take a step back, Witsit. Let's take a step back.
This is going to be a really intelligent comment for sure.
Scott needs a break. Hey, Witsit, this is going to be extremely intelligent because it's Branch talking.
That was pretty fun.
I am probably the most intelligent person in this room right now. Now, you tell me, Witsit, why do you think the Earth isn't flat?
Isn't flat? Yeah, because if the Earth was a globe, then there would be a physical geometric horizon, but we prove that it isn't physical. So then you go back to the fairy tale, you find out, well, they assumed it was physical.
Answer my question. You did not answer my question. First of all, you are answering the question I asked in the
So someone going to mute him for interrupting me?
What I asked you, why do you think the Earth isn't flat?
And I started to answer that.
Isn't flat.
Oh, that's stupid. I know the Earth is flat.
All right. Well, you didn't.
Sorry, I didn't think you were going to ask me that stupid of a question. I just assumed that you misspoke.
All right. Well, listen to the fucking question, bitch.
Well, why would you ask me that question, though? Why do I think the Earth isn't flat?
Listen to the question first.
Okay, so now that he's successfully diverted and tried to save Scott, Scott, simply, bro, whenever you first brought up the pendulum, you said, and it was recorded, like, I think, or I don't know, I think it might could, because we could just reverse calculate it, I'm pretty sure. Right, that was what you said.
Why are you trying to bring Scott back in this conversation? Scott already said he's done. He needs a fucking break. He's going to take a shit. Maybe he's sitting on the toilet. Do you want to be talking to Scott right now while he's taking a shit?
Okay, he wants to run away. Fair enough. Branch, you obviously aren't saying anything worth of value, so just shut up.
Let Scott take a shit in peace.
Okay, let him run away because he got destroyed. Branch, please stop.
So listen, again. Let me ask you, why do you think the Earth is flat?
Why do I think the Earth is flat? Because if it's curved, like they told us it was, then we'll see the curve physically obstruct our view at a certain rate. But we don't see that. In fact, we see the exact opposite. And so then when you look into, well, how did we ever even figure out what the size of the Earth was in the first place? Supposedly someone looked at the horizon to figure out the size of the Earth. But the problem with that is the horizon is just the apparent location, which is proven every day, hour to hour. Right, because it's constantly moving, so it can't be physical. So inherently, if you use the apparent location with the angle dip measurement and then assumes that it was physical, well, that couldn't be accurate because it's literally not physical. So that was the guy that. Well, I'm explaining it. Yes, this is part of it.
The reason I would have thought the reason why you think the Earth is flat is because it appears flat. Simple question requires a simple answer.
Well, you want to oversimplify my actual position.
Right, but I mean, I didn't ask for all that bullshit. I just asked
no one cares what you want.
Yeah, this isn't about you, buddy.
No,
Bryce,
I asked you.
No one cares.
I didn't ask you about all that crap. I asked you.
You mean all the facts about how your religion's fake? Yeah, you mean all the facts about how your religion was fucking made up?
No idea what religion I have. You have no idea what religion I have.
A belief system.
You have no idea what I'm talking about right now, are you? But listen, I asked you simply, right? Why do you think the Earth is flat?
I'm not a religious zealot. Okay, here's my simple answer. I'm not a religious zealot incapable of independent thought. I went and checked the authoritative figures that gave me information, and they lied.
Why can't you give me a simple answer, bro?
That was simple, bro. That was super simple.
No, it wasn't.
Okay, so
that was not a simple answer.
Okay.
Explaining to the audience as to why.
That was an extremely fucking bullshit answer. If anything.
How many words do you want me to use, Branch?
6.
Okay, so I'll use 4. Right? We falsified the radius.
That's why you think the Earth is flat?
Yes.
So essentially, one day, right? You got done with your school and shit, and you was like, fuck this. The reason why you thought the Earth was flat was because they falsified the radius.
That's right, Brent. You're catching up.
Pretty good reason.
Because if the radius is wrong, then it can't be curving at the rate they said it is.
Right, but is that why you initially thought the Earth was flat?
There's not one particular reason. I researched it in depth, like an actual intellectual.
The question I'm asking,
unlike yourself,
the question I'm asking you is why do you think the Earth is flat?
Okay, someone else will jump in.
Bro, why do you keep asking him this?
Because
somebody else will jump in with like an actual substantive conversation.
What do you want, man? To attack him?
Is no one here gonna mute Branch, dude?
You're attacking him every time he answers.
I'm not asking about why flat Earth is flat.
Bro, are you alright?
Why you think the Earth is flat?
Yeah, I already answered in like 4 different ways, so Branch, just shut up.
It's a personal question, and I want a personal answer back.
Are we going
on because
I saw this, and therefore I thought that.
Well, I went out to the ocean, and I saw a boat, and I pulled out binoculars, and even though to the naked eye it looked like the bottom was kind of obstructed and I couldn't really see the boat anymore, when I pulled out the binoculars, I could see the entire boat in clarity all the way to the bottom. So what that showed me definitively, objectively, not debatably, was that, in fact, it just appeared to start to disappear, but it did not. It was just the limit of my optics. Once I increase the optics, I can bring it back. So what that means is we know for a fact that that can happen, but the globe Earth claims that eventually it actually happens, but they have no way to know when or how to differentiate, and they can't substantiate the physical claim. So I proved for myself that their claim isn't happening.
Well,
Again, bro,
I
you're
proved for myself that your claim never
you're
happened.
not really answering the question I asked, right?
You proved my claim never happens.
Before you even did that experiment, you must have thought the Earth was flat.
That's not an experiment.
My question to you was, what makes you think personally,
bro,
that the Earth is flat?
No, I was trying to figure out if it was flat at that point, Branch.
Exactly. And that's
Yeah,
why you're not
exactly.
answering my fucking question, are you?
Yes, I am.
The question is simply this: why do
Oh my God.
think the Earth is
Why?
flat? I don't want to. I don't want to hear
flat?
about. I do not want to hear about.
Shut up.
Experiments. I don't want to hear about none of that shit.
Shut up.
I want to know about personally in your mind.
All right, I'll give it. All right, I got it. I'll
mind.
draw it one more time, Branch. One more time, okay? Here we go.
All right, go ahead.
So you can't make listen. You can't make definitive claims about the nature of the Earth void of practical demonstration, replication, or experimentation. That's a naturally occurring observation, independent variable manipulation. Ever wonder what space is? They say it's vacant, pressure adjacent, second law violation. You don't even know what your claim is. Conceptual dilations, physical privations, space-time reifications. That's a concept, gave it concreteness and misplaced it. North to south continuation is a spherical necessitation. That's circumnavigation. But Antarctic exploration is forbidden with the cooperation of every major nation. You're afraid to say this. We give NASA 60 mil a day in payments for paintings and computer-generated animations. Paperclip operation took Nazis, put them in charge of space exploration, signed the Antarctic Treaty within a year of NASA's foundation. Yeah, every time we bring up the horizon, every time we bring up the horizon, their postulation is an obfuscation or a conflation of apparent and actual location.
All right, so basically, what I'm hearing is this: you don't know why you.
Thanks for the use of
There's 50 arguments in there. Refutable now, Brent.
You're not really sure why you think the Earth is flat.
Well, Branch, I mean, you gotta realize, Branch, you gotta realize we don't
what you just
feel
said,
movement.
what I'm hearing is this: you think the
Branch,
Earth is
you gotta
flat
understand, we don't
because
feel
other
movement
people
and
told
we
us to.
don't see curvature. That's pretty much all there is to it.
I just gave you 20 arguments in a 30-second freestyle.
Did you or did you not listen to his rap? Based on what he just said in his rap, he thinks the Earth is flat. Based on what people told him.
What's wrong with it?
Based on what people told me.
What he said
two lines.
in his rap was simply that.
Tell me 2 lines in his rap.
Yeah.
Because flat Earth is extraordinary.
But you're going in circles. There's no point. Just stop already.
Really,
okay?
really. We're going in circles.
Yeah, you are, because you keep asking the same question over and over and over again.
Repeat 2 lines.
As shitty as these answers were, you keep asking for them again.
You don't understand why I do this? Because this is exactly how flat Earth fucking works.
Oh, come on, Branch. Give it a break.
Branch.
Like, this is how it works. And
let it go, buddy.
The surface of the Earth isn't curving for certain. We've been searching. They get nervous and pull back all the curtains.
Yeah. You're never gonna sell that. So
again,
I actually forgot part of the rhyme. I guess I'll say it again.
I ain't trying to sell nothing. I'm fucking Branch.
You can't make definitive claims about the natural world void of practical demonstration, replication, or scientific experimentation, which requires naturally occurring observation and independent variable manipulation.
Nobody wants to hear your stupid rap, okay?
Falsification is independent of replacement. Pick out any of the arguments.
Well, no, I mean, you still haven't answered my question.
Right? You don't even know what your claim is.
You personally, Witsit, why do you personally think
oh my God. I'm just going to keep rapping because y'all are not muting Branch. So until Branch gets muted with acting like a 5-year-old, I'm just going to keep rapping back to him.
I'm sorry. If you answer my fucking question, you'll be all right.
They're letting him go because they want me to get frustrated and leave because I dismantled their priest.
You don't even know why
You didn't dismantle anyone.
That's why they let Branch
All
jump
you
on.
do is overtalk everybody. It's crazy.
Dude,
keep rapping, I'll mute you.
Wait, Scott, do you think that Branch deserves?
Why don't you just have an honest discussion? Why don't you just have an honest discussion with it?
Scott, did you hear Branch ask the same question 10 times in a row after I answered it every time? Okay, so what the fuck you got to say about that, Scott?
Hold on, I'm answering your question. You just asked me a question. Let me answer without you interrupting for once, for fuck's sake. You're going to annoy me to death if you keep interrupting every time. No, it was gone. I also missed your rap, and I kind of want to hear it. Do you have a link so I can listen to it?
Well, I can just rap it again, but here's what I'm saying, dude. Don't just jump in and be like, why are you always being dishonest? Like, everyone here heard that Branch asked me literally like a 5-year-old question 10 times, and no one ever fucking checked him or muted him. Okay, so here's my rap.
That's what I was referring to.
Here's the.
You never
here's
fucking
the rap.
answered my question, did you?
Yes, I did. So here's the rep.
Okay.
What? I answered it in like 5 different ways. You said, why do I think the Earth is flat? I said, okay. We falsified the radius. I also explained numerous other things. So I'm not doing it again. I'm not playing your little game. I'm sorry that you just want to try to drag the conversation down to your level of intellect, but it's getting annoying.
Why you personally thought the Earth was flat?
Okay, I'll explain it in a rhyme, Branch. That's why I spit the rhyme, because you wouldn't stop asking the same question. Is Scott gonna let it go?
Listen, bro.
Can someone here please stop him?
I'm waiting for you to do the rap.
Okay, all right. So you can't make definitive positive claims about the natural world void of practical demonstration or replication. Dude. You can't make definitive claims about the natural world void of replication, practical demonstration, or scientific experimentation, which requires a naturally occurring observation and an independent variable manipulated.
You're a little bit faster, please.
Oh my God. You ever really wonder what space is? They say it's vacant, pressure adjacent, second law violation. You don't even know what your claim is. Conceptual dilations, physical privations, or both space-time reification, which is a concept you gave it concreteness, you misplaced it, plus falsification is independent of replacement. You're just afraid to say this. We give NASA $60 million a day in payments for paintings and computer-generated animations. Paperclip operation took Nazi scientists, put them in charge of space exploration. Spherical necessitation is north to south continuation or circumnavigation, but Antarctic exploration is forbidden with the cooperation of every major nation. When we bring up the horizon, all we get as a postulation is a conflation of the apparent natural location while you drown in obfuscation.
You done?
I'm done.
That was boring.
All right, bro. The one question I got after that is, why do you think the Earth is flat?
There was like 20 arguments. Pick one out.
Yeah, but I think what I gotta ask you is, why do you think the Earth is flat?
Because I went and empirically searched for evidence, and the globe Earth has been falsified.
No, I think you searched with confirmation bias.
That's what you do.
70% at least. Fuck's sake.
Yeah, I mean, I had Globers call up to my work and try to get me fired. I've been threatened. I've gotten death threats. I have jeopardized future.
Bro,
what exactly did I? You said that I had. Wait, time. This guy accused me. This guy accused me of saying I had confirmation bias. But I'm trying to understand what bias was it that I was confirming whenever I was also under the impression that the Earth was a ball, and that took societal ostracism comes with saying the Earth is flat. Please enlighten me, since you know so much.
Hold on a second. Societal ostracism. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, to be ostracized or an outcast, or to be talked about based on consensus, to not conform, to not fit in.
Where does societal come into that?
Yeah, because the whole society thinks that the Earth's a ball.
What society?
Oh my God, y'all are so pathetic, dude.
No, you can't even define your word salad.
A wanker.
I don't think Professor Phil does. I think he teaches people that sense.
No, he told me he helps send it up.
No, he does.
I put them into final orbit.
Word.
I can't.
No, it's
I'm on
all
an iPad.
Discord.
Hey, do you agree that Hey, Professor Phil, would you agree that dilation is a physical property of getting wider?
I also think that you guys know how to talk.
Okay, what are you referring to?
Like dilation.
time and length dilation.
Well, what is dilation in general?
Well, to you make something bigger or smaller, yeah.
Right, it gets
change its size.
Yeah.
Professor, you're
so
just
physical property.
You gave a deciliter
that's a
volumeric
physical property,
rating for the weight of fucking helium.
What about helium?
You're a retard, dude.
Oh wait. What I'm saying is, dude, listen. Okay, so in my rhyme, it's you people don't really even understand what your claim is. Conceptual dilation. So you agree that dilating is getting bigger, right?
You asked him a question and he gave you an answer. Well,
Dude,
why are we talking about back on your rhyme? Well, we don't need to
mute Branch?
reference back to your rhyme.
Branch, come on.
No, I was just telling him.
Branch, let the professor answer a little bit.
Well, I think that now that Dr.
I don't even know what the.
I don't think we need to reference back to the rhyme as to whether or not he was correct or not.
Maybe, but you
I
got to
think
give.
you deal with it.
I was just pointing out the argument.
Got to give the other ballers Branch a chance, right?
Don't know what the argument is.
So my argument is that dilation.
Don't care about a stupid rhyme.
Dilation is a physical property of getting wider, and time's a concept, human construct we use to quantify passing. You cannot apply a physical property of dilation to a concept. It's reification.
Okay, so it sounds to me like
right, Branch.
Can you
gonna
just
stop?
cut to the chase?
I did just cut to the chase. You cannot attribute physical properties to a concept. That's reification. Dilation is a physical property of getting wider. You claim time dilates, which is concept, human construct of passing.
Okay, look.
Just try and relate.
I'm sorry, but
Branch, you gotta stop. You gotta let Phil get his.
Can somebody tell me,
Branch?
First of all, why Dr. Phil?
Branch, you gotta stop. Right, Branch, I've warned you enough.
Why is Dr.
You know I'm very
Phil's
fair,
answer-
very liberal.
Kimo and Watson.
Branch, just stop.
I'm just asking a simple question. Why is his answer
Branch,
not
shut the fuck
We
up.
haven't heard his answer because every time it's his turn to talk, you start jumping in.
You already gave his answer.
No, he just no, he didn't.
Now we're trying to figure out whether or not his answer is acceptable or not.
What was his answer, Branch?
Do you want him to repeat it?
You don't even know it. He didn't answer it.
You want him to repeat his answer?
Well, yeah. If you would just shut up for a second, we'll have a conversation.
Frame your question so that you are referring to something specific about the Earth being flat or not.
Okay. Well, obviously, I'm what's in contention is general relativity. So, general relativity claims that space and time bend, warp, are curved, dilate, right? That time dilates. And so gravity is the effect of the bending and warping of space-time, and that's the glue for the whole heliocentric model, right? That's the current rhetoric for gravity. My contention specifically right now, I'm saying that time cannot dilate because dilate's a physical property and space is a concept. Time is a concept. Time's a concept, so it can't have the physical property of dilating.
You clearly don't understand what's going on.
What don't we understand, Phil? What don't we understand?
Sure, I'm happy to. Happy to. Okay, so when we talk about space-time, first of all, let's talk about position. Okay, somewhere. So in other words, that you can, something that's in the universe has a position in the universe.
Like a star or something, a planet.
3 dimensions. Yeah, it's got 3 dimensions about it. So it with reference to some other object, it has 3 dimensions. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, wait.
Hold on. Go on. Hold on. Wait, they'll jump all over.
Okay, I'm just not understanding.
Make your point, Phil. What? Go on. There's dimensions.
X, Y, and Z. X, Y, and Z points to a particular position in space, right? Is that a concept you understand?
Yes, that's conceptual, arbitrary. Yep.
Phil, move closer to your mic, you fucking boomer.
It's very quiet.
It's arbitrary because you're just applying you're like quantifying an area, right? An area of space, which is of space is conceptual.
I didn't
what he's doing, he's projecting a way to identify a point in space.
Exactly. Yeah,
okay, yes, and what I'm saying is the point in space is arbitrary. Like space itself is conceptual.
That doesn't
and you're actually diverting away from my question.
Space.
Why are you diverting away from my question?
Yeah, let's
it was
go
about
back to
time.
Witsit's original question, Phil.
We're getting there, except that you don't understand very simple things.
No,
well,
you're
make
bringing
it
up
simple,
space.
Phil. Make it simple. You're losing us.
Hold your finger up in the air. Now,
yeah.
with reference to the ceiling of your house and the walls of your house, you can place your finger in a very exact location, can't you?
Right. Yeah, but what are the ceilings and walls of the universe? What are the ceilings and walls of the universe?
I said with
that's not a straw man.
It's not a question that we need at the moment. I'm trying to get you to understand what.
No, you. Yeah, but what you're saying is that in order to determine the location that you have to have. Stop interrupting me. You said that to have.
Stop interrupting him. And you stop interrupting him.
Scott, I was responding to him, Branch, and you fucking make the whole conversation.
Branch, I'm going to mute you if you don't. How many times do I have to warn you? Stop interrupting.
Can you just not respond until I'm finished completely?
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so now that we've established that there is a position, which is with reference to X, Y, and Z, we now introduce we introduce time, because time for anything is a continuous thing. It moves on. So, whatever time is, it's not some physical thing, but time moves on. Okay. Now, if we consider that time, if we consider the position and time like a perfect grid, okay. In other words, the amount of the position and the time form a perfect grid. So, in other words, whether it's oblong or whether it's square doesn't really matter. It's a perfect grid. Okay. Now, if that's the case, and then we bring in something that has mass, what that does is it changes this. So, in other words, it squeezes it squeezes position, widens time, or squeezes time.
You're losing us, Phil. Come on, wrap up the point.
What it does is it distorts. It changes this. It makes it uneven. This distribution of space and time gets
I understand your religion.
That's a beautiful explanation.
We get that, Phil. We get the equations.
Hold on. I'm sorry. With all due respect, Professor Phil, with all that you've said, the question still remains how. He asked you how are you giving a concept physical properties
of dilation,
and how are you manipulating any of these?
I'm not giving it physical properties.
You just said time gets wider.
But hold on, Witsit. Look, Phil. Let me ask you a question. Phil, why should we believe Phil? Why should we believe a concept? You're giving us an idea. Why should we believe that?
Okay, good question. Just like anything in science, what we do is we build a model and say, if we were to describe this particular series of events like this, for instance, as in space, time, and as in space and time and how they tied together, if we describe it like that, can we use this understanding to make predictions?
No, they're postdictions.
Does it describe? Can we make predictions based on the understanding?
What's the answer? Can you make predictions,
No.
Phil? Hold on, Witsit. What's the answer? Can you make predictions, Phil?
Of course.
So, Phil, what if we tell you you're making post predictions, as Witsit is saying here? You're not actually making predictions. What you think you're doing something else. How do we get you to recognize that?
You're making postdictions.
Postdictions, yeah.
What you think. I don't actually give a flying fart what you think about that.
No, it's not about what we think.
What you think.
Phil, it's not about what we think. How do we get... So, Phil, look. I want to recognize what you're saying as fact, and I'm saying, how do we get you to recognize that what you're saying is not a prediction? How can we show you that? In your head, you're thinking,
because
okay...
I can use the model that I've just described to you to make predictions.
Like what?
And that satisfies me.
Yeah, like what? Give us one prediction.
Motion, for instance, is a good example.
Motion of what?
Anything. A projectile motion, for instance.
Okay, do
projectile motion doesn't use bendy space-time.
I was going to say, do it. Do it with space. Phil, okay, we accept it, Phil. Do it with space-time. Predict something with space-time with a projectile.
How would do you think I could just sit here now and describe the 10 tensors to you?
No, just provide evidence for your claim.
Space time is not something he's going to be able to give you a reasonable cognitive.
You can barely understand the position, the idea of X, Y, Z, and you want me to explain the 10 tensors in the in the field equation?
No, my friend.
Silly.
No, my friend. What I wanted you to do was explain to me how you're spiraling. Hey, Mr. Professor, you're spiraling. You need to chill. So I originally said, how do you give the physical property of dilation or getting wider to a concept known as time, which is a human construct in which we quantify passing? You went on a fucking 3-minute monologue.
Here.
Look at Branch now once again ruining the conversation and making it devolve.
Branch, this is Branch, have a few minutes because we're trying to get. Yeah, go ahead. Branch is muted now.
Okay, so can you answer the original premise, please?
That is all you're getting from me.
So you don't know an answer. You just said it happens. That was your response.
I'm not prepared to go into any further with you. That's
okay. So actually, what your analogy too was that if I hold my finger up in the air and then using the relative distance to the ceiling and the ground, I can know my location in space. That's literally not analogous because there isn't a ceiling or floor or walls in space. That's what you do is you are attributing length, width, and breadth, which are conceptual descriptors, to an area of space, which is also conceptual.
You still didn't get it.
Yeah, X, Y, Z, length, width, breadth.
Forget it.
Yeah. You don't know what to say.
No.
You can laugh your stupid little face off. It doesn't make a difference.
Okay, how can you give a concept physical property of dilation?
Deliberately not getting it.
How can you give a conceptual abstraction the physical property of dilation? That's a reification.
Phil, do you see the problem here?
That he can't answer, and that you have to save him. You're trying to save him without something. Without
No, I'm not saving him. I'm saying
my question.
Does he see the problem here?
Oh, sorry, I thought it was the other guy.
I don't see any problem. Thank you.
You haven't answered the question.
I explained.
I'm just saying you haven't answered the original question yet.
If you don't accept it, I explained to you how the standard model works. If you don't accept it, that's your business.
I know how it works. I'm challenging how you claim it works, dude. Are you incapable of keeping up? I thought you taught people things. I'm challenging your claim.
You would not know the square root of fucking 4, let alone me explain the 10 tensors of the field equation.
It's 2. So how do you explain that you gave the physical property of dilation or getting wider to a conceptual abstraction known as time? Also, how do you claim physicality of space, which is also a concept? Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. So space is a concept of privation or emptiness or area void of material. That's a concept. And then time's a concept of the way that we count passing or quantify passing. Those are both concepts.
You're preaching down, Pat. You can preach all you want.
You're the one that preaches a religion.
But Phil, Phil, to cut out the preaching, Phil, your mic's really low, by the way. But to cut the preaching out, give us a practical demonstration that no one has to preach, right?
Okay.
Okay.
So you can use the practical model. Let's say let me use the gravitational model, Newton's gravitational model. Okay. Newton's gravitational model, for instance, ut equals half at squared, or ut equals half gt squared.
We don't use that anymore.
Equation. I can use this. What do you mean we don't use this anymore?
The Newtonian. We're challenging the conceptual backing, not the math.
How do you? What do you talk? Are you nuts?
No, we're changing. We're contending the conceptual backing.
Formula for projectile motion.
But we're contending the conceptual backing.
You don't know the projectile. You don't know the standard formula for projectile motion.
Phil, it's like you're almost past. No. Phil, hold on, Witsit. You're kind of talking past each. Phil, come on.
Don't know that equation.
Okay, that might be the case, but we're kind of talking past each other. We're asking very. Phil, teacher, sir, whatever.
Do you know the equation S equals UT plus?
I'm not challenging the equation. I'm challenging the conceptual backing.
Do you know the equation? Just say yes.
We're asking you very simple questions, Phil. You're not answering them.
You don't know. Phil, shut up.
Yeah, it's pathetic.
Well, no, Phil's an expert. Phil's a professional.
No,
Phil
he's not.
teaches her students, right, Phil?
Of
I've
course.
been waiting for
Phil
Dr.
weighs
Professor.
Then why can't he
Let's
answer
hear
my
it,
simple
Professor
questions?
volume.
I did answer your question.
Okay, how do you give the physical property of dilation to a concept known as time?
What would you tell your students, Phil?
Okay. As you go faster and faster and faster, things change in either its length or its mass.
So your student would challenge you, sir. This
is another red herring. I remember him asking
Phil's an idiot,
how you can give a
frustrating.
concept physical properties, and then you started asking about equations. I don't understand. Now you're going back to explaining how it works. We just want to know why you think you can give physical properties to concepts. That is all. Based on what?
The model works.
Dude, the model was made up after we saw reoccurring observable phenomena.
And yes, so the model works. Not only that, the model allows us to do GPS. The model allows us to put satellites in space. The model allows us to do trajectories.
Phil, can you stop giving us the reification and start telling us the theory? Yeah?
Yeah, stand behind the conceptual backing.
I think there is a linguistic misunderstanding and a linguistically misinformed argument here.
No, there's
so
not.
I think, yes, there is.
No, there's
so
not. I've talked to this guy numerous times.
Okay, but you might just let me speak so we can get over this.
So you can help him obfuscate. Gotcha.
Yeah. Well, if you don't, Witsit, if you don't want to hear this, you can leave the server.
I wasn't talking right then, dude.
Yes, but you were talking over me. So
no, someone else interrupted you.
Yeah. No, you were interrupting me.
That wasn't Witsit, the last one. That was a philosopher.
So guys, just we don't need to quibble everything. Just let's continue.
Yeah, whenever someone's wrong, we just skip
there
it.
Is a conceptual there is a conceptual and linguistic misunderstanding here. So, what does the word concept mean? A tree
abstraction
is a concept that refers to a physical object outside in the outside world.
But it's,
now the flat Earth argument, of course, is the tree is a concept, therefore trees are not real.
No, you're just an idiot.
In the same way, a dog is a concept. It's a thing that we use to refer to things in the outside world. The flat Earth argument is dog is a concept, therefore dogs do not exist.
That's a straw man. So actually, dog and tree are words. No, yeah, he's a liar. Dog and tree are words. Those are human constructs of descriptors we've come up to describe something in the physical world. Is the word itself physical?
Is the word
he's
physical?
Just being silly.
Yeah, is the word physical?
Does anyone expect the word to be physical? Is the word dog
exactly?
Physical?
So the word's a concept, not the actual tree,
the way,
but the word tree.
Yes.
So the concept is different than the tree.
Hold on, Witsit. I'm not gonna be taking time for a walk. You know what I mean?
By the way,
stop.
There is also on your point of if the word is a physical, the word dog is a mental construct, but I can give it physicality by uttering it in this manner, dog. So there is physicality to the concept of a dog. Both in the way it references to a dog in the a physical dog in the physical world, and it refers to the set of all dogs, which is a physical set, and it also can be uttered physically. So yes, the word dog has at least three senses.
No, we just saying the same thing over and over and over again.
Language barrier here. Hold on, there is a language barrier. What is a concept?
Exactly. No flat earther ever.
No, I'm asking you what a concept is.
Well,
since
it's your argument, that time is a concept.
You rebutted with a ridiculous claim. I need to understand that you know what a concept is.
What's a concept, Laurie?
The fact that you're saying space-time is a concept because it's not. So you need to tell us.
So, Triple, it is your argument that time is a concept, therefore time cannot
but what
exist.
is a concept?
So in order to use
That's
that
not
argument,
our
you have to
that's a
have
straw
an
man.
understanding.
That's
It's a straw man, dude.
Keep straw man in this
Our
Laurie.
argument
It
is that
is your
time.
argument, though.
No, it's
Our
not.
argument. You're telling us
how
what
you
our
gonna tell
argument
us
is.
exactly what
the fuck?
What's going on here?
Our argument is that
I've been
time
in
is a
this- I've been in
concept,
this argument for
and that
5 years.
concepts
I
can't
know
have
what your
physical
argument
property. And
is.
you seem to still be very incompetent.
Cat has a physical property, yes, but cat is also a concept.
God has a physical property?
Cat.
Oh, cat.
Cat.
Cat is a word. The cat itself
Cat,
is physical.
okay,
The word.
but does the word
Can someone
cat-
else please
does the
save
word
this man from
cat
drowning?
does the word cat make the noise meow? Can I bet the word
This
cat?
is gold. I don't know about it.
Did someone save this
You are
man?
literally.
This guy's
You
so
are
weird.
literally.
It's like you're
Guys,
bleeding out and you're still swinging your
Witsit.
sword.
Guys,
Witsit,
just
your
try to be
argument.
generous with each other. Just try to help each other say what they're trying to say. Because it's not really fair when you don't let them get anything out.
That's
or
not really
you
fair when he just says it 7 times in a row, is it,
help him
Scott?
say it. Help him understand it. Like meet him halfway.
Okay, but he said I keep trying to, and he just keeps looping it. So what I'm saying, bro, you're having a misunderstanding.
Scott, I was trying to help him.
I know. I heard that.
Sorry, Professor Phil. I was trying to come to terms by asking him the definition. If he wanted to question us on understanding the definition, the time would have been when we said a concept can't be space-time. That should have been when he questioned if we understood what the word concept meant. So now that he's saying a cat or a dog can be a concept, that's why I'm asking him to clarify what it means. And that's fair, I think.
But you guys want to get on the same page. For
Oh, your microphone is awful. It's crackling. So, Laurie, can you give us the definition of concept? Beach, it's crackling really badly.
Well, I would actually love to hear your definition of the word concept.
An idea or abstraction.
Yeah, just an idea. Just when you make something, I've got an idea. I wake up in the morning. The first thing I think of. There's no practical demonstration. It's just an idea. I think something is happening. It's not in reality, Laurie.
Okay.
You think that time
that's,
is not
that's
reality?
actually yes, that's actually a good definition. But I would actually go with what Dr. Phil already went with. So if it is your assumption that time is just a concept, can you prove that? Because you seem to be assuming it.
No. See, passing occurs, but the concept of time is how we count passing. And that's a human construct.
All right, wait there. I need to chime in. Wait there. Let me help him out a minute. Okay, dude. So, how long does it take a plant to grow? Let's say any plant. Just name any plant.
Long.
How long? Well, in time, right? In time, right? In time.
What's that mean?
Well, what
Wait,
do you
just
think
answer
it
the
means?
question.
Listen, answer the question. How long does it take a cannabis plant to grow?
I'm trying to get your concept of what you think that time is.
Well, I know
I
what
already just described it.
You said that it's not real.
Listen. Professor
No,
Phil,
we didn't. Straw man fallacy.
Straw man fallacy. Wait, honestly, I can do this. It's fine, bro. Right.
You don't know what a straw man is. Stop using
Well,
it.
he's lying about our argument.
So look, guys, let Crack Villain have a crack at Professor Phil here a second, yeah?
Right. Professor Phil, how long does it take to grow a cannabis plant?
How long means?
One at a
In
time.
time.
Right,
In
Phil,
time.
I've warned
In
you.
time.
Muted.
What does it mean? What does time mean to you?
You
made an
mate,
assertion.
do you not know what the
You
concept
can't
of
answer
time
any
is?
questions.
Do you not know what the concept of time is? You have days, you have hours, you have months, you have years.
He's trying
Based
to,
on
but you're
what?
spiraling.
Based on the relation of what? To what? The celestial bodies, right?
What is time?
Well, you know what a day is. right,
Quantification relative to the celestial bodies. He just said that.
Phil, how long does it take to grow a cannabis plant? Do we measure this in time? Is it time that makes the cannabis plant grow? Is it the
But
time?
isn't it variable? How would we know?
Well, listen, how we know is this. It could take 3 months, but I could increase the energy input, the heat. I could increase the vitamin D input, could I not? I could grow it under lights at one point, and I could take it outside, right? And thus, it would grow quicker than 3 months. So, is it time that grows a plant? well, this is the point. We're denoting whether time is physical,
if there was no
or
time,
if it's a concept that humans created to describe day and night, right?
If time
A
was stopped, would
concept.
the plant grow?
Yes.
If you don't give the time.
If time didn't exist, the plant would still grow. The answer is yes.
So, so if I look at the
But Phil, you don't know. You don't know.
Why doesn't the plant grow instantly then?
Oh, okay. So now you're changing your question. You asked if it would grow.
I'm looking at the tree currently.
Wait, time out. Listen. You said if time doesn't exist, so what does instantly mean if time doesn't exist?
In other words, no time passes.
But I thought time didn't exist.
I'm trying to get.
So Phil, you're asserting that time is what grows plants.
You keep talking about time, and it's obvious that you don't know what it is.
Yeah, I do. Time is a human construct that we've come up with, and it's derivative of the celestial body's movements. That's where we get day and night cycle. So we get days. Why do you have to interrupt me, Mr. Professor? Because you're spiraling. So based on the celestial movements, we get hours. Yeah, listen. I'm not going to call you anything other than what I choose to. So, based on the celestial movement of the bodies, you're scared. Then we get days, hours, minutes. We get days, hours, minutes, and seconds. So that's how we quantify passing. It's a human construct we came up with, and it's derivative of the motions in the sky. It isn't physical. It's a construct we agreed upon. What if we had agreed that, in fact, 1 second or that 1 minute was actually 120 seconds? Well, then time would be completely different simply because human agreement changed.
Sorry,
do you not understand the premise?
I haven't thought about it in this manner, Witsit. That was actually a very beautiful argument there.
Thank you.
If we use, for example, we could use like time is arbitrary. I didn't think about it like this. Like it's actually we could use seconds, or we could use let's say columns, and we could define it differently. But then again, other things like distance are also arbitrary in the same manner. Let's say meters,
yes,
kilometers.
Sir, you're right.
We could use Tolkien for that. So I think we can use this same kind of logic to prove that distance doesn't exist either.
Well, yeah, you're right. Because what if we had? Let's real fast. If we had originally called 1 foot 24 inches, then everything would have been different. Just because we all agreed on it being different.
Exactly. So there's
that
no
it is
distance.
nothing more than a
I'm
concept.
actually where you are because distance isn't real.
No. There's physical. No, there's a physical.
Area
but you between us.
It's arbitrary.
Listen,
you don't get it.
My friend, you're conflating the description of the distance and the actual area between us.
Exactly, and that's what you're doing with time.
No, no, I'm not. I'm specifying the distinction between the description and the actual
and I was
act
specifying the distinction between the description and the actual fact. Like,
so
you actually think that a meter is the same as the distance. Meters are just arbitrary. They are just a human construction that we put on the reality, and now we live in the shackles of our own imaginations.
You're like arguing for me.
Yes, I'm arguing for you to drive you into an insane conclusion that distance isn't real, to make you realize that your argument is stupid.
When do we say that time isn't real, dickhead?
No, listen. He thinks he got me. I'm going to absorb it. Look,
now you are arguing for me, mister. You are agreeing that time is real.
Listen. Okay.
Laurie, stop going on.
Okay, so distance.
They are arguing for me now.
Laurie!
You're scared.
Can you respond? Or hold on, did you get it? Hold on, Scott. Did you get everything out before Witsit continues and rebuts your point?
Okay, so a measurement of distance that is a mathematical description of area between 2 points. Math is abstract. You can Google that. It's defined inherently as an abstract descriptive tool, or a language, if you will, we use to describe things. That description of quantification is not synonymous with the actual physical area between us. It's just how we have decided to describe it.
Exactly, and the same thing works with time as well. The description of time
Yes,
is
exactly.
not the same
So
as
if
time
you take
itself.
how we describe things, time is different because there's no like physicality to it at all.
Can
There's
you
no
prove
physical
there
area
is no
between us. But,
physicality?
well, no. Negative claims are assumed to be true until proven false. You claim that there is physicality, so prove that. Are mermaid? If I say mermaids aren't real, do I have to go and prove
Now you're
mermaids
going
aren't
to
real?
from an argument, sir.
No, that's the same premise. You're just not understanding.
That's
Negative
actually
claims are.
that's a new fallacy that flat earthers have brought up. It's the argument from Santa fallacy. So if I compare your opinion or your let's say your stance to Santa Claus, therefore it has to mean that I am correct and you are wrong.
No.
You can use it's a different version. You can compare my stance to Santa Claus or mermaids, and therefore it has to mean my argument, of course, is stupid.
No, that's not even. No, time out. Do you not understand the premise? What's the premise?
I understand the premise, and
What
that's
is it?
exactly why I have you cornered.
What's the premise then?
The premise of your argument is time is just a concept.
No.
Everything. Human language is
I'm
just
sorry.
Mathematics is just
If I can
concepts.
just jump in here, the Santa Claus argument is a counter-apologetic that compares belief in God to belief in Santa Claus, the Tooth Fairy, or any other number of traditional superstitions commonly accepted as fiction. It is very similar to the "we are all atheists about most gods" argument. How does that apply?
It doesn't. He doesn't understand my premise. So my premise was that negative claims are assumed to be true until proven false. So if I say there's no such thing as mermaids, I don't have to prove there's no such thing as mermaids, or that means there are mermaids. If you're saying yes, there are, you have to provide evidence of mermaids, because negative claims are assumed to be true until proven false. And the common source of this fallacy from your end is the assumption that your presupposition is accurate. And I'll go link higher education defining it if you would like.
You said that time is a concept.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so that's what you. So is time real?
Passing, sure, maybe no. It's conceptual. Time is conceptual. I already told you how.
Professor Phil.
So time is not real. Is that what you're saying?
Wait, Professor. Wait. Can you answer this question, Professor Phil? If we chose to call,
answer questions.
No. If we chose to call 60 or 120 seconds 1 minute instead of 60 seconds, then that would show you you're not understanding.
You're not understanding.
I'm not.
That's all you ever say.
Measure the time. I'm not talking about how we measure the time. I'm talking about just what is time.
Right. You're the one claiming that it's physical and shit, so can you prove it? Instead of shifting the burden of proof and asking me what time is, you claim to know all about that shit and told me exactly how it works, and you gave it physical property, so can you prove it?
You that it's an intrinsic part of space and time. Of space.
How do you know that?
Phil?
It's an intrinsic part of it, because
So how do you know it's physical?
Whatever exists has to experience time.
Can you provide experience? So everything that exists experiences time.
Everything has to experience time, is forced to experience time.
But time's conceptual, so how do you substantiate physicality?
Do you agree that everything has to experience time?
No, not everything is sentient, so it can't experience things.
By the way, Witsit,
when
you
I
say
use
time
the word
is
experience, has to go through not experience as in feel it. Okay.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that was kind of like a Glover move, to be honest.
Like that, like a dickhead. Okay.
Says the guy who hasn't answered the same question for 30 minutes.
Okay, now everything experiences time. Is that right or wrong?
Wrong.
What doesn't experience time?
For a second?
I'll give you an example. So, someone that is living in the jungle and has never heard of a calendar or a day or an hour or a second, they don't experience time.
And there is a tribe somewhere where they don't count their age, they don't count the days, they don't count the time, they just live.
So?
Yeah, so they don't have any concept of time.
Can I try this argument?
Wait, this is my last chance, Professor. I got this. This is going to work. Guys, we got to a good point. Okay, Professor, if the people... Let me try this. Please let me try this. Please let me try this. Please let me fucking try this. So if the people in the jungle, they had never heard of our construct of time, but they came up with their own, and every 120 seconds they called it a minute, would time have then effectively changed?
No.
Of course.
So
not.
how
And
do you know
we
which
can
one was
refer
right?
to- yeah, we can refer back to the distances are arbitrary.
If there's no right, that means it's subjective, right, Professor?
There's a difference. That's
You
just
just
a
stepped
different
in it.
way of measuring it.
No, but
So the measurement is what time is, though.
No,
measurement is
it's
time.
not.
Yes, it is.
Which is
Time is
you're
measurement.
You're again using the time is arbitrary because we can assign different numbers to it. I already debunked that, and you kind of agreed that.
Dude, if you
using
think
that
you
for distance
debunked that,
is insane. Yeah,
you're being recorded, dude. You're being recorded.
You agreed that using that for distances is insane. So basically, you agree that the logic
that's a straw
doesn't
man.
hold true.
You just straw manned me.
It doesn't. Okay, so you agree that then
It's being recorded, you idiot.
Okay. Yes, it's being
You're gonna
recorded.
lie your way out of it.
idiocy
It's
is
being recorded.
So instead of getting triggered, how about you answer this question?
You're lying over and over.
Are you then agreeing that there is no distance because distances are also arbitrary? Yes.
There is a area between two people, but the
yes
way we
or
quantify.
no?
Yes.
Yes.
Listen.
No. Are you agreeing
there is
that
no
distances are distances arbitrary and therefore
Are you just gonna
not
keep
real?
fucking talking
Yes
like
or
a
no?
5-year-old?
I asked
yes.
I asked a yes.
Well,
or,
I can't answer
okay.
because you just keep talking.
Yeah.
Yes, measurement of distance is
You're not
conceptual.
answering the question
I
that
just
I
did.
asked.
Laurie, you do the same thing. Let him respond how he likes.
Measurement of distance is conceptual.
Measurement of distance is conceptual. Okay, does distance exist?
The area between us exists, but distance as in some type of measurement, no.
Okay, so is distance real?
The area between us is real, but the way we count it, which is what distance is, no. It's a concept.
Is
It's
there
going
a
over your head. That's
distance?
why you keep looping it.
The same thing applies to time. Okay.
Okay, exactly. That's
You
my
just-
argument.
you just
Welcome to
admitted
Flat
the
Earth, Professor
concept.
Phil.
Well done, dickhead.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Professor Phil.
Welcome to Clover.
That's the thing because that's the thing because you can't warp it to do something else.
Jackets on the left, hats on the right, snacks in the back. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Witsit, you should stop using the we can use these different measurements of time because I can always link back to okay, if you use that to argue that time isn't real, I can then link it to
You
argue
keep on
that
trying to
distances
straw
are
man
not
us
real.
saying that we're saying time isn't real, and no one has said that in this.
Okay, so you
entire
agreed then
recorded
that
conversation.
yeah, so
why
you agree time
why
is
are you
real
talking
then?
at the end of my point? That is very disrespectful.
Sorry, I get that from Witsit. My apologies.
Can you just stop telling us that we're saying time isn't real because that's not true?
Okay,
That's a straw
Triple,
man.
if you say that time is real, I can take that into account.
But it's not physical.
Witsit, I can ask you the same question so that I can kind of differentiate. Are you also of the opinion that time is real?
The concept of time is real, sure, but it isn't physical. It's real in the sense that we use
time
it.
is time is just a concept. There is no reality to time.
The concept of time exists. If you're claiming it's physical, please provide evidence.
No.
Okay,
It has physical effects. How can a
Basically,
concept have
can't-
physical effects, like you say? It has physical
Basic.
effects.
Okay,
Name one.
okay, you said it 3 times. Basically, it can't be manipulated. That's pretty much what we're saying in a nutshell.
Well, name one concept that has physical
Who said-
properties.
Who said it can't be manipulated?
Show me where anyone ever has manipulated time.
Yeah,
Who said
please. You should be a millionaire if you got to answer this question.
Go ahead. Tell us how you. Tell
No,
us how
I thought
know
you
that for a fact.
said you knew.
What did you tell us how you know that for a fact?
You just said time can be manipulated. That's what you said.
No, I didn't make that claim. I just
Yes,
said,
you
I wanna know
did. It's
why you-
being
No,
recorded.
You said it cannot be manipulated. I want to know how you know this.
Negative claims are assumed to be true until proven false. So are you claiming that you can demonstrate? No, it's not. So whenever hey, Professor Phil, do you disagree with Harvard? Professor Phil, do you disagree with Harvard's definition of that? Professor Phil, do you disagree with Harvard's definition of the negative
I don't care
claim?
about other people's. I don't appeal to authority. Okay.
Yeah, you do. You tell me all the time about how I should listen to you just because you have a piece of paper.
No, you don't.
Oh, sorry, not you. I'm playing a game.
No, it was you.
I
For
don't
me.
appeal to authority. Okay.
Yeah, you do, because every time you talk to us, you say, yeah, well, it's a ball because we sent things to satellite. You can trust that I sent it there. Trust that NASA sent it there. That's appeal to authority.
No, you can. I'm not. You can accept it or not. I know that when the satellites are in transfer orbit, it's my job to put them in precision circular orbit.
But that's an appeal to authority, right?
Whether you accept that or not is not my problem.
No, I don't. I don't, because you don't even know. I actually asked you. You told me you know about satellites. I asked you how you substantiate altitude, and you imploded and couldn't answer for an hour.
I'm giving you my evidence. I'm giving you my evidence, and you can accept my evidence or not.
How do you substantiate the altitude of the satellite? Since you know so much about
ways we can do that. We have
Name one.
We have radio signals that hit the ground that go from the satellite to the ground.
Okay, how do you interpret the radio signals duration?
We can measure the radio. We know what speed radio travels at.
What speed is that?
Okay.
Oh,
right.
God.
It depends on the frequency.
You don't know. Wait, time out, Mippet. What speed do radio waves travel?
I don't care.
Yeah, you don't know shit.
You don't understand anything that Professor Phil
here we
says.
go. Mippet the heckler.
Please.
That's all she does. So
hold on. Okay. Let's address that claim. By understand, do you mean we don't know what he said? So if we repeated back what he said, would that suffice?
His words, go for it.
Yeah, okay, so he said that he sends radio waves to substantiate the altitude to the satellites. He also said that that space can be determined based on the parameters of relative physical locations, and then conflated that to a non-analogous invoking of a universe. I can respond to everything he said.
One of those words come out of Phil's mouth, so what a load of fucking shit.
I just quoted him verbatim at first, so you just seem to be super lost. Professor Phil, did you not just say that we can substantiate the altitude based on radio waves because we know how fast they go?
Yes, he did say that bit.
Yeah.
That was the first part I said.
So what's the problem? Can we get on with it without your interruptions and claims, false claims?
So anyway, how do you interpret the duration of the radio?
No. How about you shut up? Before we move forward, why don't you play the game?
Why do you have to be so rude? I mean, seriously, you claim that he didn't understand what he was talking about. He just repeated what he said verbatim. Have a little bit of humility, man.
Repeating something doesn't mean you understand it.
She doesn't possess that.
Stating that when it's wrong, hey.
Okay, you need to go get laid or something.
Think about
They make toys nowadays.
I do it, but I'm damn near married.
How I know how far a satellite is.
I wouldn't fucking do it for money. Sorry, Professor Phil, what'd you say?
Hey, Witsit, did you ever bring that evidence back, or are you just going to keep pointing to a clickbait
Evidence of
title
what?
from an article?
Evidence of what?
Your 99% argument from yesterday?
I sent 3 different links, and that was earlier today. Or yeah, I guess it was technically yesterday. I sent 3 links. So have you read all 3 links?
No, you only sent 1 link. When
I
you were
sent
here.
3 links, and it was recorded also. I record
article.
everything because of
It was
people
a link
like
to an
you.
article where the
I sent 3
title
links.
said all international information, but then when you read the actual paper, it said transoceanic information. So you got fooled by a clickbait title, it seemed.
No, actually, I didn't. I sent 3 of them. It says 99% of international data transmission is through underground cables and towers.
Paper, that's not what the paper says. So
What does the other 3 papers? What do the other 2 papers say?
Well, you never presented the 2 other papers to me.
I presented 3 papers. I presented 3 papers. So now that you've jumped in and tried to obfuscate and got exposed for not even actually knowing what you're talking about, we'll move on back to the conversation. How about that? So, Professor Phil, how do you substantiate the altitude of the satellite?
Because 2 papers, because you left for 4 hours.
Yeah, but verbal, when he gets those papers,
y'all wouldn't let me speak and y'all kept muting me. So, Professor Phil, how do you substantiate the altitude of the satellite? You said we send radio waves, we know how fast they go. So how fast do they go?
Just the same way that you would detect the distance, the speed of a car that's moving, like radar. Same way you detect anything using radar. You'd be sending microwave signals at it. It would come back. You would be able to measure that. You could, and we even have ranging lasers. By the way, we have pulse lasers.
Well, one at a time. Radio waves. I actually agree with you, right? Like I agree with what you're saying. Yes, you can do we have radar guns, right? I did actually ask you what it was because you said, do you even know what the speed is? But maybe you don't know what the speed of the radio wave is, whatever. But do you agree that the speed of the radio wave is relative to the medium?
Yes, so what?
Well, then, if you're going to assume the speed of the wave, you're going to need to know the medium it's traveling through, right?
Well, we do know what the atmosphere is.
So you do know the medium all the way to and from the satellite. Because that's what's in contention right here. That's a begging the question fallacy. So
well, it's not a contention for me.
Oh, so you do agree though that it requires an accurate denotation of propagation rate relative to the medium?
What's it matter when the calculations work out physically?
Why do you always gotta stump in and save him? I thought he was a professor.
Why can't you answer the question?
What was your question that you tried to obfuscate away?
Well, what's it matter when the calculations work out in reality?
It matters because if your assumption's inaccurate and you're just reifying the model and you assume a propagation rate and then you apply that to the duration of the waves, then that's just a reification of the model.
But nevertheless, it works out in reality.
Yeah.
Because you reified the model that was formed around reality.
So the model is reality.
No, it was reverse engineered based on reality. You're such an idiot. Imagine being that stupid. And then the stupid person jumps in and thinks that it was a win.
You just dug yourself a hole and I buried you.
This is being recorded, dumbass.
Yeah, it is.
I hope so. I certainly hope so.
I said the globe Earth was reverse engineered based on what we saw in reality. And you took that to mean that the globe Earth equals reality. That's the IQ level we're dealing with here.
You bet the globe Earth.
It's based on reality.
So if we take naturally occurring, listen.
You said
if there is reoccurring, so funny. If there's reoccurring,
literally what he said.
hey, listen. If there's reoccurring naturally observable,
you dug yourself a hole, mate.
If there's reoccuring,
just realize that.
No, I'm not. If there's shut the fuck up then and let me dig my holes, big guy. Oh, look at the mental midget jumped in again. That's hasn't been late in 10 years, and she just hates her life.
Mate. You dug the hole. I just buried
well, then let me talk. Okay, yeah. So you're saying, oh my God, y'all scared. Y'all scared.
Yes, we are scared.
So if you take reoccurring observable phenomena, and then you make the model based on what's reoccurring, and you fit the model, change it over hundreds of years, constantly update it based on what we see reoccur, and you introduce post-diction, that means that doesn't prove anything because you had to make the model based on reverse engineering it.
Isn't that exactly how scientific modeling should work?
Scientific models? What's that?
You just buried yourself.
Scientific models. We should
Imagine being so dumb you think that you're winning this conversation.
Yeah, right.
I buried myself. What's the difference in post-diction and prediction? Because that was my premise.
SOP.
It got real fucking quiet, didn't it? Where's Mippet, little Miss Genius? Where'd she go?
Hey, you're doing a great job all by yourself, dude.
Yeah.
You're a fucking idiot and everyone knows.
Yeah, we know that you haven't
has about 5 words in your vocabulary, dude.
Did you just say that I made up post-diction?
So Witsit,
wait, time out. Is post-diction a word?
Yeah,
no, shut the fuck up. Who challenged post-diction said I made up a word? Is that a word or no?
What does it mean?
What's it mean? Okay, it means that you said something's going to happen. You say something's going to happen after it's already happened. Prediction is saying something's going to happen before it happens. Y'all say the globe Earth predicts, but you're conflating with the post-diction of reverse engineering, reoccurring naturally observable phenomena. Boom! Reification fallacy. This is so easy, it's laughable.
Situation again.
Well, y'all objectively just lost, so we can move on.
And then what?
Satellites in space. How do you validate the altitude again? How do you validate altitude, which is inherent in your claim of space, right?
Yeah, you've only been told that 4 times so far.
I've already pointed out why it didn't work.
Right? So I mean,
on the point about post-diction and the other term, the global model actually does both. It both predicts and predicts.
What's
so
it predict?
basically, what you do in scientific modeling is you look at how reality is, then you build a model, and then you test it by prediction.
Okay, what does it predict?
It predicted a planet.
It predicted a planet?
Trajectory off a different planet.
Flat planet. Plane.
Yeah, which planet?
Oh, I can't remember. I think it was Neptune or Uranus.
Oh, how they do that? How they do that?
Oh, you don't know? You really don't know?
I do know. I just know that you don't know.
Then why are you asking?
Because I know you don't know, and you make claims you don't know, but I know all about your religion,
Then
and you don't.
Tell me what I don't know about.
No, you made the claim. I'm not saving you. I'm not saving you. It's obvious you don't know.
Do you?
No, I'm not the one that made the claim. He did. He doesn't know. Y'all are trying to flip it on me because he doesn't know.
There's nothing to save. It's they made a prediction, and the prediction came true.
What was the prediction?
There was a planet there. That there was a planet there.
Which planet?
Causing the other planet's orbit to look a bit odd.
Planet?
Yeah.
Well, you just.
That's what I get them mixed up. You see.
So how, if you don't even know which planet it was, and you don't know how it was done, then how do you know it's true, and how are you postulating it and invoking it right now?
No, you fucking read a book.
It was Neptune.
Her response is always like that of a 5-year-old.
Before we even saw Neptune, we knew it should be there.
Oh yeah, can you substantiate that with some evidence, please?
That's a prediction without knowing what was there.
The fact that we saw a pull on other
claim
planets.
to know this, Witsit. You claim
that was actually seen like 400 years before that. So feel free to provide your evidence. I would love to dismantle it because once again, I know more about your religion than you do.
Yeah, but then they forgot about it. Actually, that discovery was lost, and then they discovered.
Oh, so now your claim requires us believe that it was lost by, and you know who actually did it? The most infamous person at the time known when it comes to astronomy, Galileo. So you're telling me they just lost Galileo's work?
It's totally possible. Like things get lost in history all the time, especially in that time.
But it resurfaced after that.
Digitally stored and libraries.
So to clarify for everybody, he said that we predicted a planet, and then I said no, that planet was actually already known about, and he said, oh, but it may have actually gotten lost.
Oh, listen, hold on a second. I think, hold on, guys. Guys, I think the Warmer's been trying to get in. He wants to say something for the last whatever.
By the way, it's your positive claim that it didn't.
Warmer, do you want to get your point in now?
Didn't get lost is a negative claim.
Can I be heard? Warmer, can you? Do you want to make your point now?
Who's Warmer?
Warmer, yeah. He's been saying he wants to say something.
Can you make an introduction?
You had your chance, Warmer. Don't worry about it. We'll try and get you in next time.
Okay, so yeah. So anyway, negative claim is didn't, right?
Well, Witsit.
There we go with something really smart.
You like to overtalk people a lot when you don't have a point to make. But based on what was just said about Neptune, and the fact that we were able to predict that there's a planet that should be. And we actually predicted it should be within a certain distance away from, where we are.
That planet was discovered hundreds of years before that. And that's factual and provable.
The amount,
by who?
The amount of
by Galileo.
In balls.
You don't even know your own religion. This is so funny.
Witsit,
then
by
why
the way, Witsit, you're making
we were able to predict it before we even found it?
He marked it down in his journals, okay? Now, a few hundred years fast forward, they claimed they used gravity to predict it, but it was in the most infamous astronomer at the time's novels.
Are you suggesting that they couldn't independently find it?
Well, are you suggesting that they just lost Galileo's sketch of it and then they happened to also... So that's what you have to claim, though.
Do you think they couldn't independently find it using
gravity?
No, I don't think so. Right. You're right. I don't think so.
It's impossible for things to get
No,
lost.
I'm not. You're saying it happened.
By the way, Witsit, you are also making a positive claim that we knew the discovery all along. So can you prove evidence for that?
Yeah, I will. So wait, to clarify, you didn't know that, but you brought this up?
I knew that, by the way, so it's not
So why are you asking me to prove it then?
It's not my fault that you didn't know that I knew.
Why are you asking me to prove it then?
You're making a positive claim.
Well, I thought you said you already knew it was true.
You are making a positive claim that we knew it all along. So can you prove evidence for that?
You just said you already know it's true. So you're just trying to obfuscate.
I already knew he discovered it. I don't know whether we already knew it all along and it didn't get lost at any point.
I didn't say that. I didn't make a claim. I didn't make that claim.
You are making that positive claim. So
you're strawmanning me for the 10th time.
Okay, so if that's not the claim you are making, then our point is proven.
No.
You have admitted that the evidence actually got lost.
Dude, you actually might have less than 100 IQ. I was giving you little props, but you don't have a high IQ because this is getting ridiculous.
So
you
admitted that actually they lost the evidence.
Work with it.
No,
work with it.
That's what your claim was.
You admitted you are not making a positive claim that we knew it all along and it never got lost at any point. You admitted that's not your argument. So you are admitting we knew it at some point, but then it got lost.
You got to work with it.
No. See, all you can do is say what I'm in. Every time you talk, you say you're saying, you're admitting,
yes,
you're
but
arguing.
when I got you in a hole,
is make up
when I got you cornered,
so Mip it, shut the fuck up. You don't have the minimal requirements to partake in the conversation. You're a dumbass.
Right, hold on, Laurie, you're just talking. All you're doing is just making noise. No one can hear anybody else. All right?
You're also just talking. Witsit is also just talking like that.
Well, I was trying to let you talk, and then I tried to respond. You interrupted.
It's a non-point to say that.
All you can do is strawman us.
Yes, but Witsit, you're just talking, and
no, you're strawmanning me.
Witsit,
so Galileo discovered Neptune hundreds of years before they supposedly used relativity to find or gravity to find it. So your point has now been dismantled. So if you would like to provide evidence of something different than that, then feel free. But to tout, why you have to interrupt me, bro? To tout that as prediction is inadequate because it was discovered hundreds of years before that, objectively.
Yeah, it's still a theory
by the naked eye. Ever.
It's still a theory. Well, you just said that it was proven by predicting something it didn't predict.
Neptune is never visible by the naked eye ever.
Galileo didn't even believe it was a planet.
So
Galileo literally marked it down, dude. You need to research your religion.
I do.
There is no way that anybody through observation.
You're telling me. Hold on, Branch, give me
visible by the naked eye.
Branch, give me a second. You're telling me that because Neptune wasn't visible, that astronomers listen
using satellites or using telescopes.
Give me a second. I've played Mortal Kombat and accidentally got fatalities. You're telling me that astronomers that watch the sky day in, day out because that is their that's their thing. Like games are my thing. They watch the sky all day. You're telling me they couldn't have chanced on that light in the sky that they can't see with their naked eye?
No, bro. We don't have to do that shit. This was discovered hundreds of years before what they're invoking, and 90% of this room didn't know that. Probably
so
more than that.
That's a positive claim. You've got to prove it.
Okay, so I will prove it. And what are you going to say when I do?
I'm not because you're a mental midget. Galileo gave this planet. That's what I'm going to ask you.
It's theorized by a Melbourne University professor.
Based on what? Based on the actual writings of him, where they see the dot, right? Where they see the dot, right? Do they see the dots relative to the other skies? Is it based on the dot relative to the other dots?
You're waiting.
And what
that dude just told you what it was. Your own dude just told you it exists.
Neptune cannot even be seen.
And what was the name of Neptune before it was discovered later?
Doesn't matter what its name was.
Oh, so he just didn't name it. He found a planet.
It doesn't matter what its name is because you're touting the location of it.
At all, ever.
Right, but he didn't get the actual location or path correct, did he?
Yes, he did. He got the location right. That's how they know it's Neptune.
No,
you don't even know what you're talking about.
Path right. I didn't say location.
You did say location. This is being recorded.
He didn't get the path.
You don't even know.
You said location and path.
You don't actually know the history of this, do you?
Yes, I do.
Do you know the name of the? Do you know the name of the guy who? Do you know that this is just a theory of one person who's?
But it's not just a theory though, because it's actually marked down in his writings where he marked all the rest of the sky, which is what he's attributed to. The very guy you used to map out the sky said that it was there already.
I told
Are
you
getting
at the
dismantled.
time, Galileo thought it was a star. Okay?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what he thought.
He didn't
No, hold on. Nobody ever saw Neptune.
Yes, he did. He marked it down. Branch, you're way behind.
Nobody ever saw Neptune with a.
He marked it down as an unknown star at the
He
time.
used a telescope, dude. You idiot.
Okay, with a telescope, yeah.
Galileo also thought the Earth was a globe.
My bad.
It's okay.
I wasn't listening.
No, what this dude just said. Well, since I'm challenged, I'm bringing him up. Then everything. Listen. The guy, not Branch. Branch. I'm not talking to you. The other guy said, well, since you're bringing him up, then that he thought the Earth was a ball, so that must mean the Earth's a ball. Thanks. Welcome to Globe Earth. That's what he just said, dude. That's what he just said. He actually said that.
He thought it
What'd you
was
say?
a globe.
What'd you say? So what's that mean? What's a hostile witness? Do you know what that is?
Oh, you're a dickhead.
What's a hostile witness?
What a wanker.
What's a hostile witness?
Professor Phil.
Do you have a point, Witsit?
Yeah. Mip it. You've literally never said one argument of any coherence. So shut the fuck up.
Witsit, you're dumb. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, got him. So you touted prediction of something that was already discovered.
See, Witsit can give it, but he cannot take it.
This is not a place for you guys to call Witsit names. If you want to have a decent conversation, then talk.
It'd be great if he would actually answer a question.
Already did.
Observations led him to think that it's a globe. Why do you disagree with his observations?
Oh, because it requires
observations now.
Because when you look into the sky and you assume that some type of mechanism is causing gravitational orbit,
mechanism.
You always have to interrupt. That's crazy. So whenever you look at the sky and you see how they move, and then you assume the Earth's a ball, then there must be some type of mechanism that's keeping the revolutions. But since you're such incompetent, you had to cut me off. Didn't understand what I was going to say. So now would you like to respond to what I did say? I just did.
Galileo noted, and it sounds like it was just pure ass that he spotted it.
Exactly. That doesn't matter because you claimed that it wasn't spotted and that we have. Listen, y'all just claimed. Listen, you just claimed that it wasn't found.
Uranus in an odd orbit, and they predicted it to be there, and it was there.
But it was already known where it was.
So what?
And if y'all's claim, calm down. Your claim was this is all being recorded. Your claim was they discovered Neptune. You said they discovered Neptune because of gravity.
Listening to me.
It's being recorded. You said that they discovered Neptune because of gravity.
Exactly, they did.
Yeah,
you just said it. Okay, how they discovered if it was already discovered hundreds of years before that?
Years prior, it might have been discovered 200 years prior, but it wasn't recorded as a planet.
Correct.
But it was
known. It was recorded to have that location, so it couldn't. The location couldn't have been discovered.
Until now that we have the computer simulation to acknowledge that.
So you think that proves that space and time bend and warp? Is that right?
Neptune.
Do you think that proves space and time bends and warps?
What the fuck are you talking about, man?
That's what we were. You brought this up to prove that space time was real. That's what y'all did.
No,
that was what y'all did.
Actually, not.
That's what happened. Phil says that space and time was a real thing.
Globe Earth, and they work out.
No. This is what happened. We were talking about space time, and then he said, Professor Phil said, we can use it to predict things. That's how this started. You don't want to hear me talk. So I said, we were talking about space time. Professor Phil said, we know it's true. He said, we know it's true because we can use it to predict things. And I said, oh, yeah? Like what? And he said, the discovery of Neptune was discovered because of.
But they're right.
Yeah,
you're lying about that. So.
If Neptune was already known, how is it a prediction?
Should we see what Professor Phil actually?
Hold on, Branch, hold on. Was
location or its path prior?
No, was answer this.
They did know the location prior, so you're making another false assertion.
Knew the location prior.
It was.
Yeah, what you're saying they didn't have. Wait, are you saying they didn't have the sketches of Galileo? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but the sketches of Galileo in 1600 didn't tell them where to look in the sky in 1900.
Did they have the sketches? You just said that they didn't see it. Did they have the sketches of Galileo? Yes or no?
Right, the sketches of Galileo were 300 years prior, so it doesn't tell them where in the sky to look to find the same thing.
But it tells them there is something up there.
So where it should be relative to the other things in the sky. It showed where it showed them. Listen, man. Listen. It was It was mapped out and showed them. You just have to keep interrupting. It was mapped and it was mapped and showed out where it should be relative to the other things in the sky. That's how they knew.
But that's the problem with planets. They move. They don't stay in the same spot. He doesn't understand that.
Yeah, but you said they discovered the location of it. You just said they discovered the location
and
of
look at them independently, thinking that these mean something on their own when they don't.
You just said they discovered the location of it.
Yeah, the location in 1900 wasn't the same location as in 1600, Witsit.
Okay, but it was the same. Wait.
Was the same.
Did they have the same relative location to what else was in the sky?
No, it was in a different location.
No, it had the same relative location.
It was relative to Jupiter.
Relative
in the sky.
Hang on, Verbal. He was looking at Jupiter's. Who's making that noise, guys?
Who's
Come
humming?
It was relative to the location of Jupiter. So would you like to concede you were wrong? Or are you going to lie again? Oh, look, another obfuscation. Oh my God, this is funny.
So us talking about what that discovery actually was is an obfuscation, okay?
Okay, so you touted this as a positive affirmation that general relativity was true.
So Witsit, do you want to hear what the observation actually was or no?
I've already heard it.
Can you answer this question?
Okay, so you don't want to hear it. Thank you.
Kimo, do you think that Neptune is in the same place as it
No, you haven't heard it. You keep talking over people.
Well, we can't hear your question,
I researched it a year ago.
Laurie won't stop talking.
Yes, and you research it poorly.
I was asking you.
Clear for everyone
I don't think Witsit's making any sense.
Well, I still can't hear your question because Laurie won't stop talking.
Do you think that Neptune is in the same spot in the sky as it was when Galileo looked at it?
Relative to Jupiter.
It would have been in that region.
No, they have different orbits.
So they're not relative to one another?
Thank you for not responding for Kimo.
Well, then stop strawmanning me, bitch.
I'm not talking to you.
Or what?
So Witsit seems to be thinking that Jupiter and Neptune are always occulting one each other because they stay in the same relative positions.
That's what he's saying.
They stay relative. That's what I said. They stay in positions relative to each other. That's what I said.
Keep interrupting, dude. Yep.
But the relative positions change.
Me, I won't have to interrupt.
So they are in relative positions to each other, but the relative positions change. So the relation changes. So they are not actually in the same place at any given time.
How much does the relation change?
Isn't it up to you? Because
you just said that. You just made that claim. How's it up to me?
You just made the claim that doesn't change.
Witsit, let's clarify this. Are Neptune and Mercury always in the same position?
We're not talking about Mercury. Yeah, what? We're talking about Neptune and Jupiter.
He thinks that this only applies to one planet.
No, I don't want to hear him bring up other planets.
Neptune and Jupiter, are they always in the same position? Because it was an occultation, so are they always
Are they always in the same position? No, they move.
Thank you. I rest my case.
Relative to one another.
Exactly, you dumbass.
How about
you made my point for me.
This is the fourth time that your lack of comprehension has caused you to falsely tout victory.
You are agreeing that it moves.
Relative to one another.
Thank you.
Hey, if it's relative to one another and you know where Jupiter's at, then you know the relative location of Neptune by deduction, huh?
Bill, your mic is terrible. That's why nobody can hear you.
You thought it was funny because you can't respond?
No, I can actually respond. So I am moving in relation to you. Yes, isn't that correct?
Can we all?
No, that's not analogous.
I am moving in relation to you. So if we know where you are, that means by deduction that we have to know where I am because I'm moving in relation to you. That's exactly the argument that you are making.
No, that's not analogous because I don't think that.
It is analogous. And
stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me. Bitch. Why you gotta keep interrupting me? Because I was about to respond, and then two people continue to interrupt me.
Point that I was making.
Laurie,
but you wouldn't let me respond.
Come on, give way a little bit.
Like it's a fucking joke. You're
respond.
Scared to hear me respond because I've dismantled you 5 times.
No, you are actually just scared.
Okay, so now listen. Here we go. I won't get to respond again. So he just now said that the analogy was that if I move in relation to him, then I know where he's at based on where I move. As if that was analogous to fucking planets in a solar system based on gravitational orbit. What a fucking
It is analogous, and here is why. Your argument is this object A
gravitational orbit.
This object A moves in relation to this object
because
B.
of gravity.
Because even if their distances change, we know where the other planet or the other
because
body
of gravity.
is. Yeah, we know where the other body is because we know where the other body is. Okay,
because of gravity.
We can use. We don't need to know what the objects A and B is. We can use cats, dogs, you, me, cars, planets, whatever.
No, you can't because this planet is based on gravity.
Your argument is still the distance and the position of both body A and B change, and because the distance changes in relation to each other, therefore we only need to know the position of object A. And by the way, we can extend that to every single
Holy shit!
body.
He just said the same thing that's already been refuted.
Witsit, we can extend that to every single physical entity because every single physical entity in the universe moves in relation to every other. So we can deduce the positions of every single entity in the universe by just knowing the location of one.
Okay, what was my rebuttal? Wait, time out. What was my rebuttal? Because I've already said it 3 times, and you just keep looping your point, and then the low IQ people in here amp you up. What was my rebuttal?
Well, I'm talking over you because your rebuttal made.
What was my rebuttal? So you've predetermined that I can't respond. So you already know you're right. So you just
it was nonsensical.
Okay, so can I talk now? Can I respond now that you've talked to me for about 3 minutes straight, interrupting me?
Yeah.
Okay.
All you did was interrupt. You fucking.
Yes, I'm Indian.
Hypocrite.
Look, the girl that does nothing but that. So you just now said it was analogous to any other 2 objects fucking moving relative to one another.
Yeah, I don't think that would listen to it.
Wow, we can't hear Witsit's response.
Yeah, because I'm exposing you.
How can we have a conversation if we can't hear Witsit's response?
They don't want to hear it, bro. They don't have it. He just admitted that I've been talking over you.
I already know.
Yeah,
why are you talking?
All right, he's muted. The point is that how can we have a conversation if we can't hear Witsit's response, Laurie? Yeah.
Witsit did nothing but interrupt him during his whole thing.
All right, Mippet. Let's try again.
That's not true.
All right, fair enough. But let's try again. Let's try again, Mippet.
That's not true.
All right, but whatever. Let's get the response, Witsit.
Okay, so he said and repeated 3 times, which is the only time I interrupted him was the 3rd time. Because he's saying, well, that means if I move in relation to you. What does that mean? Because that's not analogous, because he doesn't move in relation to me because of gravitational orbit due to the bending and warping of space-time because of the proportional layout of mass. Now does he? So it's literally fucking elementary level, non-analogous, and stupid as fuck. Now I just pointed out it isn't analogous because we're talking about 2 planets in space-time medium that are moving around relative to each other because of gravity. So it's literally not analogous. That's why y'all don't let me talk.
Is he done crying?
A load of crap.
That's why y'all don't let me talk, because you can't respond. That's all you can say.
Laurie.
Let's
get Laurie's response.
Can we just cut to the chase?
Dr. Phil.
I just did.
Phil, go ahead, Professor Phil.
Yeah, I actually need to respond. I was muted there, so I couldn't respond to that. So here is my counter argument. Witsit is assuming that because we are talking about planetary bodies and gravity, we can deduce the position of body A from the position of body B. You cannot just assume that. You need to prove it.
Okay, so are you saying that we don't use the relative distance of bodies in the sky to map out gravitational orbits?
We do, but that's not necessarily the case.
Well, that was my claim.
So, can you prove that?
So,
can you prove we can use that method for the Galileo's observation?
Point was correct. He admitted that you can map things out and make predictions with gravity because you know the distance to Jupiter.
No, what I said.
To your point.
Right. Well, no, if you reify the model, but my point is, he said it was analogous to him moving in relation to me. Do we have an honest Glober in here that can admit that he's wrong or no?
Witsit, you're not
they'll
doing
never
the same
concede
thing. You
Witsit
are
ever.
talking over me. You
But
are not
all
letting
we
me
can do
talk
is
because
highlight
you are
their
afraid
errors
of what
and highlight their
I'm going to
mistakes.
say. So,
welcome to
we
Earth.
We need Witsit muted at this point. He doesn't let
not
me
even
talk. He's afraid.
talking.
You were
He doesn't
talking over
listen
me.
even if he isn't talking.
Oh, look at this. More
So
obfuscation.
it isn't as simple as that, and you actually need to prove that this method can be used for Galileo's observation to know at all points where it is. What
Okay,
Galileo actually observed, and I'm still talking, what Galileo actually observed was just a random star in a random location. It's like seeing a random passing by car, but you don't know anything about the car after that. So
exactly,
it's not without its problem to just assume that after that you will always up to infinity know the position of the star exactly.
Okay, so this is what happened. And watch. This is where I get interrupted for sure. But
No, you're going to respond. Let Witsit respond.
Okay, so Galileo saw the star, which y'all are calling Neptune.
Yeah.
He saw.
We saw the star.
Where it was.
Listen. Oh, see, I told you. He saw the star and he mapped it out, right? And he mapped it out. When he did that, he mapped it out based on where all the other stars were. So it had a relative position to all the other stars, which is how we've been mapping it out for years. Actually, they were using Galileo's fucking mapping. So they couldn't find Neptune. Like, where's the star? Where's the star? Well, according to this map, it would be in this position relative to these positions. Let's figure out where it is. Then when they saw it, based on the relative nature, then they said, okay, well, that means that gravity is operating within this relative nature of these two bodies. And you think that was prediction.
Like treasure hunting.
Okay,
yeah.
so
I have a question.
Let me explain it to you. So the star that Galileo marked down, he assumed at the time, because he thought it was a star. Stars are many, many light years away. He had no idea that it was in the actual solar system. He didn't know that, and it's only because of the work back in the 1800s that they discovered using gravity, worked out that in fact it's a planet inside the solar system.
That's all made up.
Discovery.
That doesn't. That's a non sequitur.
That's called made up stuff.
No, that's non sequitur to the premise.
Quiet. Before that, it was understood to be a star that was just like any other star.
Nothing was understood when you don't know anything. How was it understood if you have no clue what you're talking about?
Kimo?
How is something understood if you don't know?
Sir?
Oh, okay. So then let Phil respond.
We need
then,
some mutes on the
please.
server.
Because you know what Woz is like. He'll just mute it and I'll have to mute, and then there'll be a big.
That was a non sequitur to the premise.
Now can we get on with flat Earth?
Yeah, sure. Because if y'all would like to, I mean, we've already established that was fucking like 3rd grade. So yeah, tell me exactly how the Earth's a ball. Wait, how about this? How about this, Professor Phil? I got a question for you. Do we ever see Professor Phil? Can I ask you a question, bro? From the Earth, do we ever see the geometric horizon or the curve of the Earth?
Well, if you see ships going over it, you can deduce that it's curved. Yes, why not?
Okay, so if the next day the ship appears to go over it at a different distance, would that prove that it wasn't physical?
No.
So you're saying that the physical location can fluctuate?
It's the apparent horizon that you're looking at.
So we're not seeing the geometric horizon, right?
No, because we've got an atmosphere.
Right.
Yeah,
so we're just seeing the apparent. So when I ask, do we ever see the geometric horizon, then the answer would be no, right? We just see the apparent location.
Well, because the atmosphere is 1.003, so it'd be very, very close on some days, but you know.
All right, so hold on, Phil. I think you misunderstood the question. So Witsit said, let's say the ship.
Yeah, it's levels of
he
accuracy.
understands.
No, hold on. I don't think he does, because look, let's say Phil, he measures the ship going at one distance. There's a clear horizon. He's measured it. Measurement. That measurement cannot change. Should be the same. Then the next day, he measures practical measurement at a different distance. Which horizon should he go with?
Well, I'd have a look at the conditions on the day, and then work it back to whatever the conditions are.
But okay, so I think he did understand because he said He updated and said that it was apparent, so he did understand, right? So you didn't. So if we never see the geometric horizon, we're only ever seeing the apparent location, because you can never completely eliminate refraction, right? Because that would require no atmosphere, of course.
Yes.
So if we only see the apparent horizon, how do we know there actually is a geometric horizon?
Well, because because it's impossible for there to be an apparent horizon if there's no geometric horizon.
Okay, fair enough. So geometry technically means a shape claim, but really there's no way for there to be an apparent horizon if there isn't something physical, which would be a flat surface also underneath you. So the contention comes with whenever you say that it's curving.
Geometry's not a shape claim.
Because the
geometry is not shapes.
The ships debunk.
It's not a shape claim.
So what geometry? What geometry can you use without a shape?
You said geometry is a shape claim. I'm saying it's not a shape claim.
Yes. It's inherent with a shape claim. You can't use geometry without a shape.
No, it's a word. It's a word we use to describe.
Can you use geometry without a shape?
No.
Okay, well that was what I was saying.
It's not a claim.
Wow, this is pathetic. So anyway, the geometric horizon based on the globe Earth would be a curvature or physical obstruction, but you admitted that we never see the physical obstruction because it fluctuates. It has to be apparent. So how do we know that there's a physical curve there?
Well, you do, because there's many other ways to find out that it's a curve.
Stick to the first way, Phil. You said ships go over the horizon. Which horizon? How do we know which is the physical horizon?
You have to be a dipstick of some enormous proportion.
Oh, ad hom time, Phil. Just tell us which is the physical horizon. You said the ship. Is it going over the apparent horizon?
Wait, dude. This dude just said you have to be a dipstick of immense proportions to see a boat go over the horizon and not know the Earth is a ball. That's what he just said.
Yes,
dude.
Right. Exactly.
Dude, my friend. When I go out to a lake, which we know is like flat, and I put a little boat on it, I can make it get too far away where I can't see it. And when I pull out my binoculars, I can bring it back into focus.
Well,
so that means that whenever listen, Phil, listen. Oh, you're freaking out. You're freaking out, bro. Professor Phil, whenever it looked like it disappeared, but I brought it back in, doesn't that prove it didn't disappear because of physical obstruction? It was just an optical illusion, right?
No.
I brought it back into focus by increasing optics, though.
I'm talking about if you're looking at a ship going over the horizon, you're looking at it with your telescope.
Okay. And so once it disappears, say it disappears at, my friend, say it disappears at 10 miles, right? If I go back the next day, is it going to disappear at 10 miles?
It depends on the refraction.
So that means that when it disappeared at 10 miles, it didn't disappear because of the physical Earth curve, because it can change the next day.
But it disappears.
Are you suggesting that if the Earth was flat, nothing would ever disappear?
Let me give you. No, it wouldn't. Let me give you.
Oh my God!
Yes, I know.
Wait. I'm asking you again, since you're a professor, right? Wait, Professor. You're a professor, and you teach children, right?
So let him talk, Witsit. Come on.
Okay. I don't teach children. 24 years old, 22 years to 24 are not children. Now,
okay.
Next thing. You can go to. I've done this. Go to the Burj Khalifa. You know where the Burj Khalifa is? In Dubai.
Yeah.
It's the tallest building in the world.
That's what they say, except for towers.
Yeah. Now, at the Burj, they actually have a tour especially to do this. Right? So
you can see the sunset.
Yeah, we know. The top and bottom. We know, Phil.
Listen to what I'm going to tell you.
He's going to still say it.
It's more than that. You can see when it gets dark. When it gets dark, it's physically dark, like it's nighttime.
But then you go to the top and you can see the sun again.
But when you look up at the building, look up at the top of the building, you can see the sun still shining at the very top of the building. It's quite amazing.
So Phil, what about then if you just stay?
You can see further when you go higher up, Professor Phil.
So Phil, let me ask a question then. Let's say you're at the top of the building and you.
The hell up?
Let's say you're at the top of the building.
Shut up.
He's not saying you go up the
building. If you look up, then where you're looking is higher, so it's going to see further. The sun is going to be on it longer.
An example of something that's really quite.
You thought that was funny. That's the funny part.
This is quite amazing to see. When you're actually.
So Phil, let me ask a follow-up then. So when you're at the top and you see the sun again, is that horizon now the set physical horizon? Are you saying that will never ever change?
I'm saying that you can watch the sun go down again.
Yeah, but Phil, what I'm asking is, you get to the top, you see the sun again.
It doesn't matter, Kimo. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it literally does. It's the entire debate.
If the Earth was flat, the sun would have to go away, not down.
All right, I get all of that.
No,
I get
it
all
would
of that,
appear to go down as it goes away.
Yeah, but I get
can
that.
replicate that.
What I'm asking is, once you get to the top, you see the sun again, and then once it sets, is that horizon now the fixed geometric horizon?
So how come you can't bring it back?
Wait, stop trying to save him.
Phil, so when you said you go to the top, you see the sun again. So are you saying now that is the fixed geometric horizon?
No, did I say that?
That's what I'm asking. I'm asking
well,
why
you're
do I need
basically saying that, yeah.
I'm saying, because what I'm saying, Phil, is that I don't need to go to the... Phil, come on, let me respond a little bit. What I'm saying is I don't need...
Yes, he is. He's saying this is proof that the Earth's a ball.
Your mental acuity is really strange.
You don't understand you're making a physical claim?
You don't
So how come you can't bring this...
The sun sets, that you can go up higher and see the sun set again?
So are you saying that when it sets and it starts...
What would you expect to happen on a flat Earth?
Exactly that.
What would... No, it wouldn't. You'd expect the sun to go away in the distance.
Okay, that's what it does.
And smaller and smaller until it's
no, that's an assumption.
Why is that an assumption?
Because first of all, we don't know if the sun is solid. We don't know the medium it's in, and we don't know what's between us and the sun.
You say all the time. That's your side.
Oh wait, Mippet, how do you wait? Time out, Mippet. How do you substantiate physicality of the sun? What's spectroscopy? Do you know?
The sky. Yeah.
What's an astronomical unit? Do you know?
I trust the scientists that actually have studied all this shit.
You don't know shit. You don't know anything.
You shouldn't.
What's an astronomical unit, Mippet?
They can feed you dog
you
food.
guys, that's for sure. Demo, don't trust
How do
you
you substantiate solidity of the sun, Mippet?
Nice.
Mippet, how do you substantiate solidity of the sun? Since I was so stupid for questioning it.
Oh well, let me see. I think JM said it's a big ball of fire, but it's there's no oxygen out there or something. That was really cool.
What do you suggest that it is? An illusion? Is
that substantiates solidity, Mippet?
Mippet, just so these
just run for the hills.
We see it. We know that it generates light and heat. That seems like that would indicate that it's made of something.
Don't do anything but assume stuff.
No,
Scott.
you assume solidity.
But Phil, hold on. Phil, are you conceding the horizon is not physical?
So how come you can't bring the sun back with the
ships are not proof of their curvature.
Whoa, one at a time, dude.
You can't
Phil, can we get back to the horizon? Are you conceding that it's not physical?
Dude.
You can't make the sun do anything stupid.
The telescope
Quit being stupid. Well, how can you make the sun do anything, idiot? You're
Wait,
an idiot.
calm down. Professor Phil, that dude's asked you a good question, right? It's a follow-up. It's a good follow-up question because you said, if the Earth's flat, explain to me how we can go to the top of the world's tallest building and then see the sun again. Exactly. And he's saying, okay, so are you saying that when we stop to see the sun at the bottom, it's being obstructed by the Earth curve, and then when you get to the top, that you're going back up above the Earth curve?
When you go back, you're going further. You can see more of the curve.
Exactly. So whenever it's obstructed at the surface, are you saying that it's being physically obstructed because the horizon is a physical curve?
Of course.
So you are saying the horizon is a physical geometric horizon in this scenario?
Well, of course it's physical. The sun disappears. It hides.
But just 5 minutes ago, you said the horizon was apparent.
Its position is apparent, dipstick.
Well, that's what we're talking about, is the apparent position.
There's a difference between it and its position. My God, are you thick?
No, you're just reifying that it is a physical... No. Yeah, this is insane.
You've completely missed the point.
And this guy's a professor calling me stupid after that.
Well, he's right.
Yes, you are.
Stupid.
I mean,
how is he right? You're saying that the obstruction of the sun at the surface is physical.
I told you.
You're double speaking, Professor.
The horizon is physical. Its location is apparent. It still gets obscured by the horizon.
You can't just say that. Okay, so wait, time out. Do we see the physical one though?
When the sun goes behind it, you're seeing it.
So do we see the physical or the apparent?
Oh my God.
Do we see the physical or the apparent?
You've had that answered at least 10 times.
We get different answers, Mippet.
So many times is because you dumb motherfuckers.
We're getting different answers, Mippet.
Something conflating physical and apparent again 5 minutes after we discussed it.
You see both.
Okay, when do you see the geometric one?
You see both.
When do you see the geometric one then? Provide evidence. One example.
When the sun goes behind it.
Because he's making the same dumbass claim, Scott.
And we're getting different answers as well.
So provide the evidence of the physical geometric location, please.
What evidence would you accept, mate?
You just said that you see both of them. Just provide the time that you see the physical.
What evidence would you accept?
Well, this is your claim. You told me that you know... Dude, you said...
What we would accept is a physical measurement to the geometric horizon was. That doesn't change. That never changes. That is the same every single day.
That's the level of evidence.
What I would accept is...
Oh
my God.
A physical
You're
measurement.
either really stupid or you're
well, forget it, mate. Forget it. You're not going to get it.
Professor, I guarantee you my IQ is higher than you. So what would that mean?
Let Woz finish what he's saying. Just let Woz say something, and then when he's done, yours.
You want a physical measurement to the horizon, do you? Is that what you're saying?
Earth is flat, your IQ is...
Hey, Phil.
Yeah, it was. That's right. A physical measurement means establishing your horizon. Yeah, establish a horizontal plane of reference and show the elevation drop. Yeah, that's what we want, a physical measurement. Yeah.
You can do calculation. You can use
no. Don't calculate, Was.
Kimo,
how do you want it to be? How do you want it to be physically measured?
Was, you just asked us a question. We just said to you.
How do you want it to be physically measured?
How? Okay. Okay. So, Was, establish.
I'll tell you what will suffice. So, if the Earth was the ball with the metrics of 3959 radius, then we know that based on the observer height, we should see that physical curve at a certain distance. And it can be no further than that. It can be closer than that, but it can't be further than that because that's the maximum capacity or extent of the rate of curvature the radius allows. I'm almost done. What I would accept as sufficient evidence is going out and consistently showing and demonstrating that that physical obstruction that has to be no further than a certain distance is always there. That would be proof.
Yeah, the only way they can do that is by establishing a horizontal plane of reference. You can't have curvature unless you know it's horizontal first.
No.
How have you established curvature then, without establishing your horizontal? How do you know the Earth is dropping away below the horizon?
What's your standard you compare to? How'd you get the original dimensions?
Can you answer the question? How have you established the horizontal? How are you establishing that it's dropping below the horizontal?
It's calculated, mate. We know the size of the Earth.
How do we know that?
So we can use calculations to work it out. We've got images and photographs and all sorts of
images told us the size of the Earth?
It's been reconfirmed. Yes. It's been reconfirmed over and over and over.
Wait, how?
Throughout the history.
How?
What do you mean? You really don't know?
Yeah, I just want you to say it so I can bury you.
I thought you knew my religion better than I do.
I do. Al-Biruni should be your answer because you could. Okay, so your first.
Why are you asking these questions?
I'll show you because I know you don't even understand your own religion, and I know it better.
I just wanted to answer your own questions.
No, I want him to answer, but he's scared to.
No, he was answering, and you kept butting in.
No, I didn't. He said, "Why do I have to answer if you know him?" And then he stopped talking. And once again, Mippet jumps in with their fucking 50 IQ
you didn't
stupid
answer the question.
I'm trying to, but your dumbass keeps jumping in. Okay, so once again, you're claiming physical obstruction. I'm just asking for you to substantiate that. How did you get the radius value in the first place? So you said, well, if I know, why do I have to answer? So I'll answer if you're refusing to.
Yeah, go on.
Okay, so originally, the radius value was supposedly derived via the methodology of Al-Biruni. That's who the radius is attributed to, like 1,000 years ago or something. He measured angle dips in the horizon. The reason we know that to not be a sufficient methodology is because we know the horizon is just apparent. So you can't measure angle dips in the apparent location to get a physical claim of radius. So then we fast forward to what's another... how do you find out the radius then?
You're telling the story?
No, I'm saying I dismantled the official narrative. Now, what's the new methodology? You said go to space and we have images. So outside of me having to believe that NASA went to space, is there any method that we can do on Earth to measure that radius?
You can probably use a bit of trigonometry.
Trigonometry, and how so?
It's not my forte, but you can measure points to, like Polaris, for example.
Polaris.
Yeah, you can use a sextant. You can use a sextant.
Oh yeah, so Polaris tells us the radius.
Yeah, or
well, it can be used to calculate it, I believe.
Calculated it. Do you have to add an arc into the 2 points?
No, you don't.
Like I say,
yes, you do. If you measure it over the Earth and you claim it to be a ball, there's an arc. There's spherical excess,
which will be apparent if you use a sextant.
There will be
shot, say of Polaris or whatever the pole star is at the time.
Hey, if there's a ball, will there be spherical excess?
I don't know what that term means.
Oh, so once again, y'all don't know your claim. So basically, in layman's terms, if you draw a triangle and you put it on a ball, that ball will pop up through the triangle, right? That would be the spherical excess. So if you triangulate, you have to account for the spherical excess. So which means you have to assume the spherical Earth.
No,
yeah, you lose.
I'm just saying, you move
you lost
60 nautical miles, there'll be 1 degree of drop for every 60 nautical miles in latitude that you move.
Oh my God! You just shifted the goalpost to latitudes, which are arbitrary lines mapped out onto our Cartesian points, and then you add a z-axis. So you don't even understand that either. I'm assuming.
That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just.
You just said latitudes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an arbitrary line mapped out on Cartesian coordinates with a z-axis and spherical assumption.
Which happens to match every 60 nautical miles is 1
It was mapped out based on, you don't seem to understand. Okay, how do they substantiate the radius value? Geodetic surveying is what you're trying to invoke, but you don't understand it. Does anyone here want to invoke that? I'm asking, how did we measure the fucking radius, man? It should be an easy question. I'm so stupid.
Using a sextant to measure the degrees of Polaris.
Yeah.
Right.
But you don't understand spherical excess.
To work out your latitude. I'm not talking about that. You can just.
You said triangulation, dude.
No, I didn't.
Oh, I thought someone said triangulation based on the angles of Polaris.
You can plot it, and it doesn't work on a flat object.
How do you know what the actual location is of Polaris?
Degrees above the horizon.
But how do you know that's the actual location of Polaris?
Because you measure it.
Okay, good one.
Yes,
and then you compare. You
closer
measure
it
it.
to the horizon, the more error there is, but not so much that you can't navigate off.
Wait, how would you know what the error is if you don't have a standard to compare it to?
Well, you take multiple shots throughout the day.
No, you need a standard to compare it to. You just told me that the actual location is really close to the actual apparent location. So if you know the apparent location is really close to the actual location, it's just a little bit off, then how do you know the error rate? What's your standard of comparison? What is the actual location of Polaris, since you know?
Well, if you're moving, that would be a timepiece.
That was your response?
What?
You're just talking shit. You know, like...
you don't understand. So you must be lost.
Well, I'm saying that you can use a sextant to work out the angle to Polaris.
And 2 points on the Earth, right?
Well, no, to work out your latitude. That's all I was saying.
Okay.
That's accurate. You know.
Okay, the latitude is an arbitrary line that was mapped out onto a spherical assumption. So this isn't proving the radius. So you seem to be lost. So how do we substantiate the radius?
You have enough data. You have enough data that you keep moving, say, to the south from the north. So from the North Pole, saying Polaris is the North Pole star, all right?
Yeah. But I'm talking about you have to add
if you keep moving south, then for every 60 nautical miles or 69 statute miles that you move, that star will drop a degree until you get to the equator, and depending on the conditions, it would be on the horizon. And then you have to use the
that doesn't prove the Earth's a ball.
It does when you plot it out, though.
No, it doesn't. You plotting it out and invoking the presupposition you're supposed to be proving.
We're not.
Specifically using Polaris. No. I know for a fact you don't understand your claim. So specifically using Polaris, please cite where they derived the radius value. Please cite where they derived the radius value from Polaris angle. Since you just made that fucking shit up, cite it.
Plot it.
Relax, dude.
It doesn't exist, does it, Scott? Scott, does it exist?
Mate.
Scott, does what he just claimed exist?
I just piped in when I heard you.
Okay, because he's just lying, man. He's saying that we got the radius value by looking at angles to Polaris. I'm asking him to cite it. I asked him, do you have to apply an arc to the two angles? He doesn't understand. I asked him, do you account for spherical excess? He doesn't understand. I said that latitudes are arbitrary based on the spherical assumption you're supposed to be proving. He doesn't understand. So now I'm just asking him to cite the evidence. But he made it up. So does anyone know how to substantiate the radius claim?
I don't think he made it up.
But you don't understand.
Okay, does it work?
Oh, Mippet, wait, Mippet understands. Mippet, wait, explain it then, since you understand.
No,
Does it work?
She doesn't ever understand shit, but she always can't help but say something. Because she knows no one's going to call her out.
Surface? Will the same measurements work on a flat surface? And the same observations work on the flat? No, they won't.
Yes, they will.
Only at one point.
Definitely not.
Well, actually, your calculations are just speculative inherently because it requires the assumption of actual. Then why'd you have to cut me off? Then why'd you have to cut me off? Listen, man. To invoke triangulation, it's automatically speculative. It has the asterisk of assumption of actual load. Look, I'm almost done, and you have to keep interrupting me. No,
but you're saying wrong shit. So.
Oh, what I say that was wrong, Mippet. Wait, Mippet. What I say that was wrong?
The sailors don't get lost.
Wait, no, Saver. Mippet, what I say that was wrong?
I just love the way you won't answer a question, but you're telling everybody else what
Mippet
they're
is just a
saying
globe cheerleader,
and
that's
what they
all.
believe.
She's done that 10
really
times and got
She's got
exposed
her
every
pom-poms
time.
out. She's just cheerleading.
Yeah, so
She's been
anyway,
every 3 seconds.
Yeah, if you look at Polaris and you use triangulation, you have to assume that Polaris is actually the actual location. Triangulation requires actual location. Also, you have to account for spherical excess and the arc. Oh, look, Mippet really threw her high IQ response out real quick.
Yeah,
so can anybody respond?
Mute those worthless responses that Mippet. Mute Mippet, Scott. We're being biased, dude.
Well, they like her here because she usually diverts, or maybe they hope I get upset and lose my cool so they can act. Yeah, exactly. They're just trying to devolve the conversation and hope that it gets watered down. Watch, here comes Mippet with some more bullshit.
More cheerleading,
You
Mippet.
don't know how to mute her, though, do you, Scott?
Nope.
Too hard for you?
She's not doing the problem, though. The problem is...
she's jumped in for the last 30 minutes and done...
Oh, Mippet's not a problem, no.
Can you hear?
Hey, Scott, for the last 30 minutes, she's done nothing but jump in and ad hom me every single time I'm in the middle of a sentence. What do you got to say about that?
She shouldn't be talking at all.
See,
she shouldn't be talking at all.
Wait, Scott, I want to know what Scott thinks about it.
Okay, but you gotta let me finish my sentences.
I haven't interrupted you. I'm waiting for your answer.
Oh my Christ almighty.
Did you just interrupt him to say you weren't interrupting people?
Did you both just interrupt him? So
look, he still can't answer. Hey, Mippet, for the last 45 minutes to an hour.
Why not?
Listen, Scott, for the last 45 minutes to an hour, Mippet's interrupted me and done nothing but scream ad homs to the top of her lungs in the middle of every time I'm speaking.
Get your blanket
So every time,
little fucking child.
See, exactly.
Well, they
see,
kind of allow like the global
so
cheerleading. They need to support Witsit. I mean, they need everything they can get.
I personally didn't hear.
And it's a bit of an embarrassment.
Oh, it's all being recorded by me because I know that y'all might delete it or something. I had this all recorded, so good luck, Mippet. Good luck with your fucking lies. And the other guy said, I haven't heard that, who can't speak English and has fucking looped his stupid shit 30 times.
I didn't, by the way, lie, and I can speak English, so that's nice.
Well, fuck you, man, because you're lying.
Can you, by the way, prove that I lied?
Yeah, you just said you didn't hear that, and you were in the middle of...
I didn't hear it, so can you prove that I lied?
No, I can't prove that you lied. Can you prove that you're telling the truth?
Yeah, I actually had Mippet muted.
Oh,
so I didn't hear her.
Okay, touche. So then why jump in? If you knew that,
just called me a liar for no reason.
So then you just jumped in and dishonest. Listen, you just jumped in and intentionally.
It's not dishonest when I say. It's not dishonest when I say something that's true.
Hey, can I talk? You had intention to deceive.
That because
you had intention to deceive. You're such a gamma, Mel. You're such a gamma. Look, you had intention to deceive. So you jumped in and said a misleading comment by saying, I didn't hear her say that because the whole point was that she said it. And you said, I didn't hear her say that, trying to make the illusion of that you were listening the whole time and she wasn't actually saying I was lying. And now you press in the corner, you say, oh, I had her muted. So you were being dishonest.
Who is pressed in the corner here? Because I actually caught you. I actually caught you lying about me lying, so you are in the corner, and now you're butthurt.
Okay, he doesn't understand. He doesn't get it.
Such a what's the last letter?
Dr. Feelgood, why did you have
This
him
is
here?
so funny.
Because gamma is too high.
Dr. Feelgood,
You're a
Omega.
gamma.
You are
Feelgood, why
an
did you have him
omega
here?
male.
Dr. Feelgood, why did you have
You
him
are
here?
an omega male.
Dr. Feelgood, why did you have him muted? Mate.
Well, they have to just mute all the
What did
people
he
that
do,
have
Brad?
rational conversations, but they unmute all the Globers that jump in and just talk shit. Hey, Scott, what do you think about the fact that all the Globers are just jumping in and talking shit?
Beach is not here.
Why
Brad,
did I
what
have
did you
her
say?
muted? I actually was trying to...
Laurie, I'm trying to ask a question.
So I put her too low.
Right, this is devolving really fast.
Hey, Professor Phil, if you can't ever see the geometric horizon, how do we substantiate the radius claim? How do we physically substantiate that claim? I really want to know, because I'm such a stupid flat earther. I just want to come join your team and not be stupid so I can be as smart as Mippet. So how do we substantiate the radius claim?
I don't care.
We know Phil is smart.
I don't care.
Pretend like you ask questions, but you're gonna deny every answer.
No, I just respond with specificity to why it's wrong. Hey, Redix Gilum, you want to debate me 1v1? Wait, shut up, wait. Redix, you want to debate me since you're such a big tough guy?
No, I just want to.
Of course not, because you get fucking dismantled. So put yourself back on mute, little gamma. Professor Phil, would you like to respond? How do we substantiate the radius?
I don't care. I want to know how you know the Earth is flat.
Because the radius has been falsified. If the radius isn't true, then it is.
Every reification, Phil, every reification of the fucking spinning monkey ball globe is easily falsified, mate. All of it.
No, it is.
You emulate P waves.
She's really not going to.
You know how I can
You
tell
don't
you
have a
it
clue,
is?
Phil.
Let's
I
assume we
can
don't
prove
know
it
what the
is.
shape of the Earth is.
I'm just gonna be the flat Earth Mippet for a second, so y'all can get a taste of
What
that
does the flat Earth
medicine.
look like?
That's stupid.
Well, Phil, bro. How do you weigh helium?
Oh, you're such a dumbass. That's what Mippet does for the last hour, and y'all haven't muted her once. I've been muted. Crack's been muted. Eli's been muted. But the person that has literally not argued 1 point this whole time hasn't been muted once for interrupting every 30 seconds and talking shit.
Witsit, let me ask him something. Can you put a mailbox on the Horizon Globers so you can show us where it's at real quick, so we can all visit it? The curved horizon, the curved one.
Professor Phil, how do we measure?
Mailbox.
How do we measure the radius, bro?
With 23 deciliters of gas.
You could use a satellite.
Oh, so with that something without me having to just appeal to authority, is there a way that we can?
Witsit, let me just say one point.
Wait, to clarify, Professor Phil, are you conceding there is no other adequate way to substantiate the radius value other than going to space?
Of course there is, but I could.
So name it then, because I want to go test it for myself, Professor.
I'm not interested in discussing that with you. I just
okay, well then go back on mute.
An idea, Professor.
I don't want to discuss.
Go back on mute.
Discuss flat Earth.
Just go back on mute. That's what we are discussing.
You've been talking for fuck knows how long.
Yeah, but you haven't said anything of substance. So, wait, Professor Phil, we're talking about flat Earth.
Let me just say something. Let me say something. Phil, so if you find the radius via the satellite, listen. If you find the radius via a satellite, Phil, okay, how did you get the satellite up there?
With a rocket.
Yeah, with a rocket, right.
Yes.
How? How did they go to the moon then?
Yeah, because you have to have the radius value to map out the gravitational orbit and the trajectory.
Naturally.
Yeah, so if you can't go up there to prove the radius, if you need the radius to go up there, now can you?
Now that there are satellites and rockets up there.
But how'd they get up there in the first place?
This is like terrestrial refraction needing an R value.
Yeah, this is like talking
to
to
the problem, do they?
a wall.
See the problem? They just don't see the problem.
So you need the radius value to go up into space.
See the problem, do they, Professor Phil?
No
They just
telemetry,
won't get
boys
it,
and
do
girls.
You
they?
need the radius value to go into space.
We don't know the telemetry.
Mippet, you're a fucking idiot. So we need a radius value. Look, she's so stupid. She doesn't even know any of the conversation. So you need the radius value to actually go to space. Yeah. Wait, Mippet, can you say one substantive argument about anything we discussed all night?
No.
Just one.
You don't
Pick
know
and
what
choose.
you're talking about?
That was your substantive argument?
Mippet, you're
an idiot. Yeah. So it's not an ad hom, it's an accurate description of your mental capacity.
Tonight is tell people what they say. This is what you said. This is what you said. You haven't answered one fucking question all night.
Yeah, I've recorded all this.
You've ignored everybody, and you talk over everybody. At least I can control.
That's exactly what you
answered every single question. It's all being recorded.
Mippet. How do we find the radius of the Earth using the horizon?
Why do you have to use the
Wait, hey, Mippet. What is the radius of the Earth? Wait, Mippet. What is the radius of the Earth?
What is the radius?
Well,
what about the circumference? Yeah, what's the circumference? Do you know?
What does it matter?
So you don't even know what we're stupid for debating.
I can Google it just like you can.
I know it.
I don't need to
Google it.
I
know
just
your
know that
religion
it's
better
round
than you.
and it's not a fucking flat bullshit plain pizza.
No one said it was a pizza. So
what is it?
Well, if this, that even mean? We don't make a shape claim because we don't know the definitive extent of it because we're not allowed to go past 60. We're not allowed to go past the 60. Yeah, we're not allowed to go past the 60th South parallel.
You can go to Antarctica.
Not freely and privately. So when I provide the evidence that you can't, what are you gonna say?
Phil, what does a mole weigh?
Where's your ball at, guys?
You can't because I've been there myself. You dipstick.
I was going to say, where the crap did my mum go on holidays?
No, did she get a permit and was it on approved guided tour? Fucking idiot. What a shocker that the idiot came in saying something idiotic. We're all shocked.
When I go there, there's tourists there.
Okay, and the tourists have to have permission and be subject to being monitored?
So?
Well, my point was you can't freely and privately...
Well, it doesn't matter if you're not freely there. You're still going to see the 24-hour sun if you're freely there or not freely.
Actually, I know someone that was stationed there, and you don't see the sun. You just see daylight all day. You don't see the actual... You don't see the actual sun.
Bullshitting to you because you definitely 100% can see the sun. You can go out at any time of the day or not.
That's not true. You're lying. What a liar.
Phil, go closer to your mic, man.
100%.
You're such a liar. Okay, provide evidence then.
So loud.
You
just go.
With the counter.
You're simply making shit up.
With the counter at the bottom of the
No, he just said that we see the sun 24/7. So provide evidence.
Show us. 24-hour counter on the bottom of the screen.
Over Antarctica.
You got so much proof for your globe, but you can't.
They
show
haven't
anything.
cited one thing
There's
in
so
3
much
or
proof
4
that you can't
hours,
show
bro.
it.
This is how pathetic they are, dude.
You got no horizon.
There's
You got no curve.
Hey, Mippet, I know that. Mippet, get your crayons out. Hey, Mippet, get your crayons out. Wipe the drool off your chin. Okay. Wipe the drool up. Wipe the drool off. Get your crayons out. I'm gonna teach you your religion. Okay, you little zealot. I'm about to teach you your religion.
Red Gum, you're interrupting Redux. Redux, come on, you're interrupting Mippet here. And Witsit.
Mippet ain't really saying much, though, is she?
Oh yeah, Mippet's got a wealth of knowledge for us here.
So as you know, you people don't actually know your own religion, but here's the difference. Let me explain it to you. So the claim that most of you won't make is geodetic surveying, which is the claim that we measure the Earth physically because y'all don't understand it. But most of the people will invoke it toward, like Jim Panda says it sometimes.
I don't understand it, and you think you know everything.
I'm sorry. Wait, time out. Listen, I'm sorry. If you do understand it, I'm sorry for misspeaking. Please, what is geodetic surveying, Mippet?
And Mippet, you must agree, Mippet. He makes.
Branch, come on, let Mippet answer a couple of questions. She wants to get involved.
I want Witsit to answer some fucking questions first.
Oh, shut up,
Mippet.
Well, you just said that you understood it.
Mippet, you must agree. He makes some okay points.
No.
Yeah, she would agree with that, of course.
It's wrong.
Branch, can we give Mippet and Witsit some time?
I said you don't understand it. Mippet, you said that you did understand it. So what is geodetic surveying?
Otherwise, she won't shut up. So go ahead, Mippet. It's all yours.
Mippet didn't say she understood it, by the way.
Yes, she did.
No, I didn't.
She said you're just saying we don't understand it, but we do. So go ahead and explain it.
She didn't say she understood.
So she doesn't understand shit. And I actually posted the answer, and she still can't even read it. She can't comprehend words.
All she said was that you don't make good points.
No. I said, since y'all don't understand it, I'll explain it. And she said, you're such a bitch, such a smart ass, think you know everything. We do understand it. And I said, okay, I'm sorry if I misspoke. If you do understand it, will you explain it? And then she got dead quiet and started talking about me personally.
What does geodetic surveying say about the shape of the Earth, Mr. Expert in geodetic surveying?
Okay, I'll teach you. Oh, I'm so glad you asked. Okay, so to do geodetic surveying, it requires. Look, y'all already spotted. This is so funny. Y'all are so scared, dude. Y'all are scared. Oh, y'all are nervous.
Can you repeat the question slowly?
Wait, no, can I answer the question, please?
Be scared.
You're spiraling.
Let me make a prediction. Witsit's point is going to be you are scared more than he's going to make.
No, I'm not allowed to talk because y'all are scared to hear me say it.
No, it's a bullshit. It's gonna be
okay. So, in order to do geodetic surveying,
therefore it's
look. We'll see how accurate that was. So, geodetic surveying requires the base data of plane surveying that's then compilated and stitched into a ball. In order to do that, you must have the dimensions prior to that to fit that into the ball. In addition to that, sometimes the terrain will not actually match the assumption of the assumed dimensions, so you actually have to add additional variance of factors to manipulate and fudge the numbers to make it match. I will provide evidence for all of that. Also, whenever between two joining, y'all are so stupid that I have literal fucking evidence for all this, so I'm gonna get close to my mic until you stop interrupting me. Okay, so the two line joining joint points, they are attributed with an arc in geodetic surveying. In addition, whenever you establish plumb and then you interpret the data, you must assume that plumb is actually relative to the center of mass.
Fuck up already.
Hey, respond to one thing I said then.
You're a moron. Respond.
You get exposed so many times that you can't help but jump on. I make you spiral so much, and then you get exposed again. Can any Glober respond? Can any Glober respond to any of the premise?
You're the dumb fuck who's saying shit here all morning.
Okay, you can't respond. Can anyone else respond?
Wait, I want to say, Mippet, how many degrees are in an equilateral triangle?
180, as all triangles are, and each angle is 60 degrees.
No duh.
What's the square root of 1?
Yourself. There you go.
You don't know what the square root of 1 is?
It's the square root of 2.
We'll stick with 1. What's the square root of 1?
You guys believe in math now? That's weird.
Well, yeah, no, because when you take the square root of the observer height in feet, so 1 foot, which would of course be 1, because she doesn't know the answer, times 1.225.
So you claim it's not real, and then you go using it. That's a bit hypocritical.
Well, actually, we're using the math. You're using your math to falsify your mathematical claims.
That's a bit hypocritical.
You're just an idiot. We're using your math. We're using your math to falsify your mathematical claims. So the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Okay.
1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, right? So that's why I was asking about the square root of 1, because I know she doesn't even know that shit. But she's so much smarter than everybody else here somehow. She doesn't know the square root of 1, but she is so smart.
5 divided by 0.
What?
What's 5 divided by 0?
You can't do that.
So
what a great question you got. It's unsolvable.
It's actually undefined, but...
Oh, wow, look at your semantical response. So,
yeah, exactly.
Anyway.
Which is what you do all the time.
No, it's
semantical crap.
I got a question.
That's patently false. So, anyway, what's...
Good question.
Hey, wait, time out. I just think this is funny. Do you know the radius yet? Then shut the fuck up. You don't even know what the argument is. You don't even understand the base claims of your religion, yet you're fucking a zealot. Don't you think that's kind of weird?
You have to worship a supernatural entity.
Who do I worship?
How does that make science religion?
Who do I worship?
Sounds like worshiping a supernatural ball.
Yeah, like you mean like a force that isn't a force that can be thought of as a force that acts like a force but isn't a force, and it's because... Or what, little bitch?
Well,
you would never say it. Hey, I can guarantee you, dude, that you would never talk to me like that in person. I would knock your little bitch ass out, dude, on God.
And not getting on with it.
You want me to get on with it? Okay. So, You make a physical claim of a radius that you cannot substantiate it without reapplying the geometric horizon whenever you look at the apparent location. So you're just
Kimo's a pussy, and he muted Phil.
Why was Phil muted?
Oh, that's crazy. Phil was muted? Well, so one time out of 3 hours, but we've been muted 100 times. I didn't hear any white knighting about that.
I'm asking Kimo why he was muted.
It wasn't me.
Oh, this dude's real tough on his keyboard.
I didn't mute Phil that time.
Okay. Thank you.
Scott.
That's just funny. Why don't you jump out of your seat saying, "Whoa, why'd you
shut up,
mute crap?"
Before I mute you.
Oh, it's because you're a biased little bitch. That's why.
Yes,
Why'd
I
they
am.
mute Demach, he should ask.
Because you can't actually intellectually hold your own weight, so you have to be biased with censorship.
How about you go fuck a duck?
How about this? The glue for your own minds.
Wait.
See if you can respond to this smart guy. I guarantee you can't respond. Hey, I'll give you $5 if you can offer a substantive rebuttal that's actually specific to this premise. I'll give you $5. You send me your Cash App. I'll give you $10. Okay. All right. So the glue for your model's gravity, right? The current rhetoric is general relativity. It's a theory of relativity, or it's a reification fallacy, because it attributes physical properties to conceptual abstractions, one of which is a privation. That's a reification fallacy. Respond with specificity and substance. I'll give you $10.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. What did you say? I was replying to Sony text.
The theory of relativity is a
talking to me, by the way.
Yeah. I'll give you $10. I'll give you $10. You send me your Cash App. I'll give you $10 if you can respond with substantive specificity to this premise. The theory of relativity is a reification fallacy that attributes physical properties to conceptual abstractions, one of which is a privation.
Yeah, okay.
Just to claim that the theory of relativity is based and proven on a fallacy, when in fact theory of relativity is not even proof, but the best understanding of a world.
Okay, so he didn't get the $10. So would you still like to try?
So you're asking me to prove a theory, are you?
Well, I'm asking you to respond with substantive specificity to the contention of the theory your model purports.
And what does it mean? Can you dumb it down for me, mate?
Yeah, man. They say space and time bend and warp and curve and dilate. Those are all physical properties, and space and time are concepts. So whenever you take a concept or an abstraction, you give it misplaced concreteness. That's called a reification fallacy. Space a concept, time a concept can't have physical properties of dilation and bending.
Whoa, hang on. You're going to have to do it with less words, mate. Dumb it down some more, please.
Okay. You claim space is a conceptual privation, simply meaning a concept of nothingness, absence of, emptiness. So absence of is what a privation is. Aristotle is actually the first one that postulated it, and he postulated it to explain what space is, which is funny. But of course, he had an ontological premise.
Dude, this is not what?
Well, I'm trying to. If I had just said privation, you would have said you didn't understand it, guaranteed.
So explain.
Now I'm trying to explain it, and now you don't actually want to know the truth, dude. You've predetermined your response, and that's pathetic,
dude,
bro.
All I know is it doesn't a flat endless plane or whatever, non-rotating. What do you call it? Plane. All I know is it doesn't.
No,
work.
it does. A geocentric stationary plane is provably the only thing that does work.
All I know is a flat plane.
Okay, so you didn't get the $10. So that's a shocker.
No, I don't want your fucking $10.
Yeah, because you can't answer the question.
That's right.
Yeah, because you're literally inept.
No,
I can actually answer the question.
Because of that.
It should be easy.
No, you can't answer. You've proven yourself beyond inept. What's a privation? Wait, if he can answer, he has to understand every word, right? How can you answer my premise if you don't understand it?
In other words, you don't want to hear me because you are afraid.
No. I'm saying if you're going to respond, then you have to understand it. So what does privation mean? What does privation mean?
You kind of said that you don't want to hear me because I already proved you.
Wait, time out. What does privation mean? You said you're going to respond. You said you're going to respond. That means you have to understand it. What does privation mean?
Yes, but you said that you don't want to hear me. So are you now saying that you do want to hear me?
Yeah. I want you to tell me what privation means.
Definitely.
I don't need to know what the privation means to debunk your argument. You made a positive claim that the club model is. You made a positive claim. You made a positive claim that the globe is a reification fallacy.
Yeah.
So can you provide evidence for that positive claim?
Yeah.
The onus is on you, Witsit.
Okay, gotcha. So time's a concept, so it can't have physical properties. Boom, you fucking lose.
Wait, let me say this.
Dude, can you not deduce
Sorry, someone was talking over you. Witsit, can you repeat that?
Oh, shut up, mate.
Time's conceptual, and a reification fallacy is when you give concreteness misplaced to a concept. So,
okay, can you prove that time is conceptual? That was
no. I'm saying it's not physical. You're claiming it is physical.
You are making a positive claim that.
No, I'm making a negative claim. I'm saying space time. No.
I'm making a positive claim that.
No, I'm not.
Time is conceptual. It's a positive claim.
I'm saying space time is a reification.
Okay, so you're saying you're making a specific claim.
You just don't understand anything ever.
Yes.
You're very far behind.
I give you 5 minutes. 5 minutes of time to scrunch up some sources and prove that the model is a reification fallacy and time is a concept. Those are both positive claims that you need to back up. Huh? You have 5 minutes. I will go on mute with it. You should also go on mute and do some research.
God damn, you have said nothing this whole time.
I asked
my claim is space-time. Space-time isn't physical. Space-time isn't physical. That's my claim.
Yes.
Space-time isn't physical.
That's
a negative claim. You're claiming it is physical, so provide evidence it is physical.
Okay, my claim is space-time isn't a reification fallacy. That's a negative claim, so it's on you to prove that it's a reification fallacy. And by the way,
time's a concept, dumbass.
Time's a concept. Okay. That's again a claim that you are supposed to prove because it's
all right. I'm gonna go prove it, and when I prove it, what are you gonna say?
I'll probably.
Do you have a particular college you would prefer? Because they all agree on this. You're just not smart enough to understand how stupid you are.
Your proof is going to be
pick
insane.
any college, and I'll go get some evidence.
Well, you can pick any college.
Pick it. Okay, cool. I'll be right back.
I'll pick the whole totality
I'll be right back, bitch. Stop talking until I get back, please. That'd be great.
Well, hold on. What's the claim again? So you think it's not a concept, Laurie, or it is a concept, or it is physical, or it's not physical? What's Witsit getting again? Just so we're sure.
He's saying, he's challenging that time is a concept.
I'm not really making a claim, Kimo.
But be careful, Witsit, because when you get it, he'll say, "I didn't say this. I didn't say that." So what is?
No, he did. It's recorded.
Yeah, Kimo. Can you let me actually?
I said space-time isn't physical. He's trying to shift the burden of proof onto me because he's supposed to be supporting his model's claim of
is conceptual.
Hey, calm down. You're supposed to be supporting your model's claim. That's why you have to interrupt me. You're supposed to be supporting your model's positive claim of the theory of relativity.
No, but you made a positive claim, so I was.
No, I made a negative claim. I'm challenging your positive claim. You're just not smart enough to understand it.
It's up to you if you actually made a mistake and made a positive claim.
This guy's such a moron. I'm gonna go get it anyway, though. But you're an actual idiot. So whatever.
Dr. Feelgood, when is the Earth gonna develop its own consciousness?
What the fuck?
Sounds mad, doesn't it?
I think Professor Phil's gone. I don't think he's still here.
Supposedly everything else from like the Big Bang did it, right?
Professor Phil's gone. He's not in the
room. These people don't understand when you make a negative claim that if anyone challenges it, the burden of proof is on them.
Yeah, because they can't be honest about that because then their whole model goes down the tubes.
Witsit, you should be actually searching for your sources, and Witsit was.
Space-time's not physical, bitch. That's my claim.
Yeah, but your original claim was not that, so why did you change it? Did you actually realize?
That's what my original claim means. Yeah. That was my original claim.
Did you actually realize that I was correct?
That was my original claim, bro.
Okay, if you cannot let me speak, then maybe I won.
Well, stop strawmanning me then.
You should go back and look at the sources you actually promised to do.
Okay,
that,
I am, but my original. You keep talking about me, so I get back.
But you cannot look.
What are you gonna do about it, you little gamma? What are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do? You think you give me orders in this fucking fairy tale world where you're incompetent as fuck? So my original premise is actually a negative claim. Listen, dumbass. My original premise was a negative claim. Reification fallacy is a negative claim.
You have 3 minutes. You have 3 minutes to do your research.
This dude is literally
time by talking to me.
Wait, if I don't meet your 3 minutes, what's gonna happen?
Nothing.
I'm gonna say
nothing. Not
time is up, and
thing.
you couldn't. I'm going to.
But I don't care what you say because it's all recorded, and you're getting dismantled for 2 hours straight now.
Now we're listening to an imbecile speak for 2 hours.
Oh, really? So wait, do you agree with him? Wait, time out. Shut the fuck up, bitch. I don't care about your timer.
Shut the fuck up with it. So.
Well, he thinks he can demand me with a timer?
And you think you can claim
This dude can't do anything.
If you don't agree that time is real, then you should have no problem with having a timer because
time is a concept. Real, remember? Hey, man! Hey, I got a question for you. Do you understand the original premise, or are you just too stupid?
Using a timer.
Hey, just for everyone to watch, he has to interrupt me because he hates me to actually add context to his fucking straw man.
No, I'm
so
just
he will
asking
interrupt
you
me.
to
Look, there it is. There it is. Watch,
Laurie,
and he'll interrupt me as soon as I start.
All right, Witsit. Laurie, let him respond. Otherwise, we can't hear anybody. Right?
When my original premise was that it's a reification fallacy, what that's saying is that space and time aren't physical. That's what that means. So he doesn't understand that. So he's saying it's a positive claim. He's conflating a negative claim, which is the accusal of reification, which would mean that it isn't physical, which is a negative claim. He doesn't understand the fucking application of reification in this conversation, so he's conflating it to a positive claim and shifting the burden. And it's been allowed to go on, and then when the dumb girl laughs, that means I'm right, just in case y'all haven't picked that up yet.
Okay, so I can actually respond to that, so
Laurie, in order to have a conversation, you need to understand this explanation, okay?
Otherwise, so when we say space and time aren't physical, that's actually just a negative claim that the theory is not a reification fallacy, so it's actually up to Witsit to prove his shit.
Can you put him in a bucket?
Did you just hear what he said? Did everyone just hear that?
Yeah.
Wow.
Insane.
This is going on YouTube for sure, bro. You're gonna be.
I want a
bucket
of space time.
It's going on YouTube, man.
You're going on there too, buddy.
Time, please.
Isn't this already on YouTube because this is live stream?
No, but I'm gonna put. I'm gonna put. No, what y'all do is y'all let it run and then y'all let it disappear after 12 hours.
By the way, we set your times up, so you couldn't prove your shit.
I already proved why you don't even understand it. Reification fallacy is a negative claim.
Witsit, do
By the way,
concepts exist?
Yeah, Witsit, we have you on lies because you actually promised to look up some sources and you promised to go to college, and you didn't even do that. So,
Hey, do you understand that reification fallacy is a negative claim of your positive affirmation?
Yeah, but you made a promise to look up a
You're such an idiot. You're such an idiot,
Listen,
dude.
the burden of proof isn't on him, Dr. Feelgood, so he doesn't have to provide a citation.
And I actually went to do it, but you couldn't keep... Listen, actually, Dr. Feelgood actually went to do it. Listen, I went to do it.
You made a positive claim.
Hey, Dr. Feelgood, I actually went to go get it, right?
Can you back up that
Dr. Feelgood. Dr. Feelgood, I went to go get it, and every time I went, you started talking about me again.
You had a problem.
Dr. Feelgood, every time I went to go get it, you started talking about me again, so I came back in there to defend myself. If you would stop talking about me for a few minutes, I would go get it. No, it's not. No, I don't actually have to get it because reification fallacy is a negative claim of your positive affirmation. Wait, does anyone else here want to at least be honest for once and admit that he's wrong?
So Crackvillain and
Okay, so the dumb girl thinks he's right. Will any Glober admit he's wrong?
So how about we talk about...
Because this is for YouTube to show. By the way, audience on YouTube, the reason I'm asking is to demonstrate Globers are literally incapable of being honest.
Crackvillain made a positive claim about burdens of proof. Can you back that up, Crackvillain?
Yeah, I'll back it up. That negative claims are assumed to be true until proven false, I'll back it up. And then you're going to look like a dumbass for the 100th time.
Are you gonna make up more shit to say?
This is so funny. No, whenever I link it, y'all are still gonna act like I didn't link it. That's how desperate y'all are right now.
No,
oh, look, the dumb girl's jumping in again. Wait, listen to the dumb girl. She's gonna say something profound. Wait, listen. Come on, don't let us down. Mipit, come on, man. Enlighten us.
So you lied about what's going to happen.
Yeah, Mipit just jumps. Y'all don't even check your worst members. That's how everyone knows that y'all are fucking frauds.
So Witsit, I by the way know the context.
Like this guy right here, for example. Oh, and then her.
So I happen to know the context of that quote, so do you mind bringing the quote up?
What quote?
The quote about negative claims that you
Yeah, I'm about to, buddy.
You should have it available. You use
it. Dude, I'm on my phone looking back where I post on Facebook. I don't live on the parameters of a Gamma's timeline.
So in
Jesus Christ, you're so pathetic, dude. You're so pathetic.
You are afraid, Witsit.
What am I afraid of?
You are afraid of doing research.
This guy's such an idiot, dude.
What are you waiting for?
It's not my problem that you're afraid.
I'm literally going to get it, and then you're going to look like an idiot.
Yeah, but you should do that instead of talking.
I'm doing it right now. I'm doing it on my phone, so I don't have to listen to you bitch-made little comments.
Then go do it, sir.
I'm doing it, but you don't get to. I'm gonna keep defending myself, so keep my name out of your mouth. Oh, here comes the girl who hasn't been late in 20 years and hates her life, talking about something non-related again.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Yeah,
they make toys, bitch. Go fucking do something. Stop being such a bitch.
It's not your ego and your
Dude, every
willingness
time
to
that she
attack
jumps
other
in, y'all
people
don't even
that
stop
keeps you
her.
here.
Y'all
It's
just let
me.
her go on.
I'm keeping you here. I'm keeping you here. It's
For
not
2
your
hours,
ego,
she's done nothing but jump in and scream and say stupid
It's
shit,
not your
never
ego
actually
that
doing
stops you
anything to
from
do with the
doing the
argument,
research you
and y'all
do.
haven't muted her one time.
About her stupid shit.
She's their cheerleader, Witsit. With the
Yeah, and they need that because they're so intellectually
I'm
inept.
so triggered. It's great. Keep it up.
Says the girl who literally hates her life.
This is funny.
I got a
Witsit's ego is
question.
keeping him
No,
here.
you hate your
and
life, guaranteed.
Yeah. Your ego is preventing you from doing the research.
You're
that you should be
self-projecting
doing.
because you're intellectually incapable of having a
Yeah,
discussion.
but I actually did the research. I looked that quote up.
Oh, no, it's
And
not the
you
quote.
are-
I'm
you
about to
are
link
now
the
afraid.
whole fucking higher education
You're
article.
about to. How long are you about to do that?
I'm trying to
Do
find
either
it.
Yes. Yeah. Go ahead.
God, you're such an idiot.
Talking.
Or what?
I'm an idiot
Or
because
what?
you cannot look
Or
up
what? Or what? Or what? Or what? Stop talking about me, and I wouldn't be talking.
You were talking. You were
Look,
just
he's talking about me again.
Meatbed.
If y'all would just stop talking to me,
You
then
were
I would
talking
just
about
not
Meatbed
respond.
instead of looking up your quote.
Look, I guarantee you can't do it.
Witsit, why don't you
All we
just
need
let
for
it
you
talk?
to come
Stop
back
talking
was
about
Meatbed
me.
to say something.
Oh, wow, good one, little bitch. Do you have any actual substantive arguments? Anything that's been said for 5 hours? Or are you just also a fucking idiot? Oh, look, the dumb person.
Okay, moving on to other subjects. I actually happen
Who
to
the fuck
debunk
just
the Black
deafened me,
Swan.
bro? Y'all on
So-
some hoe shit, dude.
I actually
No, I
debunked the
definitely
Black
say I
Swan
was
some
trying
time
to get your
ago. So,
attention. Hang on, Laura, you
crack
need to go
Dylan.
and find. Hang on,
Well,
Laura,
can you
you
get
need to go
Laura's
and find something
attention
on
then,
Facebook.
Waz, as
So
well?
I was just
Yeah,
trying
well,
to
tell
get
me
your
shut the
attention
fuck
to
up,
it.
man. You think I'm gonna go off away so they can just bombard me while I'm not here to defend myself?
Go and
I don't need to do shit based on what you say, dude.
I
Y'all are
have a
pathetic.
suggestion.
Y'all are pathetic.
Let's give
Alright, so
Witsit's
look,
room
Laurie,
to do
I
his
think
research.
you're
So
the problem in
meanwhile,
this. You're instigating
All right. Leave the gamma alone.
aggravation.
Leave the gamma alone. Just let him go. Let him go find his information. Stop talking about the gamma.
Where's Laura?
Okay, we get it. You have a little dick and you're very insecure. Chill out, bro.
Let the little fella go and
yeah,
find
I
the
actually had a question.
Well, it's just pretty clear this
most
dude's like
fat
the actual definition of a gamma,
Witsit,
and
you're
that's why
actually
he doesn't respond with
overtalking me
substance
when you
specificity.
should be doing your research.
Oh, says the guy
my
who doesn't know
question
how
is-
to talk.
Yeah, he just can't. It's unfortunate that he can't stop talking about himself. You know.
Hey,
It's-
I got a question for you. Have you ever said anything
Yeah, you have a
with
question
any
that I
relevance?
have.
Have you ever said
question that
anything
I
with any
have-
relevance, Meppet?
Dr. Feelgood?
No, you haven't, because you're not smart enough to do so.
Unmute him. Kimo. You're pathetic, Kimo.
Kimo, you bully.
That's hilarious that she has the audacity to call someone pathetic, and she hasn't said one thing relevant to the conversation
Witsit, why
in
don't
5
you
hours.
go and find what you were looking for, mate? You were
I
looking for
am in the
Facebook or
process of
something,
doing it.
all
He's
right?
doing
So
it,
stop
Waz.
talking
He's doing it. What do you
and
think he's
ignore
doing?
I'm looking through like
He
a
keeps
fucking
complaining.
conversation. It's a thread with fucking thousands of comments.
All right,
So can you give me a
focus,
second?
mate.
What's the rush, Waz?
Jesus,
We're here
bro.
all day. You're here
Well,
all
he
day.
keeps complaining about it, Spurs.
No, I complain about people talking
See,
about me.
here he goes again.
You're talking
when
about
I was
me.
talking to you, Spurs.
About me, dude, like a gamma.
But
Yeah.
Waz,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
give him a chance, alright?
You're talking about me like a little girly.
People talk about people all the time, mate.
So
No big
pathetic.
deal.
faggot.
Keep your pants on.
Fucking hell.
Y'all are spiraling, dude.
You lost the plot.
Yeah, you
So
are.
Spurs,
I
you see
lost the
that what I
plot.
posted there from
I have y'all recorded getting
Spy-
dismantled for 6 hours. Or 4
Yeah,
hours.
that's what I posted there, Spurs, from Sly Sparkane, mate. You guys, you flat earthers can measure this shape of the earth by doing something like that, I would imagine.
Oh, yeah. What about testing the rate of curvature necessitated by the radius claim?
It doesn't matter. You do this.
Oh,
and,
that doesn't matter?
Doesn't matter. No, if you do this, that doesn't matter.
That was such a cool story.
But Waz, you know we falsified the model,
That's a
right?
cool
The
reaction.
radius of 3959 is not existent.
This dude said you don't have to
irrelevant,
test the
mate.
radius.
That's all irrelevant.
He said you don't have to test the radius to prove the Earth's a globe. That's
That's
so
we
cool.
got photos of it, douchebag.
Oh, we have photos
good
of it.
question.
Oh my god.
Oh, God.
Check.
Everything else is gravy.
You do these measurements from all around the globe, and you don't know about anything else. You either find it's a globe or not.
All around the globe.
Hello, hello.
I hear you, Dan.
You either find it's a globe or you
I got a
find
question.
Pretty simple.
No, then what's the question, Dan?
Why is Witsit such a gamma?
What's your question,
No,
Dan?
no,
Go
that's
on.
not my question.
Oh, okay.
If we see a boat supposedly go over the supposed curve, looking forward at a certain distance, right? And then looking left to right that same distance, like we don't see that curve at all
Well,
anywhere.
we do. We got images
No,
of it.
no, I'm not done with my question.
Oh, sorry.
My main thing I want to do is ask you or any glober if they can take 2 cue balls. I don't want anything else. I want to see 2 cue balls put on the table. And I want you to show me on one where you're looking forward and the other one where left to right is, and then show me the difference.
Where's the basketball image? Anybody got that?
I said 2 cue balls. Are you dead?
Like a snooker
Oh,
ball.
sorry. Basketball as close as I can get.
No, I said 2 cue balls or else don't try it, son.
Do you wear a cape as well as your underpants on the outside, Dimmer?
Hey, I want you to read this and then concede that you're wrong or shut the fuck up.
What, the one from Dr.
Just go ahead
Newcomers?
and read it. I don't want to hear your opinions. Just read it.
I'm reading what this institution says about the shape of the Earth. What's it?
Well,
I'll
he
be
just has.
waiting
See,
for-
look, they're already trying to obfuscate away from it. Y'all wonder why I don't go get it? Because y'all are so pathetic. That's why.
And I'll also be waiting for your
I went and got it, and they're
cue
trying to
balls,
obfuscate away
Glovers.
from it before they even opened up the link.
Was the question for the proof to do with the shape of the Earth? You ever said that?
Oh, no,
Yeah, it's
this
like literally
was for,
that's what this is about.
I think
Yeah,
that
mine-
link was
mine
for
was.
Laurie. Laurie.
No, that's what this is all about.
But that link was for Laurie. Laurie, did you see the link in the chat there?
So you cannot claim the Earth is flat unless someone proves that it does not exist.
Oh my god. Dude. Okay, so the burden of proof is always on the person making an assertion or proposition. Shifting the burden of proof, a special case of argument,
We've heard you say that before, mate.
is the
Sorry to
fallacy
cut
of
you off.
putting
I've
the
heard you
burden
say
of
that many
proof.
times
Wait,
before.
I'm not done. Is the fallacy of putting the burden of proof on the person who denies or questions the assertion being made. The source of the fallacy is the assumption that something is true unless proven otherwise. Is this where you concede you were wrong?
This is all very pitiful.
They won't even concede right after the literal citation. You said exactly what I said.
But it's irrelevant, man. You can
Wow.
go and measure it.
Hey, wow.
You
You
can
don't have
go
to
and
make
measure it and work it out for yourself.
Well, how about the live demonstration I asked for? I asked for a live
No, wait, where's
demonstration.
Dr. Feelgood?
With
You're
2
always
cue
asking
balls.
for something.
That's Laurie,
Then
Witsit.
you're always
Dr. Feelgood
asking
is
and never
Laurie.
doing.
That's so funny.
Yeah, I
now
wanna see
all of a
the
sudden this
degrees.
doesn't matter.
The distances and degrees looking
so
forward. And
So,
looking
Laurie, you
left
just
to
made
right
Witsit waste his
on the 2
time
cue
getting
balls.
you
I
a
wanna
link
see the
that you're
difference.
just going to ignore.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And everyone here amps up that type of behavior.
Mippet, you were just screaming, link, link, link. Here's the link, now what?
Yeah, and I've just tried 3 times to load it up and it keeps coming up as a fucking error.
Well, that's your problem, Mippet, not anyone else's.
That's why I'm continuing to try, Kimo. I can't make my computer go any faster. Sorry.
Open the link, Mippet. Just like you were rushing Witsit. Get the link up, Mippet. Do something, Mippet. Get a better computer, get a better device. What are you waiting for?
You're a liar.
Oh,
You're
yeah,
lying,
sorry, I
Mippet.
forgot. I've got to talk the whole time while I'm doing it because
Mippet,
I might,
open the link.
you know, have an ego problem and need
Mippet,
to
why won't you
let
open the link?
How about a
every
live
word I say.
demonstration with
Mippet, it
2
might be
cue
best
balls,
if you ignore
Mippet?
Spurs.
That was small.
You see, exactly what was happening with Witsit just a second ago, right?
I told
Well, it is
Witsit
good
to
advice.
ignore everyone, and I'm suggesting to Mippet to ignore you.
Yeah,
I'd like
That way,
to see.
she can focus on fixing the error, as Witsit did focus on finding.
Oh, now I'm
the
just
bullshit in
insane.
people.
Yeah, I was only joking with you, Mippet, but that's the point.
No,
you
I
were
said,
you
I'm just
hassling.
saying, I keep loading it up and all I get is this site can't be reached.
Okay, take your time.
Pause and Mippet. Can you guys go to a bar?
Would you
and put
like me
2
to
cue balls
screenshot
around
it
I was
for
going
you?
to say that. Take a screenshot.
Mippet,
Yeah.
try another
I'll
browser.
screenshot it for you.
Mippet, try another
Just go
browser.
down to the bar. We know you guys love to drink. and put 2 cue balls on the table and get the camera and show us where one's different looking forward than looking left or right. Just show us that, please.
Why can't you take that picture?
Hello,
What do you?
Sphere
What
Boys.
do you?
Mippet, look, there are the
Sphere?
there's a
What are you
screenshot,
asking for,
Mippet.
Devil?
Does that put sphere into your bones?
What are you
boys?
asking for, mate? I
To
was
not be
ignoring
able to
you.
show
I
the
wasn't
difference
really
of a
sorry.
cue
I
ball
wasn't
from a cue
ignoring you. I
ball?
wasn't focused on what
That
you were
way
saying.
you can't show the forward
All
code
right,
from left and
so
right
I think
code?
Denmark's asking is that we can see
it's got 2
curvature
cue balls?
going forward, but not left to right. So on a cue ball, he wants to see curvature going forward, but not curvature going left to right on a cue ball.
No problem.
Why can't you take that photo?
Get away from the Earth on the same distance, but it looks the same angular size as the cue ball, and you'll see it.
Go get the cue balls and put them on the table and show us live. Or take a
Why don't you
camera
show us?
and sit it in the center of a ball, a 4-way camera, north, south, east, and west, and show us which camera has a different view.
Why don't you show us?
Wait, why doesn't Dr. Philgood concede by now?
Because you guys are full of shit.
Does it take that long to read that? I read it for you, dude.
That didn't answer my question.
I'll tell you where it
Why
says
can't-
that.
why
If
can't
you
you
go down, go down to shifting the burden of proof. The very first paragraph under that title.
I've just clicked on. I've got added additional reading
Mippet,
concerning
there's
the difficulty
screenshots.
of
You don't
proving
need the link.
general negative claim. This is off of what you just put up.
Your claim of a curve is negative.
Things that probably don't exist.
Your
By Nick
curve.
Stop
Barrowman.
interrupting.
My point is that when it comes to using observational evidence to argue for existence, a positive claim, or non-existence, a negative claim, you can't prove a negative, whereas you can prove a positive.
Thank you.
Well done, Mippet. You've just learnt something today.
Yeah,
You
you
read that
can't
with so much
prove anything that you said.
It literally said exactly what I said.
Your globe is a negative.
No,
You can't prove
what
it,
you
Mippet.
said was some bullshit about the theory of relativity, and then you brought this irrelevant point to it.
No. So the reason this is relevant is because the theory of relativity is a positive. That's why you have to interrupt me. The theory of relativity is a positive claim that space and time bend and warp and gravity is the effect of that. I'm challenging that. You have to prove that. That's a positive claim. Space and time aren't physical. You need to prove they are.
What's your
Now
challenge
they all of a sudden
contained?
don't get the meaning. Now they
Yeah,
don't know what it
exactly.
means.
Space and time
Now,
aren't
right,
physical. You need to prove they are.
Yes, but you made a claim.
Oh,
there,
look, he's
and
spiraling.
You should refrain from making those kind of.
Wait, Dr. Feelgood, Dr. Feelgood, was I right and you were wrong?
No. I
So
knew that all along.
still wait. So you're saying that this citation's wrong?
No.
Well, those both can't be true.
So,
what's going on,
How
Laurie?
does it? I'm not getting your logic. How does it back up what you are trying to say?
Well, what I said was that negative claims are assumed to be true until proven false. You cannot prove a negative claim. If you claim space and time are
Your
physically
mother,
bending,
not your
warping, and
mother.
if you're claiming
Where
space
was
and time
that
are bending,
negative?
see, look what
Laurie,
y'all have
let
to
him
do,
finish.
dude. This is funny.
No, I'm
If
just
you're-
asking a clarifying question. Where is that the quote that you put up in the side chat?
I didn't put I put up a link. Yeah. And I read it out.
Because I googled that litany and it actually gave me a Wikipedia site, and then you.
Well, too
posted
bad you
something
just
different.
made an assumption, didn't you? So would you like to admit that maybe you
No, but I
you
actually
were wrong?
googled your. So
It's
so you
okay to
posted a
admit you were
different one.
wrong, dude.
You didn't post the actual source.
Yes, I did. That's my source. You assumed I used Wikipedia because you probably use Wikipedia because you're not very
and you
bright.
are wrong as well.
So look, guys, is there not a glober here that can be like, bro, you did say
You assumed that I lied before and you were wrong.
Cannot one glober here say that you did challenge him, say he was lying and wrong about it? Now he's provided the evidence for it. Can you respond specifically or concede? No glober can even say that.
Great.
In which way was I wrong?
Okay, you said when I
It does
said
not compute.
wait, time out. When I said negative claims are assumed to be true until proven false, you said that wasn't true and to provide evidence for that. So I did.
I asked
now
for evidence.
concede
I
you were
didn't
wrong.
I didn't make a claim. I asked for evidence, but I didn't make a claim. So you are lying there.
Oh my god, this is all being recorded, dude.
So where
doing
does
nothing
it
but
say
making
in that
globe
where does it
claims.
where does it say in your quote that negative claims are assumed to be true? Is that literally said somewhere?
Does the literal wording matter?
Yes, it does, because that actually is relevant to showing what your
does it change the
source
premise?
is.
Does it change the premise?
It might.
What word changed the premise then?
The words that someone literally uses sometimes change what happens.
Okay, well,
for example,
then
when
you're
I use
saying
cat
that
instead of a horse, that can have some effect on what the sentence actually means.
Okay, so you're saying.
So what's your actual source?
Look at this guy,
the
dude.
words are not used here.
Okay, so you're saying that
Because
I didn't quote it.
If
Look,
I
you just keep doing it. That's the fourth time, dude.
Yeah,
Jesus.
Are
Okay,
we discussing
so
a true dichotomy?
you're claiming that I didn't quote it verbatim, so that my point wasn't right. You're that desperate. So when I didn't say verbatim, what changed the point? What changed the point? What changed the premise? You're this desperate. You're so prideful. You can't just admit maybe that I was right about something. So keep digging your hole for YouTube, please.
That you cannot let me speak. Okay.
That was self-projecting. You interrupt me 4 times. Go ahead.
Claim that you cannot prove a negative claim is itself a negative claim and would be self-defeating.
Shut the fuck up! You don't understand anything. Shut up.
I just read off his citation. Sorry.
Shut up.
Right.
No, dude, this whole citation supports my premise.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Sorry, guys, could someone just clarify for me? Are we talking about a true dichotomy?
We're talking about true evidence.
We're talking about that when you make a positive claim, you have the burden of proof.
Yes,
substantiate your claim.
If you don't have a true dichotomy, then the opposite postulation isn't necessarily true.
So then what's the third option? To claim a false dichotomy. Listen, to claim a false dichotomy, you have to introduce a third.
If it's a dichotomy, Witsit, did you listen to what I asked? I was asking a question.
Where's the globe?
What are we discussing? Is it a true dichotomy? And can someone tell me what that dichotomy is?
Yeah, it's that a positive that you can't logically prove a negative claim. So you have to prove positive claims. That is the dichotomy.
Well, no, I wouldn't say it's not. You can't prove a negative claim. What you can't prove is you can't prove the non-existence of something that is outside your reach. That I'd agree with. But you can prove negative claims. That's fine. But it's proving the non-existence of something is, I think, what you're getting mixed up with.
Well, whatever. The fallacy of putting the burden of proof on the person who denies or questions the assertion being made. That's what I'm currently doing with space-time.
I'm with you there, Witzik. I'm a flat Earth skeptic, so I'm very skeptical about the flat Earth, and I've yet to see any positive proof for it. The only thing I've seen is negative proof.
Well, we're talking about the positive proof for space-time, so can you stick on subject?
Well, I'm trying to help him with.
Yeah, don't derail now, Dross. We're talking about space-time. Yeah.
Because whenever I said space and time aren't physical, they said that's a positive claim you substantiate. I said, no, I'm challenging the positive claim of general relativity, bro. I'm saying that it's a reification fallacy, which means that they're not physical things, they're concepts, but they're given physical properties.
When you say they're not physical things, you're now making a positive claim.
No. I'm explaining the negative claim.
Hold on 1 second, please, Witzik.
This is ridiculous.
You are making a positive claim. You're not making a negative claim there.
I'm explaining the negative claim. I'm explaining the negative claim.
Positive claim is false.
It's a very specific and advanced claim to do with general relativity. He's simply saying it doesn't exist. There's not a positive claim. They're saying that your positive claim is probably false and isn't verified.
Doesn't exist. If he said it doesn't exist, I wouldn't have challenged in that way.
I said it. Space and time aren't physical.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, so don't you agree that the logical thing is that space and time? Wait, my friend. That to say space and time are physical, don't you agree that that has the burden of proof?
But no, you're claiming that it's not. That has the burden of proof.
We just covered that doesn't have the. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, dude.
Listen, it was never proven
this is literally a futile pursuit.
Space and time were never proven to be physical in the first place, though. This is the issue. So that is a claim that goes against.
If you claim positively, listen, if you make a positive claim that space-time is physical, listen, man. If you make a
Shut the fuck up.
Sorry, go on. Apologies, go on.
This is bad.
Witsit, when did the fuck general theory of relativity claim that it actually formally proves anything, which is what you're trying to debunk.
Wow. No, I said that the theory of relativity is the glue for your model.
What you're trying to debunk is it as a formal claim.
No, yeah, as the glue for your whole entire religion.
Which was never made. This is a pathetic attempt at straw man number billion something.
This is a straw man. So are you saying that? Wait, time out. Wait, this is wait. He said this is.
No, hold on, just let Witsit respond. This time goes all over the place. Let Witsit respond to Redox here. Go ahead, Witsit.
Right. So you're saying that this claim has nothing to do with the model. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is you're delusional when you think that's a formal proof.
Okay, so he said that I strawmanned him. He said I strawmanned him. He said I strawmanned him. He said I strawmanned him, but I did not strawman the model because that is the official model, general relativity.
I would still like to see where it says it's a formal proof. The quote-unquote official model.
Who said formal proof? Who said that word, dumbass? You're actually not smart.
So the problem I've got with where this is going, I mean, we're talking about the theory of general relativity in space-time, etc., which we know we apply to vast distances, vast masses. We don't need it when we're looking at the heliocentric model. We really don't. So to say that's the glue or the rock that we're built on, is kind of silly because actually we can employ just Newtonian mechanics for that.
Well, do you know why that doesn't work? Because for it to be a law, it has to work on all scales, and if the gravitational orbits
it's a theory, not a
that's
law.
why you had to interrupt me, I guess. So if the gravitational orbits in the solar system locally are actually caused, based on some type of gravity, that gravity has to be causing the other orbital trajectories.
What's the difference between the law of gravity and special relativity, which is a theory?
You mean general relativity?
Sorry, general relativity. Well, they're both theories. Or general relativity, which is a theory.
You mean what's the difference in mass attracting mass and general relativity, or are you talking about the law of the gravitational constant?
We have the law of gravity, don't we?
Which is the effect.
Theory, and then we have the theory of general relativity. Right. So where in the law does it talk about the curving of space-time?
The law doesn't talk about the cause.
Yeah, because that's the bit that we're pretty. That's kind of the empirical view bit, and then when we get to the interpretation of why, that's where we get into it could be this.
No. The effect we agree on, that's not debatable. Everyone knows there's downward acceleration of roughly 9.8 meters per second squared. That's the quote unquote.
Then, is it?
Oh my God. That's the quote unquote law of gravity. It's just the effect of downward acceleration.
Sorry, yes.
Okay, so what is it then?
Sorry, the effect. You're right. I'm sorry. I misheard you. So, but what I'm saying is the theory of general relativity is not the law of gravity, is it?
No, that's the claimed cause.
That's all I want.
Well, that's my whole point. You're helping me, bro. Like, my whole point is that general relativity claims to be the cause of how we can be a planet orbiting relative to other bodies maintaining orbit.
No.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. No, that's the three bodies.
It also explains the containment of the atmosphere.
No.
It also explains the convexity of the oceans.
We don't generally use general relativity for that. We use Newtonian mechanics.
But no, that's been superseded for 105 years because it doesn't work. So your actual models claim has nothing to do with mass attracting mass.
You don't even fucking know what superseded means in this context.
Yeah, replaced.
Wrong.
Why are we talking to a guy that doesn't believe in magnetism?
What? Doesn't believe in magnetism? I know more about magnetism than you do, guaranteed.
Okay, then let me show you how you don't believe.
What's an inertial plane? What's an inertial plane?
I was actually asking a question, so can we get to that? My question to you is, are there points where the magnetic force is 0 or close to 0?
Wait, 0 or close to 0?
Yes.
Which one?
Which one? Those are different.
Both.
No, you can't say both.
Why can't I change?
Because they would have different answers.
Give some logic.
Because they would have different answers.
You're an idiot.
No, it'd just be yes or
You're actually an idiot.
It'd just be yes or no.
No, how would it be yes or no if he said 0 or close to 0? Those are two different things.
In other words, you cannot answer the question.
Yeah, the answer is no to 0.
In other words,
the answer is no to 0. The answer is no to... Sorry. Yeah, you're scared to hear me talk because you're a fucking idiot. The answer is no to 0. The answer is no to 0 and yes to near 0. So they have two different answers. So that's why you can't just say they're the same thing. And what's the inertial plane? I answered your question, answer my question. I answered your question, answer my question.
Sure, I will get to your question once we are
No, I answered your question, answer my question.
You cannot actually dictate the
what's the inertial plane, Mr. Magnetism?
So here is my question. We know that magnetism both has an attracting force, which is a positive, and then a negative force.
Nope.
And in order to transfer from a negative to a positive, you have to go through a 0. So that means you were incorrect when you said that the magnetic force is not 0 at any point.
Oh, it's exactly 0. Is that what you're saying?
You know nothing.
No,
yes,
it's not exactly 0.
You don't
want to hear me explain it because you're scared.
It has to be
mathematically.
No, but you will not. You are afraid of letting me talk because you are afraid. I understand.
No, you're afraid to let me talk.
You need some therapy. You need some therapy.
What's the inertial plane?
It can be mathematically proven. That
mathematically proven.
Let's say it's 20 degrees hot outside, and then it gets winter. It's 20 degrees outside, but then it gets colder, and then it's minus 20 degrees. Are you really saying that the temperature never went to 0? It doesn't go through 0.
You just made up a whole entire story no one said.
Yes, you are saying a magnetic force doesn't go to 0.
Ever said, dude.
According to that same logic, the temperature cannot go to 0 either.
Okay,
so why is 0 so?
Can I actually respond now, or are you
so
just gonna fucking keep monologuing?
Yes. Here is my question: why are you so afraid of 0 that you have to deny it exists?
Oh, let me explain. Are you ready? Okay. So technically. That's why I asked you to specify, right? Because near 0, yes, and this inertial plane, and for all intents and purposes, it zeroes off because it's the inertial plane, right? And it's negligible, but it has a resonance because it's electrostatic. Magnetism is inherently electrostatic as well because the magnetism is the flip side of dielectricity. So it has a resting resonance over the inertial plane, but it's negligible and damn near 0. And that's why I asked you to specify something that I knew you didn't understand. So now that I've gone in depth on your dumbass misunderstanding, what's the inertial plane?
Yeah,
Mr. Magnetism.
Let's go back to my logic. So you
I
actually
still can't
didn't
respond.
No, my response is actually you totally ignored my logical proof and mathematical proof why it has to go to 0. So in order for this discussion to be symmetrical, I can just ignore what you said and go back to my question. So I proved logically and mathematically that
my God, are y'all going to let this go on? I'm just going to talk over you. So how about that, bitch?
Okay, that's
theory of relativity is a reification fallacy, attributing physical properties to a privation, falsification of the replacement. I don't give a fuck whatever you got to say, shit. We are just
because what's happening is that
he just now said that he gets to straw man my argument, and that's why he doesn't have to respond to my next question.
It's not a conversation. Yeah, I agree. So you're just causing a headache here.
Faggots. Are you getting triggered? Let this dude just fucking decide that he's gonna mod. He's gonna decide when somebody else.
Someone's
gonna talk over somebody because he
relax, bro. You're gonna give yourself a stroke.
What the heck is wrong with you, fucking
moron? Why he's over talking curved? We can't hear curved. Come on,
breathe, bro. You're gonna give yourself a heart attack.
This fucking server.
Someone's spiraling.
Let him laugh about it.
Trigger me timbers. You're spiraling, bro.
This is fucking shameful.
Can't hear the spiraling.
Calm down, bro.
Like fucking Kimo.
Calm down, Boomer.
What do you want me to do, Curb, in this situation?
And everybody who has power sits by idly and lets this shit fucking go on.
Alright,
and everyone
we get it, Boomer.
Talking over me. Fuck you, you weak ass bastard cunts.
Alright, are you done spiraling?
Mic check. Can anyone hear me?
Did you get that out of your system?
You gotta let Curve make his points there. Because he really does think he's on the board.
I did hear you, Slife, but you're very low.
He literally didn't say anything about the conversation.
It was all about the conversation.
What's the conversation we're having?
You over talking everybody, faggot.
That's not the conversation
You
we're having.
deciding that you know when it's time
This
for
cunt's
people
lost
to
his
stop,
marbles.
I know.
and you over talking everybody while whining like a little fucking stuck
Oh,
pig
Cuz,
bitch
you're the one
every time
whining, mate.
somebody interrupts you. Fuck you.
Hey.
You're gonna lose your voice.
Okay, hey, bro,
Go
come
bite
on.
your
Hey,
pillow.
Curve.
You're gonna lose your
Curve.
beautiful voice, dude.
Yeah.
Relax.
Curve.
Witzik, I've got a quick question for you, Witzik, because obviously we're talking about inertial frames, yeah?
Oh yeah, go ahead and save this guy. Yeah.
Work the shaft, Druss.
Yeah, very good. Curve. So what forces are
You're as
you
bad as they
invoking
are,
in
Druss.
that inertial plane under kinematics?
Forces.
Yeah, what forces are you invoking?
It's the
in
plane.
a kinematical device.
It's an inertial plane. So
Yeah.
why are you telling me that I'm invoking forces?
No, I'm asking if you are.
No, a
I didn't
force is
say
an
that you are.
a force is an autonomous field, so it has to establish self-governing perpetual energy. An inertial plane is not doing that. So
Okay, so what don't you take into account in inertial frames then?
what do you take into account? It's
No, what
practical
don't you
for
take
practical.
into account?
What I was telling him for practical use, you would quantify it as 0, but that the reason that it's not technically 0 is because there's like a resting electrostatic resonance.
So
but
what
for
force are you
quantification
measuring in
purposes,
that
it's so
plane to get a
negligible.
0?
Oh, magnetism.
Okay, and what's one of the things in a kinematical device that we actually discount is all the forces and the masses of the object. We're just looking at the direction of movement. So I don't understand what you're talking about, mate.
You don't understand what I'm talking about? What he was at? He said, "I know you don't even understand magnetism." And I said, "Yes, I do." I asked him if he knew what the inertial plane was. And actually, I was then going to ask him, "Does magnetism involve?"
Hold on, Redux.
Oh my god.
And the second question I just want to follow up
Well,
with
hold
is
on.
you
Did
can use
Witsit
inertial
just finish?
frames with Newtonian mechanics.
Dress. Did Witsit finish?
Shut up. Yes, he did because there was silence.
Well, I don't think he did.
So I'm just asking Witzik, please stop blocking. So Witzik, you have inertial frames within Newtonian mechanics, don't you?
I don't adhere to Newtonian mechanics.
Why are you talking about inertial frames, Druss?
Why? It's objective. There's an inertial plane in an electromagnetic field.
Do you know what Witsit is babbling about?
Yeah, the inertial plane.
Inertial plane.
Yes.
Druss. Did you catch that?
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
But
Are
this
you
is
attacking that?
No, I'm trying to understand
That's
where
what
he's
it
getting
is.
a 0 from if we're not invoking any forces in a kinematical device.
I already explained the force is magnetism.
Is.
Yeah, it levels off.
Yeah, it's movement of an object, and you're not really looking at the forces and the masses that object involve. You're just
because it's
looking at
leveled off,
direction of
right?
movement.
The
No,
movement of
because
air.
you don't take it into account in kinematics.
In the inertial plane, the inertia has leveled off. That's literally what it is. And it's in the middle of electromagnetic field, which is a toroid. And the dude said he challenged me on knowing about magnetism. And then he said positive and negative, which really there's just charge and discharge. Then he said attraction and repulsion, which really there's magnetic acceleration. They'll both accelerate to the null pressure point between the 2 points of the magnet. They do not attract to one another. They are present pressure mediation. They actually accelerate to the null pressure point between the 2. And current consensus is that there are virtual photons in that shit. So I think it's funny that he said I didn't understand it and then ran away.
You don't understand shit. You're just throwing around buzzwords like
Okay,
more.
can you respond to anything I say with specificity, please?
Can you say something of substance? Then I'll
I said that
respond.
magnets don't actually attract to one another. They actually accelerate to the null pressure point between the 2 of them. Simply, there's a magnetic field on both of them, and it's going to mediate the pressure within the vicinity of both of the magnets, and they're actually going to accelerate to the null pressure point between the 2 of them.
Are you fucking reading off of Google something
No,
right
dude,
now?
and the fact you think I do is telling enough to end this conversation, so we can move on.
They're not very educated here, Witsit, but they are trying to learn stuff. They're trying to figure out the world that they live in.
Kimo, you think it's
We know what world we live in.
So please don't
Well,
talk about
go ahead then,
education and
Dress.
yourself
Carry
in
on
the same sentence.
explaining to
You're the
Witsit
person that
your
thinks
fantasy
that,
world.
that the Americans built the Nazi death camps and the Holocaust was a joke. So again, don't talk about it.
Wait, have you actually researched the census? Oh, let's just move on.
was real.
Yeah, Dress, you're derailing again.
Yeah, but the numbers weren't.
I was responding to your point where you claimed that we lacked education, and I gave a demonstration where your education is woefully
Oh, so because he questions the mainstream narrative that's provably false, that makes him uneducated?
To critique us on that.
There weren't even 6 million Jews in
No,
all
wait,
of
don't go
Europe.
there. Don't go there. He's derailed. Don't go with the Jews.
Yeah,
he's
I know,
derailed.
you're right.
So let's go back to the topic here at hand about the zero.
Thanks, Witsit. I appreciate that. That was a good answer.
Well, I'm just saying, like, not everything is what it was told to us. So.
It's a wartime piece of history. You know, are the numbers right? That's always been a question. But for me, whether it's 1 million, whether it's 6 million, whether it's 12
that's too many, right? Of course,
it was a fucking Holocaust,
dude. 100,000 is too many. But I mean, of course, fucking 40 million Russians died, and that seemed to get swept under the rug, you know. But
no,
I guess that's kind of how it goes.
I'm also got your back there, mate. I'm quite familiar.
So,
with
why don't you ask Druss about the horizon, if it's a physical horizon or an apparent horizon?
And
we get back to shape of the.
Oh yeah, big time, bro.
We get back to the shape of the Earth.
Sorry, what were you saying?
What are you on about?
History's not allowed to be told. Victor's the author.
And you're just butting in, basically.
Shut
Do
up,
you not hear that?
Kimo, you seem to have a little problem with understanding when there's sound coming out of the speaker that's the other person talking.
Yeah, what was actually being talked about is Druss talking about the Jews. We were just talking about measurements. We were talking about shape of the Earth. And as usual, Druss likes to derail when he realises that his fantasy is falling apart.
No, he was answering the question and
he
being
wasn't.
quite humble about it. Thank you.
No, yeah, towards the end it was cordial, but of course there was an original accusation attempt. But either way, we can just move on. I thought that see that's why I even said this in 24/7 before I came over here. I was like, it sucks when I go over there because when it chills out after it gets heated for a while, like we have these moments where I know like they're like the people here like. They have cool in them, you know. Like it's not like I just hate you people. It's just there's such a polarizing subject for some reason for some people and stuff. But I tried my best to sometimes meet middle ground. So that was a good little refreshment.
You told me you hated them all.
Oh, I did. I literally didn't, dude. I said what I just said. But I also did say, you know, it's definitely test your patience. But if we can move on, it's cool now.
I would actually like to, since I'm currently unmuted, ask you the question. So, in the front of a magnet, there is a positive. Okay, but then you can shut the hell up and sit down. So it can mathematically be proven that in order for a continuous function to move from positive values to negative or the other way around, the function has to have. We need a mute on Crackville, thank you. The function has to have value of 0 at some point. So,
I already talked about
a magnet, the value is positive at the you said the value cannot be 0 at any point. So
no, I
yes,
didn't.
Yeah, you
did anyone else hear that I said specifically it has to be 0 to calculate it? Did anyone hear me say that?
No.
You said
I said it has to be 0 to calculate it.
You said,
but technically it isn't literally 0 because there's
it cannot be 0.
This is being recorded.
But it has to be literally 0, and that's
you people are like globefish, you know, like you just can't remember more than 10 seconds at a time.
What I have proven. So can you address my question?
I like that one.
You have the floor. I'm waiting for an answer.
Yeah. I said to calculate it, it's represented as 0 because it's an inertial plane, but in all actuality, there's still a resting resonance. Do you even fucking understand what that means? Because it's the third time I've had to say it.
That doesn't answer my proof, so we can
It
move
does,
past
so that means you don't understand.
I have mathematically proven that it has to be 0. It is positive
I just
on
said
one
it
side of
is
the
0.
magnet. It's negative on some on the other side, so it has to be 0 at some point.
I just said that it's calculated as 0. Didn't I say that?
Agree? Okay, so you agree that it has to be 0.
It's calculated as 0.
It has to be 0.
No, there's no literal 0 because there's a resting resonance of electrostatics.
And
if you don't understand what that means, that doesn't mean
will
shit.
Be 0 by that resting resonance will be 0 by
resting
definition.
resonance isn't 0.
Proven. It can be.
It's just negligible because it's so minute.
That it can be mathematically proven that it can be 0.
Okay, this guy doesn't even know what mathematics is.
So you are not debating the mathematical proof. You are avoiding my mathematical proof.
Okay, well you lost, bro. So can you just chill and take it with a little humility?
Okay, I lost, but you are afraid of addressing my argument.
I've addressed it 5 times.
So do you understand that if a value is positive at one point, and then it's negative at the other point, and there is no discontinuation. It's a continuous function. It has to be 0.
But that's just a
Can
conceptual
you
description.
answer
That's just a conceptual description of. Why are you interrupting me if you asked me to answer
it? It can be proven to
Oh
map to
my
reality.
God, this dude is such an idiot.
Hey, dude, if you ask Witsit a question, you got to let him respond.
Humility in losing goes a long way, but I didn't lose.
You're doing it to me too now.
Okay, so you're conceptually describing from positive to negative a spectrum. So, of course, as you quantify that, that will cross 0, but that's a concept that describes it. Technically, it never actually hits nothing because even in the inertial plane, there is a resting electrostatic resonance. I've answered your question 6 times. Now let's see if you can answer my question, which you didn't answer the inertial plane question. No, I'm asking a question now. I'm asking a question now.
Yeah.
Does magnetism have photons?
Wait, you are moving to another question.
I thought you knew everything about magnetism.
Can I get the answer the previous question at some
I
point?
already answered it. I already answered it 6 times.
Yeah, but I can answer it as well. So here is the thing: if the residual resting whatever is positive at some point, but it moves to 0 by mathematical necessity.
Mathematical constructs, yeah.
How does he not understand? I mean, what can I do at this point?
It's a mathematical necessity that it moves to 0.
You kind of have to beg the question with or
Whoever said I could be quiet. Whoever said I could be quiet. Do you understand my point?
Can you disprove that?
Wait, shut up. We know you don't get it. The guy that just jumped in. Do you understand my point?
You are over talking me.
Be quiet.
So can you mathematically?
Do you understand my point?
Get to 0.
That was Kimo jumping in, by the way.
Be quiet.
Dr. Feelgood, what's my premise?
What's my premise?
That it goes to 0.
There's a frequency of no movement, static.
Yeah.
That's your
What
point.
is your...
Prove
Yeah. What? Prove what?
There are proofs that are so simple and yet so elegant and so true that you don't need to know the deeper.
Math isn't proof of
shit,
dude. If you're not smart enough to understand that,
that
doesn't make anyone else dumb.
That's your religious premise.
Listen to that guy saying that I'm religious because he thinks math is reality.
Yes, you are religious and afraid because you.
Yeah, you're religious, dude. You're religious, bitch.
Laurie, again, this is not a conversation,
It's your
Laurie.
religious premise. It's your religious premise that mathematics is fake, but you cannot.
I didn't say it was fake. That's a straw man.
Well, whatever it is.
Whatever your argument is, I don't have to know it. I still know I'm right. That's
whatever your argument is, you cannot back it up. So
whatever my argument is, I can't back it up. He doesn't actually.
Whatever your argument is, you have no way of.
You are ridiculous,
dude.
bro.
You need to take a break, dude.
Wow,
so
look who's talking
can you
about
back up your
breaks.
argument, Witsit?
The guy who's been babbling for 6 hours says somebody else has to take a break. That makes
Well,
sense.
yeah, I've just been dismantling y'all for 6 hours. Different than what he's doing.
Destroying your asses.
So, do you understand my premise, Dr. Feelgood, or would you like to move on?
Actually, 4 hours and 6 minutes.
Yeah, and we have it
So,
all recorded,
Witsit,
so it's
can
not just
you-
in my mind. It's actually there's evidence.
Witsit, since I was unclear about your argument, can you restate your argument?
Yeah. So whenever you say if it goes from
About
positive to
mathematics,
oh my
specifically, because that was
that's what I was
we were
doing.
talking
That's
about.
what I was
Laurie,
doing.
you've got to let him respond.
Feel good. Feel good, mate. People are saying you're making them look bad at this point. In the live
I don't
stream.
care, Kakviline. You can sit there.
Well, you
sit
sound
the
like a
hell down and
dickhead,
shut
mate.
the fuck up.
What? Can you control
You
your
sound
ball
like a dick,
earthers? I
mate.
mean, they're not letting the
Kakviline,
flat earthers respond,
you are
right?
kind of
I can't control any of these
interrupting the
people.
conversation,
What do I
so
just mute them
shut
all?
the fuck up.
No,
can mute
control
them all.
your
can mute
ball
them
of
all.
Laurie here.
Do I
Laurie's
mute
out of
some
control.
or do I mute all?
No,
Well,
just
No,
Laurie.
y'all
When he
only
has to
mute flat
speak.
earthers,
Let
typically.
him talk. Let Kimo as a rent boy talk. He knows more about what he's talking. Let's face it.
So I
Sorry,
wanted
can we
to
just get-
hear.
can we just get the
I
name
wanted to
right?
hear a
Kimo
clarification.
is a rent boy.
You said you wanted to hear a clarification, but as soon as I started to clarify, you fucking interrupted me 3 times in a row.
Yeah, because you were clarifying the wrong
See,
thing.
was?
You were not
Yeah,
No, you
because-
assumed what I was about to clarify 3 words in.
Okay, so you can clarify if you're
Okay,
not
then
too
shut the
butthurt to
fuck
do so.
up. Okay.
I'm shutting the
So
fuck up.
when
Now he has nothing to say.
There you go,
He's muted.
Spurs. I
Why is
muted
he
both of
muted?
them, mate. That's fair, right?
Why
I
is
did
he
the fair
muted?
thing. I muted both of them. Is that better?
Yeah, brilliant. Now I can think.
No, it's up to you, Spurs, if you want to fix that. I'm going to leave them both muted because they were both making a mess of it. It's up to you to fix it, mate.
All right, so let's
I fixed it.
All right. Fix it.
But if it's a shit fight, mate, it's only fair to do it again, right?
Okay, so I was trying to respond to his premise. So he's saying that
So you're
if
going
it
to let
goes,
this guy go. All right.
well, it was my turn to go. So if he's saying his premise is if it goes from positive to negative, that means it inherently has to cross the threshold of 0. Now, speaking of the mathematical quantification, yes, that's true. Of course, no shit. But the math that we use to quantify from positive to negative, thus crossing the threshold of 0, is just a description of it. It doesn't ever actually reach nothing because it has a resting resonance. So he is conflating the concept of describing and counting from positive to negative with reality of nothing.
So you want to hear my argument? You didn't even answer my question. I rest my case. That wasn't what we were talking about.
Okay, well, everyone heard it was, so.
You made a statement about mathematics. Crackvillan, I'm trying to clarify what we are talking about, Crackvillan, so you need a mute. So we were talking about, Witsit was correcting me because I said, he says mathematics is fake. He says he doesn't.
I didn't say that. It's a straw man.
Yes, and I was trying to clarify that. So what is your case if you don't believe math is fake?
Okay, yeah, I never said math is fake. So why the fuck have you said that 3 times?
So you agree, by the way, that your answer there was not addressing my question because you didn't even bother hearing my question. Thank you.
Okay, if that'll make you shut up, dude, let's just move on.
So,
I get a mic check.
What is your?
Oh my god!
Mic check was good. Excellent, thank
you.
you.
Yeah, mic check is fine. Wolfgang is good as well.
You want to actually hear Dr. Feelgood even talk again? Everyone vote in the chat.
I think Witsit is afraid of answering the mathematics question.
I've already
answered it. You're a fucking idiot, mate. And
You're losing the point here, Laurie.
Why would I care, Crackvillan, about what you think? So Witsit, you have the floor. Can you answer?
I've already, yeah. You mean to repeat it? Yeah. So you're saying that quantitatively, when you measure from positive to negative, the entire spectrum, you'll cross the threshold of 0. I'm not disputing that because, of course, from positive to negative, you cross 0 within the mathematical construct of numbers and quantification. But what I am very specifically stating is that just because you describe it as 0 doesn't mean it technically gets to nothing. You're just describing it. It still technically has a resonance that is resting.
But when you deal with a waveform, you're dealing with the positive, negative aspects of a waveform, aren't you?
Okay.
By the way, Witsit, you didn't answer my question even now, but I think we should move on. You will never answer my question.
Yeah, I've answered it 5 times.
So that's
no, but you did.
Yeah,
you again didn't. You completely ignored what my question was.
Wait,
I already clarified what my question was, and again you answered the wrong question.
Did anyone understand what I said? Yeah, did anyone else understand what I said? Oh, okay.
I understood what you said, but I also understood why it's wrong because.
Oh, okay. What did I say then? If you understood it, what did I say?
What was wrong with it?
Yeah. What was it and what was wrong with it? You 100% don't understand what I said. 100%.
What was wrong with it?
What did I say?
That's what was wrong.
What did I say then? What did I say then? What was my premise? I've said it 6 times. What's my premise?
He's saying it wasn't relevant to his question. Let's move on.
It was.
Oh yeah, you're saving him because you know he doesn't actually even understand it.
I'm just telling you what he's saying.
I'm just letting you spout bullshit because I'm actually confident in where I stand.
Okay, then if you know that I'm wrong,
what was my premise? I cannot answer.
What was my premise? Okay, we can move on.
Yeah, exactly.
How can we even have a conversation, Rory, if you don't even know his premise?
I'm gonna guess.
It's crazy.
Premise
you don't even know what he's talking about. He doesn't know what you're talking about. We don't know what he's talking about. No one knows what he's talking about.
I don't need to talk about it.
Okay.
You don't know.
Go on mute.
It's like no conversation. We're just talking past each other.
Do you understand, by the way, what my premise
Oh my god, this guy, dude. Go. Fucking talk to a girl, play Xbox, fucking joint. Just fucking chill for a sec, dude.
So that's a no then.
Does anyone here? Can anyone answer? Like, do we ever see the geometric horizon? Because that's the Earth.
So that's
I've
a
been
no
looking
then,
for.
Witsit. You cannot answer my question.
Yeah, we're moving on now, Laurie,
because
because
you're going to leave it and you won't shut
you've
up.
got your premise.
So we
Wits
are
has got
moving
his
on
premise.
when
You've got two
Witsit
different
says
premises.
we are moving on when
Laurie,
he is afraid of answering my
Laurie,
question.
we've got two different premises. We don't know what they are. Let's get to a premise that we know about, both of us, like the horizon.
Yeah, I understand completely, Kimo, because Witsit is deliberately not answering my question.
You
and
don't
then it's
even
all
know
my
what my
fault, of
answer
course, because
was.
Witsit is an idiot.
What was my answer, Dr. Feelgood?
Feelgood.
Let's give him another chance. Dr. Feelgood, if you know my answer's wrong, what was my answer?
Okay, that question in itself is retarded because it's okay. Laughing at me is, by the way, not a debunk of anything. So Witsit, you're a retard. Secondly, you are assuming that I have to be able to quote you word for word in
I didn't
order
say word for word.
for me to be.
Summarize.
You were
his
assuming
premise.
that. Everyone
No, just
knows
summarize
that.
my premise,
The point you were trying to make was, if I cannot word for word quote what you said,
No.
I don't know what you were talking about.
Just summarize my premise then. Or say whatever you want to. It doesn't be word for word.
Your premise was attacking my mathematical question relating whether it gets to zero. Your premise is, roughly speaking, it doesn't get to zero because of some factors. Now, that wasn't even the question we were talking about. The question was this. If you don't believe mathematics is fake, what do you believe? We are not even talking about the magnetism here.
Now you're shifting the goalposts.
No.
This is all recorded, my friend.
You said earlier on,
Yes, it is recorded. And this is why I have you cornered. Because you answered the wrong question.
Laurie, you're funny.
And I interrupted to clarify what my question was.
Oh my
You got
God.
butthurt and I got muted. Then
This
I
guy is
clarified
such
it
a
a
liar.
second
Y'all just gonna
time.
let this go on?
I clarified it a second time that this wasn't my
Let's just move on, bro. Like, we know you're not gonna be honest. Let's just move on.
Yeah, you don't want to answer my question.
I already did. Well, you said if I think math is listen, okay, I'm responding.
I
You
have
said if I
clarified now
shut up,
twice.
bitch, shut
I have
up,
3
bitch.
times
You said
clarified my
shut
question
up.
and you still won't answer it.
Shut up. You just said if I think math is fake for the 5th time, and I have calmly specified that isn't my fucking claim 5 times, and you've looped the straw man over and over. I never said math.
Alright, I muted you both again. Just forget it. It's fucked up. Let's move on.
Well, it wasn't Witsit's problem, was it? It was Laurie.
It
with
was
his own
because
premise.
he was fueling the fire. He kept saying, let's move on, and then kept going back to it.
Because
That's
he
both
wouldn't
of the
stop
issues.
talking, man.
All right.
Just forget it.
All right.
Drop it.
Let's
Yeah,
move on then, Was.
please,
Let's
God.
move on. Let's move on. Let's get the horizon
that's
back
what
on
I'm
the
saying.
table. So
Fucking
what?
pointless.
Move on to what, actually?
We're going to move on to the physical horizon.
Name one specific thing I made up that wasn't true.
You claim that the general theory of relativity is reification fallacy. That is fuckload of shit.
How so? Why did I say it was a
Fuckload of
reification?
shit because it never claims to be a formal proof.
Wait, why did
Fuck
I say
off.
it was a reification?
I don't know why you said it was a reification. You're
So you don't
talking
even
shit
understand the
all
premise
day, and I
either.
have no idea why you're talking shit all day either.
So you don't understand the premise either.
He whistles like that again. Kick him from the fucking server.
Yeah,
I didn't whistle.
Who did
We
that?
all understand what
whistled?
reification means.
I don't know who whistled.
Excuse me. Who
Sorry,
whistled?
what?
Who whistled?
Please don't whistle.
What?
We don't know who.
Anyways, that's the point which I asked.
Right.
Okay, so the thing is to say that I've been saying shit that
Address the
isn't true all.
point which I asked, Witsit. Where the fuck is this going if you've been talking bullshit all day?
I said name one thing I said that was bullshit specifically.
That's not addressing what I asked.
Yes, it is. You're saying I've been speaking bullshit all day. Just name one thing I've said that was bullshit.
All of it.
Just name one thing, then it should be easy.
All of it is very educational, Redux. So what is nonsense that you heard?
You heard what I said, Kimo. Don't pretend like you fucking did it.
Dude, you guys, you don't have to support all of their behavior. Like, you don't have to fucking advocate this shit, dude.
What's your YouTube channel, bro?
Witsit gets it.
Witsit gets it.
If you go troll the comments, don't worry, you'll just be one of like thousands. So I won't care.
I'm on your side, bro.
Oh, okay, so I can't tell. Sorry, what's up?
I've got a question for you, mate.
What's up,
I've got a
dog?
question for you. Why do you pick on women? You called.
Why do
you,
I
you
pick-
actually made some misogynist comments to Mitt before.
What?
Why did you say that? You
What did I
mentioned
say?
someone's
What?
Sex life, you piece of shit.
Wait, what did I
You
say?
mentioned a MIP.
Yeah. Well, she jumped in and
What
hit
did
me
you
with
say
about.
to MIP before?
I'm about to answer it.
Yeah.
She jumped in for about 4
Was
hours
response
straight.
mature?
Oh, you're afraid to hear me
And
talk,
was
huh?
your response mature?
She
Was
jumped
your
in.
Let him
response
respond, fucktard.
Yeah, she literally jumped in every time that we got in the middle of a conversation. She'd wait till it was my turn to respond, and she'd jump in, interrupt me, and call me every name she could think of, cussing, but never ever even made one argument.
projection
And
is
finally,
off
I
the
said something.
charts.
I said finally, I
Yeah,
said
that's
you
what I
must
was
be
thinking.
pretty. I said you must be pretty upset. It looks like you may have not been laid in a while. They make toys. Can you please chill out? Because she just wouldn't stop.
Yeah, so the ad homs. Well, that's
He was
why-
being Mippet Booner.
That
You know
was
what
a
Mippet's
response
like.
to 50 straight ad
Boomer,
homs.
hang on, guys. Boomer, to be fair, hang on.
Who cares?
Hang on. To be fair, it was a shit fight all round. Okay, so
Yeah,
let's not drag it
I
back
agree.
up again.
It was
Let's
all
just
over the
let it-
place,
let it
Boonan.
go.
So
Oh, no,
Mippet was doing what
no,
Mippet does.
um,
But look, can we get
Everyone
back
was
to
calling everyone names.
Can we get back to
was
the
calling
horizon at
everyone
any time
names.
soon?
Yeah, Boz is right. End of.
Because the horizon is the make or
Yes,
break of your globe model. Without the geometric horizon, guys, there is no globe. Yeah?
You guys
are
Kimo, he's trying to change the topic, and they're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, but it's called moving on, Druss. Yeah?
Yeah.
Like
No,
that
no,
guy just
I
said change the
just thought
subject
that
too,
response
dude.
to why bringing up someone's sex life, why bringing up a woman's sex life is justified. How do you
Because
feel about that?
because
And
she's
how you
not
gonna do it in
so
future?
so wait, you're saying she should be allowed to jump in and call me every name she can think of for 4 hours, and I'll respond one time, and I should be punished? Is that what you're saying?
Well,
Because that makes you look like kind of a douchebag, doesn't it?
No, it just I'm jumping in to let you know what a punch in the fucking face if you said that in a real
But
situation.
you'll
You're a
never
weak
do
piece of
anything to
fucking
me,
shit,
my friend.
And you need to grow up.
I'll
You
be in
need to
South. Hey,
seriously
my
grow
friend,
up.
I'll be
Looking
in
on
Greenville,
you,
South
you-
Carolina at
You're
Flatoberfest
a
this
fucking
month. Come
weak
holler at me,
cunt.
my man.
Let's
And
try
I'm
and move on,
fucking up.
guys.
Come holler at me, tough
You've
guy.
made
Let
the
it
point
pass,
now,
guys.
Boomer.
Drag up the bullshit again.
Let's move on.
Guarantee you won't.
Okay, so again, the horizon is an important part of your globular fantasy, guys. And if it's not physical, and if the ships are not really disappearing behind it, then what is disappearing behind? That's what we want to try and find out.
We don't accept the fact that that's not what they're disappearing behind, and the fact that you want to call it a fantasy when we have evidence for it, that's your call, mate. But I disagree with your base premise, and I actually accuse you of poisoning the well before we even start the discussion.
Okay, so the Earth has a radius, therefore the horizon should be at a particular location. Why isn't it at that particular location
And
constantly
we have
every day?
atmosphere, which causes refraction, which gives us apparent location for everything. The same way as you look at a mountain in the distance, are you looking at the mountain, or are you looking at its apparent location, Kimo?
But how do we measure that horizon to be in the same place?
So are we looking at a mountain, or are we looking at an apparent mountain?
Well, we won't know that, will we, unless we measure it.
No, I'm asking a question. You're making the claim that, we should see this, and I'm saying with refraction, we see an apparent location. Are you claiming that we see the real mountain or the apparent mountain when we look at a mountain in the distance, say at 20 or 30 miles?
You do understand that objects refract over the physical horizon?
No, I'm just asking about a mountain. Is it in its location, or is it in its apparent location?
Well, it depends if it's being refracted or not, right? Over the physical
does anything
horizon.
in atmosphere not refract? Is there no?
Not the
atmosphere
ground
without refraction?
Yeah, not the ground, not the horizon. The horizon is physical, and objects refract over
But
that
you
horizon.
can't refract something that isn't physical.
No, so the object is physical, and it will refract over. It's supposed to refract
So
over
it
the
has an
physical
apparent
horizon.
location. Then, cool. We agree.
So we can't measure to the horizon.
So we agree that everything has an apparent location because it's refracted.
Well, what is the horizon? Is it a thing?
Are you now denying that things have an apparent location because they're not refracted?
Yeah, things do. Yeah. What is the horizon? Is it
Cool.
a thing?
So the horizon is a physical thing that has an apparent location due to refraction. That physical location is derived by your elevation above the surface and it is limited to where the sky meets the ground, i.e. the limit of your visibility. That's the horizon. It's a physical place dependent upon your elevation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If it were a physical thing, it wouldn't be an apparent horizon and it wouldn't move. The apparent
So if
the apparent horizon would
a physical
move.
thing, it can't have an apparent location and it can't move.
No, you need a physical
But
horizon.
you just said that mountains have an apparent
You've just asked me a
location.
question, Druss. You're interrupting me. So you need a physical object to loom over the physical horizon. Yeah?
We're not talking about that. Well, you're saying that if things are physical, they can't have an apparent location. But we just agreed in the previous sentence that a mountain can be refracted and therefore have an apparent position, and it's physical. So I'm trying to understand why you're disagreeing with what you just said like 2 sentences before.
Because the horizon is not physical like the mountain.
Well, you're making that claim, and I've explained how we actually calculate the distance to the horizon, and at that point it's a physical location based on our elevation. Yeah, and it can be refracted because it's a physical location and therefore has an apparent position, the same as the mountain.
Well, that's the point. You can't have refracting over something if it's not physical.
I'm not saying that it's not refracting over anything. I am saying that it's a physical location. So, cool. So we seem to be at that point where you just want to now try and equivocate on a semantical argument.
Yeah, but to have a physical location...
Carry on, have fun.
To be in a physical location, it has to be a thing. The horizon is not a thing.
Sorry, if I'm standing on the horizon looking back at someone else who's looking at me on the horizon, am I in a physical location?
You are, yeah.
Yeah, and from the person's observation who's observing me on the horizon, do I have a location?
You do, yeah.
Yeah, so that location is the horizon because we've positioned me at the limit of that person's visibility based on their elevation and the effects of refraction. So therefore I have a physical place where I'm standing, which is being refracted. Thank you, we're done.
Yeah, you've measured where the person's standing. So what? The horizon is set to change due to atmospheric conditions as you've...
That's the apparent location, you know, you're confusing. The same way as when the refraction index changes,
we're measuring
the
the
mountain
person.
will change. And that's exactly the same thing. So mountain and horizon should be interchangeable in this conversation, Kimo. And if you can't make that interchangeability, your argument has an issue.
No, the horizon shouldn't. The horizon should be physical. The horizon should stay where it is and have the object refracting over that.
The mountain is physical. Why does it not stay where it is? Why is it affected by refraction, Kimo? You see how this is going to go?
Because it's not physical. That's the point. The horizon can be extended for miles and miles.
First, guys.
Your obstruction can be extended for miles and miles. So you don't have an actual...
You don't have a shit, mate.
Yeah, I mean, he really is talking shit, Crack. I agree with you.
No, the Sagittar isn't blocking shit.
Define apparent. What is an apparent position?
Well, we're just talking about... So an apparent position is the observed position affected by refraction.
Yeah.
Someone said that everything is in an apparent position. Do you contend with that? Do you agree with that?
I wouldn't say everything. I hate being absolute, but I'd say most of the stuff we look at through atmosphere is going to have an effect of a refractive index. So, you know,
I disagree with that. I think everything is in its actual position. I don't think it's in an apparent position.
And I think we can measure to the actual position.
Even the horizon?
All right, hold on. This is easily done. You can look at a time lapse of something that's looming and sinking, going up and down, changing its position. What do you think is going on in that situation?
Light is being refracted.
That's very.
It's being refracted. Wait, hang on.
That's a very good example of refraction. But
answer the fucking question, please.
Yeah, let me answer the question. Refraction is happening, but just hang on 1 second. If I'm a sniper and I'm aiming at something, if it was in an apparent position, I'd never hit what I'm aiming at. So everything is in its actual position.
Babs, I don't want a poor logical argument. I'm asking you. You see the things move. And you say that they're always in their actual position where you see them, right?
Yeah.
Okay, then you think the objects are actually moving. The buildings are moving up and down. That's what you think.
No, they're being refracted.
Okay, and what effect does that have, Babs? They're being seen, not in their actual location, correct?
No, it just stretches and warps them. It doesn't change their location.
The location is still the same. That
Yeah, the
physical
location is still the same. It just
I'm happy with the
warps
location is still the
and
same.
distorts the image.
I'm happy that the location, the physical location, the geodetic location on Earth as a reference point is the same. But what we're seeing is, by you saying, yeah, we see it stretching, etc., that means that what we're seeing isn't actually exactly where it is. Now, generally, it makes the square root of fuck all difference. But when we're looking at observations over 20 or 30 miles, we can get quite a lot of refraction. And we can get quite a lot of change in apparent location.
I disagree with that. The terminology that you're using is confusing when you're saying that it's not there or it's apparent. It's there. That's why we see it.
It's always there.
If it wasn't there, you wouldn't see it. So when they're saying that things are not physical, they're physical. You can see them.
No, I agree. I mean, one of the things I keep saying on and on and on again is you can't refract something that isn't there. To have something refracted, it needs to be there.
Exactly.
Yeah, and we're on page on that, so I'm happy with that, Babs.
Your claim is that when ships go over the horizon, they're going
misunderstanding.
over a physical edge, physical horizon. That's the claim.
Every time I come here, I can barely fucking speak, yo.
Oh, you want to say something? Go for it.
Same here.
We're a very popular.
It's physical. You can see it. Hold on, Kimo. It's there. It's physical. You can see it. The only difference that it's being refracted.
Mate, fucking look, OG's trying to talk, man. Someone let him speak.
Elijah, go on, Elijah.
Yeah, so again, like I was saying earlier, you're talking about looming, where something appears to be above or below a specific location, but we know that it's not moving forwards or backwards, for instance, because again, the horizon would have to go from 1.2 miles from the observer at 1 foot to phasing through physical objects and appearing behind them. 10 times further than the math dictates. That's like me owing $100 and giving you 10, saying that's good, right?
If you want to ignore refraction, then that's.
I didn't
the kind
ignore
of-
refraction. I
that's the
said looming
confusion.
is not the same thing as moving it back 10 times as far as it's supposed to be. That's what I said.
Don't get
Oh,
backwards.
I don't know what that means, but it's
Hey,
essentially ignoring.
Jim, do we ever see the geometric horizon?
No, he thinks that that point on the Earth that would form the geometric horizon is now being pushed 10 miles away from him.
Backwards.
Hey,
yeah.
Jim, do we ever see the geometric horizon?
How it sounded.
You're that stupid.
Do we
Well,
ever see the
how does
geometric
that happen?
horizon?
Then? If it's supposed to be 1.22 miles away, how is it pushed back further away? How is that possible?
It's not.
Well, that
it's
place.
a different point.
Spurs.
Yeah, it's a different place.
How?
Yeah,
how
so
is
the
that?
physical obstruction just disappeared. Y'all act like he's stupid, and y'all are just
You know,
two
if you
steps
little
behind him.
faggots didn't overtalk someone,
All right.
maybe somebody could be heard. We could
Someone's
get
already
through that.
spiraling again.
No,
All
you're
right.
spiraling.
Let,
You can't.
us try to understand this.
You've been
We
talking
get
for 10 fucking hours straight. Give it a
Look
rest
at-
for a second.
I thought you weren't
Hang on,
spiraling.
It's not the same.
Go
location
ahead,
on the
Kurt.
Earth.
Go ahead.
It's not the same location on the Earth, Kimo. It's not being moved, the point on the Earth. It's a different place on the Earth that is forming the horizon.
Well, how do you know the physical one's there then?
So curved. If I'm 1 foot and I have obstruction at 1.22 miles,
let OG
respond. Give the server to the inmates.
It being in a different place isn't what looming is. So again, can you give me the refraction for that, like the definition for what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's to you.
Because the math denotes a physical location. If it's going to be in a different location, I would like to know what refraction does that.
And how that happens.
You just said looming.
You want to answer this, Curve? If not, I have one. If you want to answer, go ahead, though.
Yeah, go ahead, Kurt. Sorry.
I don't want to talk to them.
Yeah, of course you don't, Curve,
Okay,
because you
so-
know I was about to jump in and dismantle you.
I've already done it.
Eli dismantled you though, so no worries.
So can I?
All right, hold on,
Eli
Veach,
disputed
before
your
you
point.
answer it, Veach, you understand what we're asking? We've got before you answer, we've got the observer at 1 foot. The horizon is supposed to be at 1.22 times the observer foot in height. So now, once something is obstructed behind that, we've now got the horizon move backwards beyond that. How is that possible?
So here's what's happening. And I'm just going to describe as simply as possible what's happening. Looming makes things appear to be higher than their actual position. That includes water, the surface of the water. So there's a whole swath of water that's beyond the geometric horizon that is going to get loomed up. And because it gets loomed up, you see it. Whereas if there was no refraction at all, you wouldn't see it because it'd be behind the horizon. So it gets loomed up. And that whole swath of water might extend for a very long ways, maybe 9 miles worth of water. It's loomed up. So now you're seeing all of it. So you're seeing the water from 9 miles away all the way to your feet. And you're seeing it because it's been loomed. And because of that, the horizon that used to be sort of, a mile and a half away from you, that's no longer the horizon because you see stuff beyond it. You're now seeing a difference point that's now 9 miles away. You're seeing that point as the horizon because it's been loomed up.
So you think we're looking at a 9-mile mirage, a 9-mile illusion? So everything beyond that 1.22 miles is not real, not physical.
Go ahead, OG. Go ahead, OG.
Yeah, what is that refraction defined as? Because looming doesn't define that description.
What does looming
I
do?
think looming describes anything where. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Curve. Do you want to jump back in?
No, I want to ask him what does looming do then? If he's denying this, what does he think looming does? He's denying.
It shows images above its apparent location. Like I said, above, not behind. Above, not behind.
Okay, this is
Remember
why.
the horizon, guys.
What I said.
Hey, Curve, you think you can debate me? Curve, you think you can debate me?
It looms above and appears behind.
So I mean, what makes the 1.2 mile horizon? Remember, the thing that physically obstructs things in your model, not just loom up along with everything else.
It does probably loom up a little.
You have a lot of probablys in everything you say, dude.
Yeah, because it's hard to say anything for absolute certainty.
I feel like probably.
If you ever hear somebody say something that's absolutely true or absolutely certain, then you should be skeptical.
That's what you like to say, so that way you don't have to ever make definitive claims to back up your positive claims about the natural
I
world.
just like to be accurate and precise. That's all.
Curve, would you like
Not
to debate me? Curve, since I'm so stupid. Wait, time out real fast.
But
real fast.
nobody's
Curve,
actually
since I'm so
satisfying what I'm saying is. Yeah, you're gonna have to do that because looming moves objects up and down with respect to the horizon. If there's another definition, please share it.
Sure, I put that in the chat at 20 minutes past, which is the general description of looming, and that includes the horizon. And I put a second quote in at 20 minutes past, which is then talking about the standard refraction model.
The standard refraction model. What is that?
And specifically looming.
Oh, so is this terrestrial refraction?
Yeah.
So this is terrestrial looming?
Well, we're on the Earth, aren't we?
Okay, so terrestrial refraction. Do you know what the equation for that is?
Not off the top of my head. I can go and look it up.
It's 7/6R. So
No, it's not. You're an idiot.
Terrestrial refraction isn't 7/6R?
No.
Well, the subject matter expert disagrees with you, Curve.
Who's the subject matter expert?
You don't understand what's being said.
Okay, what's being said?
7/6R is a or 7/6R is a common approximation to yield the results of standard refraction, which is the result of what is defined as standard atmosphere.
So
that
you
is not
just
the equation for terrestrial refraction.
That's what I said.
Moron.
That's what I said, moron.
That is not what you said.
You just repeated what I said.
You're a liar.
Did everyone else hear it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm reading through this source and
You're just gonna say no.
I'm reading through this source and I'm not seeing where it says the horizon also loomed up.
Is your source exhaustive? Does your
terrestrial refractions
can
are
we
begging
say
the
that
question
your source
fallacy
is-
because R is in contention.
It's describing absolutely every situation.
No, it's not. It's not describing the situation you're saying at all. That's my problem. That's all.
Is your source? Is its goal to
It's not
describe
my source. It's not my source.
Okay,
It's the
is
other
the
guy's
source
source.
that you are
Listen to this
using?
question.
Is the
It's
source
not my
that you are
source.
using? Is its
It
goal?
didn't say that. The source you're using.
Yeah.
Is its goal to provide an exhaustive list of every situation that could occur?
Of course not. I'm just asking
Right.
for one
So
specific.
it's-
I'm just
response.
asking. I'm
If
just
any
asking for
situation-
one specific situation
I'm still
that
talking.
he said was. Yeah,
I'm
I know,
still
but
talking.
he's.
Oh, shut up,
Ben,
then.
why
Scott,
are you being so
Scott,
fucking rude? So
Scott,
a fucking prick.
So
Scott.
I'm here.
So
Yeah,
Jim-
because
Jim's
he's not. He's talking over me, and he's
I
asking
was
me
asking a question.
a ridiculous
Jen, shut
question
the
because
fuck up.
Yeah,
what
it's
what I'm looking for is what the guy said was in here, and it's not. That's my
Right,
only
and
problem.
my point is, if that is not an exhaustive list, what are we able to conclude from something not being in a not exhaustive list?
Why did the
Nothing.
guy give me? Okay, why did the
You
guy
can't
give me
conclude
this? If it's
anything
not,
from that.
why did the
Doesn't
guy
mean-
give
doesn't
me
mean the
this?
thing
Yeah,
doesn't
stop
exist,
interrupting.
does it?
Damn, you're scared to hear him
Just
talk.
means-
That's the only way you
just
can
means
debate.
that list doesn't list every situation.
Well, then let
When
him
you're
respond.
done, let me know. Yeah,
Well, how
He's
about you
done.
listen
That's-
to what I'm
Jen,
saying
shut
instead of just
up.
trying to
Shut
talk over
up.
me? Why?
That's
Why
nice,
am I going
Jim.
to shut up?
Because you've said the
Because
same
you're
thing 4
talking
times,
over
and every time
Elijah.
he starts to respond, you just say it again.
But you guys are not letting him just get his sentence out. Like
I
if
can
we just
repeat
give
what
each
he
other the
said
room to
5
finish.
times.
You've talked.
I'm sure you could. If we could just give each other the room to finish,
Well, I've
it would
made
be
the
so much
point.
better.
Let's see if he responds in any way to the point I've made. I bet
I'm not going to respond to your red herring because it has nothing to
go.
do. First of all, you're not the person who told me to go look at the citation and find the definition I was looking for, which is not in here, right?
So he's
looming is the
responding
most
to a
flexible
Glober's
object
postulation of evidence, and now
Look,
Jim
hold on
Penda's
one
trying to act
second,
like it's
Yeah,
his.
Drus gave him a link and said, "Look at this. This explains your looming." This is what happened, James.
So looming is the most notable.
So now
and
Eli
often
has to
observed
explain the
of
Glober's
the
claim.
Phenomena.
My
It is a normally large refraction of an object and increase the apparent elevation of the distant object, and sometimes allow the observer to see that objects that are located below the horizon under normal conditions.
Below the horizon. So relative to the horizon. So the horizon's not looming,
That's
but
not
objects
in
loom
there,
relative
bro.
to the horizon. Holy shit!
That is in there. I've just
And
what
what Elijah's point is that if it was looming, we would still see the horizon at 1.22 miles. You wouldn't see the horizon at 10 miles.
would not
Everything would
form
loom
the
up beyond the horizon at the 1 foot observer height.
It's a semantical argument. It really is silly.
Hey, if we never see the geometric horizon, how do you know there is one?
In here, they might put up a better fight.
Hey, if you never see the geometric horizon, how do you know there is one?
Look, you guys asked for the best flat earthers. They're here now, and now you're complaining about the best flat earthers.
Curved is physical. Hey, curved is
It's
falsification.
calculated, dipshit. By
Curved is
definition, it's a calculated.
Calculation is a mathematical representation. That means nothing.
Yeah, that's what the geometric horizon is. It's a calculation.
Yeah, but that's a
moron.
physical claim when it comes to the Earth. Moron. Math isn't physical, is it? Moron. Hey, it's
I've had
falsification.
enough of this. This is just.
So he calls me a moron, and I say it back. It's just a big deal. Curved is falsification and independent of replacement. I'm about to go anyway. But hey, it's falsification.
I'm going to go on
Curved.
mute because I want Kimo as a rent boy to be in the list for when he puts his video up.
Hey, curved is falsification. Is falsification independent of replacement? I just want to answer the simple question to prove that Curve's a liar. I want to prove that Curve's a liar. Curve, answer the question real quick and I'll back out. Is falsification independent of replacement? Is falsification independent of replacement?
If I understand what you mean by that, I would agree.
Okay,
Oh
thank
my
you.
god.
All right, can I
I'll
read
take
this
it, dude.
out?
I'll take it.
Looming and sinking are the simplest way of all the simplest of all the refraction phenomena. They're simply abnormally large and small refraction, respectively. As was first shown by Lambert 1759, a constant density gradient in the lower atmosphere produces only a vertical displacement of distant objects, not a distortion. So looming is just an exaggeration. So leave that crane alone, by the way. So looming is just an exaggeration of normal refraction produced by a steeper than usual decrease in density with height. So what does up and down have to do with forwards and backs?
I'll tell you. We told you before, but I'll tell you again. The water The horizon is the furthest point of the water that you can see. Agreed? That's what you would call the horizon. The furthest point of water that you can see. So if more water is loomed up above the horizon, if you look on that same source, you'll see on the next sentence, it'll say, refraction increases the apparent elevation of distant objects, often lifting above the horizon things normally below it. So if that water is loomed above the horizon, now the furthest point of water that you can see is different. It's now something farther away.
You just said the
So it
water
changes
was the
what
horizon, though.
I know, so I'm saying the furthest water you can see now is different than it was before. So now you see the horizon is now farther out.
No. If you said the water is the horizon, and then looming is relative to the horizon, you got an issue.
Can I just not get interrupted? Can I just not get interrupted?
Yeah, because you're just bullshitting.
Can I just let me finish, dude? What is your so juvenile? It's painful. The furthest point of water that you see is the horizon. So if it looms points of water above the horizon, now you have a different furthest point of water that you can see. And that changes what the horizon is.
So what happened to the initial horizon then?
Well, it's still being seen. It's just no longer the furthest point that can be seen. So it's right there. You're still seeing it. It's probably got loomed a little bit too, but it's not your furthest point, so it's no longer the horizon to you.
And it's not a curve.
Wait, but why is the further horizon that we're not supposed to see beyond the curve, by the way, being loomed up? Like where in this citation does it say that you're supposed to see a horizon 10 times in the distance and then not see the one that's 1.2 miles? Like it just like gradually increases with distance.
Well, you still see the point of water that was close, right? You still see where the geometric horizon would be. You still see that point of water. You just also see points of water beyond it. And again, the horizon is defined as the furthest point of water that we can see, right? That's where we would put the horizon. So if you add more water you can see by looming, you're by definition, you're necessarily pushing the horizon out.
Cannot push the physical horizon out. I mean, what is this nonsense?
Is it not clear what I'm saying? Is it really not? It's not coming through.
I thought that was great.
I think understand what you're saying, Scott.
The fact that they couldn't come up with some question instantly there was.
I understand what you're saying, Scott, but again, let me read this one more time for the clarity of the listener. When abnormal refraction, whatever, increases the apparent elevation of distant objects, often lifting above the horizon, things normally below it, the process is described as looming. Now, they're talking about objects in respect to the horizon, not the horizon itself.
That's the point.
Yeah,
you can't say including water, including the horizon. That's
water an object. Yeah, water's an object that gets loomed.
Right.
But why would they not just say including the horizon? They're obviously talking about things being above and below the horizon.
Even if water did loom,
the horizon. One more time. Often above the horizon.
You don't need to read it one more time. Don't do this Nathan Oakley thing here. We've heard it. Yeah. We heard you read it again.
I don't think my answer was actually directly answered, I'm going to zero in on the citation. Lifting, and you shouldn't be talking. And you shouldn't be talking through me because you don't want me talking through you.
Saying the citation over and over again.
But you shouldn't be talking through me to tell me what I should be doing while I'm talking.
I should because I moderate here, and sometimes that's necessary. And saying the citation over and over again is not zooming in, is it? It's just repeating the same thing over and over again.
And looming is not allowing you to see something further in the distance.
The water is an object. Imagine the situation. If
I was talking and you told me something and I waited, but I would like to get back to my point. I don't care how you feel.
I'm responding to your point. Imagine
you're really not, because you're telling me that I can't zero in on the part of the citation that's most relevant. That's absurd. For the audience.
You were just saying the same citation again.
And what was I saying?
Go ahead, say it again.
Well, guys,
we all hear it for the third time. Go ahead.
Often lifting above the horizon, things normally below it. So things can't be loomed above or sinking below if it's not with respect to.
By saying things that imagine if at each of these points you'd got a boat sitting right on the horizon. And you've got these two situations where one it's whatever it was, 1.5 miles away or whatever, and the other one it's much further. And because of refraction, the boat is loomed up, right? The water goes with it. You wouldn't see the boat with no water. You'd see the boat sitting on the water, right?
The key there is the words used, normally below the horizon. If an object is normally below the horizon and it's loomed up, it is now above the horizon, and what was the horizon is now not the horizon anymore. The horizon has shifted backwards.
No, Jem, you said when the boat looms up, you see the water. You don't see the water, do you? You just see the boat. Looks like it's flying in the air.
Well, there are situations where that happens, actually, but that's a different. That's a different.
What you're describing is a straightening of the curve.
But
that's what you're describing.
But to go back, yes. But to go back to your quote, there isn't anything that it's describing a situation, a different situation to the one we're describing, because in that situation there are objects on the horizon. And we're describing a situation, if you like, where there are no objects other than the water, right? And so the object that's loomed up in our situation is the water.
Not possible.
It's an object beyond the horizon.
It's not possible beyond the horizon.
I'm sorry, but the horizon is not an object, though.
That's the point.
So the water is though. The water.
Think of a
So
piece
then,
of
what's
water.
the? Hold on. How could you differentiate between water and horizon if you're using it that way?
Because we're looking at water, the horizon that we perceive is the most distant point of water that we can see. That's what we'll call the horizon when we're looking at it, right? That's what's gonna seem like a horizon to us. The furthest point of water that we can see.
But again, what's this water?
Think of a piece of.
Hold on.
Kimo,
Hold on.
I've been trying. No, I've been trying. Come on, give me a chance.
Go on.
Right? Think of a bit of water that's only, say, 10 feet behind the horizon. Right? It's just a little bit below the horizon. Now, if it's loomed up a bit, you can now see that piece of water. And the horizon, therefore, is not in front of that piece of water. It's got to be now behind that piece of water. Okay? So all it's doing is the surface of the water is being lifted up, loomed up, so that you can now see it. And where that process finishes, where you can no longer see past that bit of water, that's the new horizon.
Okay, one more question. And then Kimo, you can have it back. So now the math dictates that the horizon from 1 foot would be 1.2 miles away. What you're telling me is if I'm seeing a horizon that's 10 miles, actually I'll push it out to beyond 19 miles because I've seen that and I can produce that video if you want. You're telling me that the thing that's supposed to physically block things has now straightened out into a flat surface all the way until 19, 20 miles even?
No.
To appear?
Right? No, be very careful. The actual object itself is not flattening out. What's happening is
but we're looking at
finished.
what appears
I'm
to
not
be
finished.
flat.
Can you please let me finish my explanation? Right? This is why you don't understand, because you interrupt all the time and don't let people finish. Okay?
He doesn't care.
Yeah. But the object is not flattening out. The physical object is not changing at all. But what is changing is the path that the light rays take. All right? Geometrical optics rely on straight paths of light rays, okay? But that's not what's happening here. Because of refraction, those light rays now take curved paths, and curved paths can go around corners, so to speak.
For all intents and purposes, it appears flat then, at least up until 20 miles.
That's right. But nothing physically is flattening out. It's just the light rays taking a curved path. Now, your eyes can't determine that those light rays have taken a curved path. They just detect the direction that the light rays are going when they enter your eye. So our brain interprets the object as being in that direction. Okay? So that's what looming is.
I have a question. I'm going to make this real short. It's just a real short question. if if I'm a sniper and there's a horizon, if I aim at that target and it's being loomed upwards, am I gonna hit that target or not?
I'm sorry, who's coloring in your background? What is that? Somebody coloring?
No,
Can anyone hear me right now?
Yeah, you're good.
yeah.
No,
you're not.
No, you're not. And I'm here.
Somebody's like, nobody hears that?
Mirage is an issue
Nope.
when using optics to shoot.
Discord apparently is having weird audio issues. I was
You'll miss it. In other words, if it's being loomed, but bad, you've got to compensate for that in order to hit it.
You have to compensate for that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you can't compensate for that. You're just gonna miss because there's actually a hump in the way of where you're pointing. It's not gonna curve the bullet around the.
I don't think you. Wait, hold on a second. I don't think you'd have to. Wait, hang on. I don't think you'd have to compensate for it because if I'm aiming for a target, I'm going to aim at the target, right? Am I not?
Yes, but if it's loomed or if it's in some location that isn't its actual location, you need to know. And by the way, this happens left to right too. But you only need to know that, and you'll need to compensate for it. Otherwise, you will not strike the actual target. This is a phenomenon that they definitely have to deal with.
Light is refracted, bullets aren't.
Okay, so that answered my question about whether refraction changes the position of what we're looking at. Because I thought that if you're aiming at a target, you would have to aim at the target. You wouldn't compensate.
At long distance, don't forget they don't aim at the target, period, because they have to take into account droppage. They're usually taking into account wind.
You don't know what you're talking about. Yes, you do. Wait there. Wait there. No, you need to be quiet. You don't know what you're talking about.
Not interrupt, dude. Just stop interrupting, for fuck's sake. What is your issues? I was just reading about this.
You don't aim at the target. You're on about holdover.
You don't.
You're on about analog holdover, but snipers don't use analog holdover, dude.
Can you just relax and let me finish my fucking sentence? Like, why is that so hard?
Not normal holdover, Wirris. Analog. Dickhead.
I don't know what you're saying, even.
Mate, yeah, of course you don't.
So if you have say a heavy wind, you're gonna have to compensate for the wind. So you'll have to aim to compensate for that wind. They don't, they take a lot of factors into account when they're aiming for a long distance shot. And I was reading about the longest distance shot and reading all the factors that went into it, and they're definitely not aiming directly at the target. Now there might be some tools. Is that what you're saying, Frank? There's some tools that can rearrange where their optics point so that once they put all their variables in, now they can just aim at the target. That's possible, but that's not the point.
That isn't just possible. That is literally how they do it, mate.
Yeah.
Okay, is refraction one of those factors? Yeah. Or is that something that you just came up with right now?
I believe it's never a factor.
You said you believe it's one of those factors, but are you certain of that?
No, it's not.
Well, I'm not absolutely certain of it, but it's the way I remember it.
Guys, hang on.
So my question's still open then.
Yeah, hang on. Your question's trying to be answered by Rich. He's actually a shooter. Go ahead, Rich.
Yeah, so if you're shooting through optics, one of the biggest things, even though people think that shooting through optics is easier because you can put a crosshair on a target, right? One of the biggest things is because you are zoomed in is the mirage, which is refraction. Now, like the mirage is good in a sense when you want to pick up really slight wind changes and things like that.
Yeah,
but a really big problem is when the mirage starts boiling, and you can Google what a boiling mirage is. So that's when there's basically no wind, and the heat from the ground below the target comes up, and the target moves around, and you will not get a shot where you think it's going.
You can't account for it, basically.
No, well, I mean, you can try.
Well, you can if you train yourself. Well, listen, if you get used to the conditions, you can start to time it. I know myself, mate, because looking across a valley and you've got a depth right there, and you've got the differential in temperatures. It does do that. It can sway, but there is no calculation for refraction, right, for shooting.
Well, there's some rules of thumb, but if you've got a boiling mirage, then there's no way really that you can account for it, other than wait it out until the wind changes again, so the mirage becomes stable. So
there's different types of effects depending on what type of mirage you're referring to. Like if it's inferior or superior, they both create duplicate images. They both create double images of what you're observing. But I'm referring to stuff that's just being stretched and warped. If a target's been stretched or warped, what are you going to aim at?
Well, that's right, and that's why you wait till the conditions change. But in shooting, you don't
be intellectually honest and correct him on what he just said.
Or superior mirage or anything like that in shooting, because you're that close to the target, right? So you either just wait for the wind to pick up, so it's no longer, the mirage is no longer boiling. So you probably need to work out what sort of mirages you're talking about, because the general mirage that you use, inferior, superior, all that sort of stuff, we don't actually use that terminology in shooting.
What's a boiling mirage?
A boiling mirage is essentially when there's no wind. So it's basically boiling up like water bubbles do when you boil a kettle.
So it's distortion, like moving distortion?
Well, of course it's distortion.
No, let me clarify what I'm saying. It's like moving, like bubbly kind of.
Yeah. Because the heat waves are bending the light directly from the bottom to the top through the target. But you use mirage as well in shooting to pick up a wind change, and you can change the either through a spotting scope or your own scope that's on the rifle to find out the wind change really early on before you get any, because air has not a lot of mass technically. So it will change very quick before you would, say, notice a tree start to move or flags or something like that.
Right.
So
and you're
trying to...
You're a real... are you a real long-distance sniper?
I'm not a sniper, but I'm on the NT rifle. I'm on the rifle team for my state in Australia. And we shoot out to over 1,000 meters. So...
Right. So you do have experience doing this.